travelers, and welcome to the Classic Hearthstone Discord's 7th monthly North American Championship Tournament. The competition promises to be tough today, with 4 returning NA or EU champions participating in today's event. My name's Opposition. I'll be your faithful host for this evening's Hearthstone matches. I may be joined a little later by some of our friendly community commentators, but for now you're stuck with me. If this is your first time with us, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of our team and encourage you to join our Classic Hearthstone Discord community by clicking the link in the channel description. Today's participants will be competing for a slice of our $100 prize fund. First place will be taking home $75, that's the lion's share. Second place is $15, third place $10. Let's have a look at our bracket for this evening's event. We've got 21 players involved today. Now, that doesn't make a very even bracket for the first round, so we've got a fair number of players with buys here. Turn off my camera so you can see. And this very last one, this is a buy here at the bottom. So a couple players already advancing to the second round. As we move through the tournament and get to these later rounds, the fourth round, that is the semifinals, and the final round here, which is our third place match in finals, those will all be casted separately for your viewing pleasure. A little bit about the format today. We'll be playing a conquest format. That means that players will have to win once with each of the decks they bring. They're going to bring 4 decks, one of which will be banned by their opponent, and they will play a best of 5. All of these matches are single elimination today, so lose 3 and you're out. We'll be dropping in on matches as they're played for the first 3 rounds. Semifinals and finals, of course, will be streamed separately so that you have a chance to view all of those exciting matches. As always, stream is delayed 5 minutes for fairness reasons, so nobody's going to be sniping and seeing their opponent's hands. While we're waiting for our players to begin their matches, let's take a quick look at the breakdown of classes that our competitors brought today. So I've got a couple of graphs here. These are our class breakdowns for the North American Tournament 7, 6, and 5. Those are the last 3 months that we had. Now, we don't see too much change in the class breakdowns that we've had here. Rogue tends to be a particularly popular deck, at least in tournaments 5 and 6, but we've actually seen Rogue, which is generally considered S tier. We've seen that drop off a little bit. It's only 15% of today's meta, whereas previously it's been 22.8%, and 19%, so a significant decrease in the number of rogues. We also see another interesting trend here. Paladin has taken up about 10% of the meta in the past, increasing to 15% today. So we've got a fair number of Paladin players. Those are split fairly evenly between Control and Aggro Paladin. Seeing a little bit more of that. We've also seen a steady increase in the number of Mage players from 7% to 10% up to 11% today. So a couple of differences here in the meta. Not too much has changed as far as Priest, traditionally very underrepresented here in these tournaments, and Druid, which we also don't see a lot of here. I also pulled a little breakdown here for our first 6 NA tournaments. This is 6 months worth of tournament data, as far as what classes players have brought that have taken first place. We can take a look here, see that Rogue and Druid at 6 and 5 choices have been very dominant. So for good reason, Rogue and Druid tend to be the most popular decks. Today we do see as much Paladin as we do Rogue, so that much has changed. Nobody's ever won a tournament with a Priest or a Warrior as part of their lineup, at least not in NA. And some of these other classes, I want to draw your attention in particular to this Mage inclusion here. We've had 6 tournaments, Mage, not a very well represented class, but at the same time, we've managed to see quite a few Mage victories, so maybe people are sleeping on that one just a little bit. Alrighty, so it's 4 o'clock. I think it's about time that we hop in and watch some Hearthstone games. So once again, welcome everybody. Let's get started with our tournament. We got a few folks still getting ready here, getting into their matches. We'll give them a second to get started for the day. While we're waiting once again, for those of you who are new here to our Classic Hearthstone Discord tournaments, you're free to check out these events in our Discord. We have news, postings, if you're interested in participating, or you're interested in just meeting some of the folks that play in these tournaments. Absolutely want to welcome you to that. Doesn't look like any of the players have quite gotten started yet. Keep in mind at 4 o'clock Pacific, these players are checking in, making sure that they ban the right class from their opponents. They did get a chance to see the brackets ahead of time, so they do know who they're going to be facing in the first round. They should be able to pretty well figure out what they're going to be banning here. A couple of the tournament contestants that we have lined up today have some very strong players here. Notably Phazure, one of those tournament players who is perennially #1, has been ranked #1 a couple of months here in a row, probably angling for it again. Got some other strong players here, Skyb and Soba in the top 20, Derp, a perennial commentator and participant in these tournaments as well, closing out the top 50 as well. Previous winner Thunder will also be participating today. He's real close to the top 20 right now, and another very strong perennial top 10 player. We got a couple other folks that are just signing in right now. We'll hop into one of those matches as soon as they start. So you can see from this number up here, clearly I won't be participating today. I think I'd be outclassed by some of these folks who are so strong. As we're waiting, I wish I'd brought some Hearthstone jokes for the crowd, though I'm of the age where I think everybody would just cringe. Looks like Derp is almost ready to get his game started. We can hop in and check those games out. Just a moment here. A little slow to start today. Still waiting for these players to get ready to go, but we'll hop in real soon. Alrighty. Looks like we've got a couple of folks that have found their matches just picking their right deck. Now, keep in mind, players can pick whichever deck they like from their lineup first. They'll have one of those decks banned, but they can always pick the order in which they play their decks. Now, different players have different choices as far as which decks they like to bring first in their lineup, which ones they would prefer to bring a little later in the lineup. Sometimes these choices can really impact a match. If you play a bunch of counter decks that are designed to beat your opponent's decks but have to hit that right matchup, it can be a little tricky, a little bit of a mind game kind of deciding which one. Alrighty, so we've got one of our matches underway. Let's hop in and take a look. Alrighty. So, game 1 of the series here between Skyb and StickyPickle, aka Solid Rest. I'll get these decks loaded up here in a moment so that we can have a nice little overlay. Skyb, we can see, is bringing a mid-range Shaman complete with Fire Elemental, Black Knight, 1 copy of Lightning Storm, so maybe, or 2 copies of Lightning Storm, excuse me. So, expecting just about anything. Let me bring up StickyPickle's Druid deck here. Alrighty. Starting off with an early hero power, early wild, no wild growth from the Druids, so As the Druid, you'd always like to be seeing this wild growth. Shaman typically favored in this matchup. It's hard for the Druid to deal with their totems. And in general, Druids don't deal too well with wide boards. One of the things about Shaman is their minions have that key 2 HP. Those totems mostly have 2 HP, so a little hard to clear with Swipe without spell damage. We'll see how StickyPickle chooses to play it here. Now, he's got an interesting list. I want to point out a couple of cards here. We've got Bite. That's 4 mana, give your hero +4 attack this turn. Rather control-y card. Looks like we're dealing with a Mill Druid, 2 copies of Naturalize, 2 copies of Healing Touch, and 2 copies of Cold Light Oracle with the Youthful Brewmaster. So typically Shaman is happy in this matchup to be hero powering every turn, just trying to build up a board properly and play sort of a longer value game. Now that's a little different when we've got mid-range Shaman against Fatigue Druid here, or Mill Druid, because the Shaman doesn't want to have this many cards in hand. They're probably going to be playing as many minions on board as possible, trying to get cards out of hand for the inevitable Cold Light, Brewmaster, Naturalize combos that are going to come down. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw this coin come out fairly soon as well, just to make sure that Skip doesn't get milled for any of those cards. Druid of the Claw coming down with Charge. Nice way to clear off this Spirit Wolf totem, leaving him with 2 HP. And this is sometimes maybe a little bit awkward. We have a choice between maybe Thalnos, Defender of Argus, to buff this Argent Squire up, maybe a hero power with Defender of Argus. Let's see what Skip decides to do. I also want to draw attention here, Skip is playing Bloodlust in this deck as well, something we don't often see in mid-range Shaman. It's kind of one of those feast or famine cards. Some people describe it as a win more card, but it can help accelerate a victory when we have a board full of totems. Other thing is, there's always this threat when you have Bloodlust in your deck. Keep in mind these are open deck lists from these players. There's always the threat of Bloodlust, so keeps your opponent on their toes, makes them a little bit afraid to delay on clearing a board. Probably pretty strong against Druid, since we're going to have a bunch of stragglers on the board anyway.
I must safeguard the land.
Keeper of the Grove tends to be a pretty strong card against Shaman. It's not necessarily so much about this Keeper silencing, although the silence can be useful, or the 2 damage battle cry is okay, but a 2/4 body, this is a built totem killer here. Dodges a lot of removal, like Lightning Bolt that does 3 damage, or Rockbiter Weapon that does 3 damage. Keeper almost always good against decks that are playing smaller minions. Now from Skip's perspective here, there's a natural trade with the Flame Tongue Totem, although don't really want to leave ourselves with 2 mana. So it looks like he's going to opt to go with the Drake Earthshock combo, keep this Defender of Argus healthy as a 2/3. Pushes a little face damage, takes control of the board. We'll see what Pickle's got in mind here. And a Starfire. Not necessarily a card that we see too often, especially in tournaments here. Not maybe as bad as you would think in a Mill Druid. It keeps the cycle going, and also 5 damage it's a number that's kind of hard to achieve in traditional Hearthstone. Spell-powered Lightning Bolt, does 4 or 3 if it's not got spell power. Only a couple of spells like Lava Shot or Earth Shock. No, excuse me, Lava Burst. Lava Burst does 5 damage. But other traditional removal that we see in the format just in general doesn't usually reach that 5 number. So Starfire may be a decent inclusion here, especially if we're expecting things like Fire Elemental or other 5 HP creatures, maybe Savannah Highmane. Alright, Pickle trotting out the Sylvanas here. Now this is always a scary card to play when you're playing Druid, just because against Shaman, just because there's always the threat of Hex or Earthshock. Sometimes we get that read that our opponent has used their only Earthshock, so Might be trying to get this out sooner rather than later. After all, the longer Skyb has, the greater the chance he has of drawing into Hex. You see he's got the Hex in hand here, able to deal with the Sylvanas, get a pretty big tempo turn going on. Now, a lot of these minions on Skyb's board have 3 HP. That's outside of the range of Starfall, which is the big AoE clear that Pickle's playing in his deck. But oh, we see this nice with the Wild Pyromancer, able to not only clear off all those 2 HP minions, leave a 3-1 on the board, but also deal with those critical 3 HP minions. Skyb drawn into a little bit more burn here. We've got Alakir in hand. Alakir plus Rockbiter, that's 12 damage. With the Totem, that's an extra 4, so bringing it to 16 damage. If Skyb can manage to hit with these minions and get this Flame Tongue down, he should be in good shape here to close out the game. Alakir, a very strong card in general against Druid. Now you notice Pickle's not playing the Black Knight, so not too much danger bringing this Alakir down early. We do have Naturalize, which we see here. Naturalize a card which for 1 mana can clear an Alakir, so not really needing the Black Knight here to clear off the taunts. And this is what Druid does. This is what this Druid deck does. Plays Cold Light, plays Naturalize. At some point, there's really not too much we can do about drawing 4, plus Naturalize is 6 cards in a turn. So Skyb milling a couple of cards here, loses Doomhammer, loses Flame Tongue. The Doomhammer loss can be a little bit of a problem. It's one of those things that we'd like to have equipped. At the same time, it's an overload card, so it's hard to get out of our hand and play a bunch more cards. Second Cold Light coming down here. I don't think Skyb's going to be too unhappy about losing the Harvest Column, Argent Squire, and Sen'jin here. Able to clear the board quite easily with Lightning Storm. He's down to 6 cards in his deck. Looks like he's contemplating bringing this Harvest Golem out. Developing Harvest Golem, Hero Power, Flame Tongue seems like a pretty natural inclusion here. Just forcing some more removal out of the Druid. Alright. Got a couple of kill possibilities here. Bloodlust is 3 damage times 4 minions. So we're looking at 12, plus 5 is 17, 19 on the board. So if these minions don't get cleared, Bloodlust will be lethal on the next turn. We've also got this Flame Tongue set up, so maybe next turn we'll see that with Alakir. And it looks like we're going to see a Wrath on the Harvest Golem into a swipe, clearing the board here nicely. Alright, following it up with a Acidic Swamp Ooze here, a card that's not really going to traditionally get much value in this matchup if you've already milled their Doomhammer, so feels pretty confident to just put that on the board, force out a little bit of removal. Let's see how he follows it up here. Has he got another Starfire? Oh, this one's going to be Starfall. Alright. Now, Skyb is running out of resources a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised here to see Healing Touch come down if we have it. Okay, just going to play BGH. At this point, I think the match is a little bit favored here for Pickle. We're running out of cards. Not a lot of these cards that are left in the deck are necessarily going to be helpful for Skyb. He's got a Lightning Bolt, Rockbiter. He's got a little bit of burn in there, which is good. But in general, not really going to be able to develop very many minions here. So got to decide whether he wants to clear this big game Hunter or save as much burst as possible for Alakir. Now Alakir with 2 Rockbiters, that'll be 9 damage times 2 is 18. So Pickle's still out of reach here of a maximum damage combo from Skyb. Feeling fairly safe, he's got that extra 2 armor. Be curious to see if Skyb chooses to commit the Lightning Bolt to the big game Hunter here, just wanting to clear the board. He's got a couple of dead cards in hand here with the ManThighs. Don't want to play those while we fatigue. So got to be very judicious about the resources we use here. Alright, opting to use the Lightning Bolt to clear the BGH. Gonna play the Black Knight. Now, unless Pickle's drawn his second Starfire here, it might be a little bit hard to clear this Black Knight off. Cards like Bite aren't going to do it. Swipe also won't be able to clear off the Black Knight with his 5 HP. And because of this little 0-2 taunt totem here, yeah, cards like Bite won't be able to get through to the Black Knight. We'll see if he's got the second Starfire in hand. Pickle taking his time here. I think it's always good. These players have been playing pretty fast in the first game. Wouldn't be surprised if they would slow down just a little bit here as we're entering some of the critical turns. Now, because it's open deck lists, both players know exactly what the other one likely has left in their hand and in their deck, playing around those things. I have a feeling that Pickle is thinking, okay, my life total is 23 right now, or 26 with the armor. How am I going to lose this game? How is it possible to lose this game? With Fatigue Druid, we're maybe thinking a little bit less along the lines of how do I win, and more about I will win because of the fatigue. How do I not lose?
I wonder.
Now, Pickle's not playing any taunts other than Druid of the Claw in this deck, so we're not too worried about having to use Hex on something like Ancient of War. It's possible we see the Hex come down here on the Ancient. It's also possible we see Bloodlust to just try and get some damage rolling as well. Acidic Swamp Ooze is also a good option here. Just get another minion on the board. That's 3 attack that we can use with the Bloodlust. Okay, good. We can see both hands now. Okay, and we see the 2 healing touches in hand here. We see Druid of the Claw waiting to come out. Probably not going to do too much here. The last Hex is gone, but a little bit slow on the tempo play. Let's swipe and naturalize. Now at this point we know that we're going to fatigue our opponent if we're playing from Pickle's position. So, naturalize may not be our best option, even though it is the only way to deal with this Black Knight right now. It may not be our best option, just considering that these last couple cards are burn damage. And we maybe want to make our opponent draw the burn damage a little bit slower. It's not like we're not going to fatigue them with naturalize at some point anyway. So we'll see how much value he puts on that. Probably calculating the damage that Bloodlust does here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minions times 3. That's 15 with Bloodlust, plus the 8 on the board. That's 23 total. So we'd still live through it. But I'm concerned, and rightfully so. Without that second Starfire, it's a little scary to leave up a 4-5 on the board with a Bloodlust in the deck. And Druid of Claw coming down. Okay. Well, a couple of options here. These are all the resources that we have for the rest of the game. We know that neither Manatide Totem is going to do anything unless we play them at the very end and hope to Bloodlust the next turn without fatiguing. Possible that we want to use Lightning Storm here, just because if we don't, then it's going to be a completely dead card. There are no other cards we need to use our removal for. Maybe wants to save Lightning Bolt, double Rockbiter to help with the face. Right now it's just a little bit awkward I would say, for Skyb, because we'd like to punch through with Alec here, play with these two Rock Biters, but unfortunately, that's going to be kind of tough, because it only had, let's see, 4 damage on the board, not quite enough to clear that Druid of the Claw. So opting instead to use the Lightning Storm as single target removal with the Lightning Bolt. And Pickle here. Got a good response. Keeper of the Grove, great card to draw off the top. And with Swipe and Hero Power, oh, it's going to bounce the Keeper anyway. I was going to say, with Swipe and Hero Power, we basically reduce the Shaman's chances to 0 as far as their ability to use Bloodlust for the rest of the game. And as we can see from Skib's hand here, probably going to need to use a combination of Bloodlust one turn and Alakir double Rockbiter on another turn. Can't play Alakir next turn, we're locked out for 3. But with the ManThighs totems hitting the board, maybe we won't die from fatigue and can get a little Bloodlust value there. Looks like Pickle may be reconsidering the choice of Brewmastering that Keeper of the Grove. We'll see if it comes down and knocks down one of these totems. Alright, I'm going to opt actually to heal face here with Healing Touch. Now I feel like if you're going to play Bloodlust, you know that there's a Keeper in hand that's going to remove a minion next turn. If you're going to play Bloodlust, it's probably the turn for it. Maybe also considering playing Alakir. Oh, we've only got 7 mana. Suppose it's hard to play Alakir with 7 mana, but also knowing the Keeper of the Grove is in hand, we may not want to play him raw on the board yet. Would be nice to be able to cast Bloodlust with Alakir on the board, but I don't think we're going to get an unsilenced Alakir after this Keeper comes down.
What to do?
No more removal left for Skyb other than these Rock Biters, although I have a feeling those will be going with Alakir here. So probably could possibly deploy the Bloodlust. Skyb probably calculating, do I die from fatigue if I play 2 ManThighs this turn? Alright, and there it is. 13 damage to the face. Might hold off here and hit the Brewmaster. Okay. Now we do have 4 totems on the board, but with no Flame Tongues, and no Bloodlust, and no Defender of Argus. It's going to be a little hard to utilize those right now. Really all we have is 1 attack out of these. And I apologize, I thought I had the deck lists up here, I had to re-enable that, so now you can see those 2 players' deck lists. Once again, sorry about that. Alright, so 18 to the face from Alakir, make it 19 with that Syrian Totem. Now I don't believe that this is... I don't believe there's going to be enough juice here out of Skib's Shaman deck. Got Swipe. We also got Keeper of the Grove as a possibility to just silence this Alakir as well. Opting to gain some armor with Bite. Gonna knock down that Alakir. Okay, well, the only thing left that does damage for Skyb is Syrian Totem with Totemic Call, so not too much to do there. Skyb concedes. Alright. So 1-0 for StickyPickle with that unexpected Mill Druid in the first round. So, as always, once a player has won with a deck, they're no longer allowed to play that deck. So, looks like Pickle will be moving on from that Druid deck onto the next best thing. He's got a few different things up his sleeve here. If we take a look at the deck lists, well, let's see, we're getting into the game. Alrighty, so we've got Handlock here from Skyb. And looks like a Tempo Mage coming out of Pickle here. I'll get that list up in just a moment. Okie doke. So kind of an interesting list. We see 2 copies of Shattered Sun Cleric, not a card that we see too often. And this Tempo Mage, a pretty aggressive version of it, got 2 copies of Ice Lance as well. And topping out at only 5 mana with the Azure Drakes. We'll see if he's got enough juice here to be able to kill a Warlock. Now, a lot of times Warlock's a little bit weak. Handlock is a little bit weak against burn decks, just because they'll be tapping, they'll be losing some life themselves. The opponent doesn't have to do as much work as they normally would. Pickle leading off with the Knife Juggler here. Might see Ancient Watcher Soulfire here. Right now, I think it's Skib's job to just survive. Leaving a Knife Juggler up is always a really scary thing. Might be considering playing Ancient Watcher and not playing Soulfire, with the intention of coining out a Shadow Flame. After all, anytime our opponent plays Knife Juggler, they're likely wanting to flood the board with minions to get the max amount of value out of that. So yeah, doesn't deploy the Soulfire here. Willing to wait. Might want to use this Shadow Flame to clear off this Knife Juggler and whatever else comes down this turn. Pickle thinking a little carefully here. On the one hand, if this thing gets taunted up, then we want it to have more power on the board. On the other hand, if it gets Shadow Flamed or if coin Hellfire, we're in trouble if we've deployed the second Juggler here. So, making the more prudent choice. And Skip with another interesting decision here. Do have the option to taunt up. Do have the option to just coin Shadow Flame and destroy the board. Can you draw with Mortal Coil first? Okay, Molten Giant, not a bad card to get. Mage is going to be trying to steadily burn us down, so we want to get this in hand. Wouldn't be shocked to see Sun Fury Soulfire. We'll see what Skip decides. Alright, so I'm opting for the Sun Fury here. That's a little bit of an awkward board to deal with here for Pickle. Good try bringing down that second Juggler, hoping that the Juggle hits the Ancient Watcher, Hero Power, and trade off the Loot Hoarder. If that knife doesn't hit, though, it might be a little bit awkward having to trade one of the Jugglers in. So we see him opting to draw that card first, see what we get from Loot Hoarder. Gonna see Knife Juggler come down, get one Juggle in the exact right place, although we know he's got Arcane Missiles here that could help clear this also. Not terribly surprised to see Pickle hitting face here with the Juggler. Of course, we do want to get the Warlock as low as possible. They'll eventually win the card value game. Okay, discarding Ragnaros with the Soulfire. That's not really bad. By the time Ragnaros hits the board, we're probably not super concerned about whether we're going to win or lose the game. Pickle responds with this Water Elemental here. A little annoying. 4 attack, 6 HP doesn't line up perfectly well. But we got a handy Sunwalker here. And speaking of not lining up well, this board doesn't line up particularly well to trade into Sunwalker. Fortunately, we do have Fireball Hero Power here to clear the Sunwalker and start attacking face. I have a feeling that's what we'll be doing, but we'll see. Now, notice again, Ice Lance, kind of an interesting card in this deck in the sense that if Water Elemental hits face on a Warlock, normally we don't care that our face is frozen, but in this case, if it freezes the Warlock's face now, it gives us access to this 1 mana 4 damage, the equivalent of Cold Blood, really, as far as mana efficiency. So, naturally, Skyb probably wants to protect his face against Water Elemental, doesn't want any shenanigans with getting frozen and bursted. Opts for the ping. Is just going to develop his board here. Freezes this Sunwalker. Can always try and ping it down with Arcane Missiles on the next turn. Maybe Arcane Missiles, Hero Power. Leave some room to Fireball. Probably good to maintain this Fireball in hand. You notice that Pickle's holding on to his burn spells. Wants to target that Warlock face. And Skyb likewise choosing not to opt for any sort of removal in this situation. Instead going for just another developing move, trying to get that Twilight Drake out there. I might end up in a little bit of a race situation here, especially seeing this Alex in hand. There's a possibility that if Skyb manages to hold onto some of these taunts, or use Defender of Argus to taunt these other guys up, his face will survive long enough to have Alex there as an insurance policy. Those missiles hit exactly where we wanted them to, and Ice Lance, Ice Lance. This is going to take us pretty low here. With the Fireball coming next turn, it doesn't look like there's a good way to deal with it right now. Got Siphon Soul. That's not in hand. And really no other. We got one Earthen Ring as well. Now the danger here in tapping and finding some healing is that if we tap and find Siphon Soul, we couldn't play it anyway. But even if we could, if we tap down to 2, heal back up to 5, we're still in range of Fireball.
My shield for Argon.
And there we have it. Warlock does have, or especially Handlock, does have a lot of trouble with these decks that play so many burn spells. And with just one nice little roll on that Arcane Missiles, able to ping off that 4/2 Sunwalker and close it out. So that leaves our score here at 2 for Pickle and 0 for Skyb, still looking to get on the board. Okay. Looks like Skyb is opting to play this Handlock again. Let me get Pickle's deck up here.
I am your nightmare.
So, an interesting match here, Handlock against Handlock. Now, in my experience, a lot of times this comes down to who can slam the most Twilight Drakes and Mountain Giants as possible. Person with those cards will definitely have board control. It'll be hard to clear off. Not until a little bit later that we get the ability to play something like Mountain Giant plus Soulfire to clear a really big board. So already Skyb starting with this Twilight Drake might see that coined out. Both players probably going to tap for the first couple of turns. Notice Pickle's got part of his combo in hand. That is one significant difference between these players' decks. There is a Faceless Manipulator in Skyb's deck, but it's not for Leroy. Whereas for Pickle, he's got 2 power overwhelmings, he's got an Arcane Golem, he's got Faceless Manipulator, and Leroy. So a lot of burst potential here. Okay. First Mountain Giant out. Now both players have 1 copy of BGH in their deck as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if they'd made some aggressive mulligan choices toward that. Pickle following up here with Faceless on his own Mountain Giant. 2 8/8s is a tough board to deal with. We see a couple Siphon Souls, though, in Skib's hand, so not doing too bad. Can always coin Siphon on one of these and Siphon the other one the next turn. That said, it does put us a little bit behind in tempo, having to spend 2 straight turns on removal, especially when we're going into these turns where we have Twilight Drake in hand. Might be drawing into Mountain Giant. Would kind of like to be developing our own board, or trading favorably on the board rather than playing removal. In this situation, though, when you're facing down 16 damage, it can be a little bit scary not to start removing. Another option that we might see here is Sun Fury and Twilight Drake. Probably Sun Fury on this Ancient Watcher. Try and kind of break this board down a little bit and then use a Shadow Flame. Where it is? Yeah, Shadow Flame. If we can do 4 damage to each minion. There he goes. Alright, so he's going to use the Shadow Flame there. Probably coin out this Sun Fury. Oh, he's going to coin the Owl into it. Okay, so just wants to get guaranteed removal on this. Manages to kill both giants in the same turn. Nice play there by Skib. So, Skib a little bit ahead in cards here, has 10 cards in hand. Always nice to have as many cards as possible, of course, when you're playing Handlock. That said, sometimes in these Handlock mirrors, we do see players who get to 10 cards in their hand and then have trouble getting some of those cards out of their hand so they can start using their hero power a little bit more, get closer to that Molten Giant. The board's not terribly interactive at this point. Twilight Drake doesn't line up perfectly with Sen'jin. Might have to trade the Owl in there as well. Okay, and decent draw here with the coil. Could have coiled the Owl, but then we'd be stuck at 10 cards. We'd have to use Soulfire or Sun Fury. So instead opting to just heal up this Sen'jin, creating a little bit of an awkward board here. Soulfire going to do some work, able to clear off 2 of the minions right away, and run into that Sen'jin. Skib's done a good job getting himself a little bit low on HP here, getting closer to the Mountain Giant, but unfortunately, we've got one of those many combo pieces in Pickle's hand here. Able to play Leroy into Arcane Golem, Swing Face. Arcane Golem, just one of my favorite cards. Alrighty, that wraps up our first series here. Clear 3-0 for StickyPickle. Well played by both players. Reset those scores and see if we can hop into another match that's going on here. Right at the top of the list here, we've got crowd favorite Amber. Doesn't look like she's got spectate enabled. So let's hop in. We're going to watch Arcues. He's our former, I believe our reigning NA champion. So let's get his deck up here. He's playing his Tempo Mage right now. He's facing Derp, who I'll also spectate as well. I believe Derp is playing, he's playing Zulok here. So Zulok against Tempo Mage. Very interesting matchup. I think a lot of players have trouble with this. I certainly do myself. The Tempo Mage can do fine. It does have a lot of the tools it needs to deal with the Zoo board, but it needs to be efficient with its resources because it simply does not have the same amount of draw that the Warlock does. So, got both decks up there so we can see them. They're opting for Soulfire here to just clear the board early, taking out that Swamp Ooze. And we see Derp sitting on a very dangerous card here. He's got Coin into Defender of Argus, so if nothing good happens on this board, could be in a little bit of trouble. But we see Arcues clearing off some of those minions, going for the 50-50 here on the Flame Imp, and he does get it. So, in a nice position here, might be able to play Juggler, Mirror Entity next turn. We know that Soulfire is gone from Derp's hand. Alright, Mirror Entity, Knife Juggler, pretty strong play here. Running out of cards for Arcues. He's only got Ragnaros in hand. That always feels a little bit bad, but does have this Mirror Entity up to at least help him come back a little bit on the board. That Hero Power is going to be pretty handy here with 2 minions that have 1 HP. And, bummer. What a tough draw there. Counterspell. Both Soulfires, I think we've already seen both Soulfires. So, Counterspell completely useless now. There are no spells left in Derp's deck. Probably still worth it to play the Counterspell just to hint that it might be Mirror Entity. There is still 1 Mirror Entity left in the deck, so might inspire a little bit of fear, but it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle, I think, for Arcues. That said, nothing that he draws from this point on is something that he can't play. So Ragnaros, the top end of the curve. Everything else should be playable. Thalnos, not the worst draw in the world, just in the sense that he can cycle. Creates a little bit of a threat on the board. We'll see if he chooses to deploy the Thalnos or not. Looks like he's going to go for it. Probably good to cycle a card here, see if we can get a little bit more on the board.
The Sunwell.
7 damage Fireball. I'm not sure that's going to help too much in this position. We'll see if Arcues chooses to use this on the Voidwalker, or if he's just ready to go face. Uses it on the Voidwalker. He's got a good follow-up turn here with Ragnaros. Can trade off, clear the board. When this Doomguard comes down, Ragnaros should be a pretty good answer. If Ragnaros hits face once, it's going to stop Derp from drawing much more, and if it hits the Doomguard, going to be in a good position as well. Only bad thing is this abusive Sergeant on the board, which can be a little problematic. Now, Arcues here sitting on Loot Hoarder, Mirror Image, and Hero Power has some ability to not play Rag this turn if he wants. Just set up these Mirror Images, which will be obnoxious for the Doomguard, but given that it's going to be hard to remove this Ragnaros no matter what here, pretty solid choice to play on the board, and Defender of Argus definitely going to help clear off that Rag.
My shield for Argus.
And Derp opting to go full face. It's probably time to race. Couple interesting choices here for Arcues. Can play the Loot Hoarder and ping his own Loot Hoarder, looking for Fireball. Can ping one of these minions down if he wants, or can start pinging face with the expectation that maybe drawing Frostbolt. I don't think it's too strong to do that. We've only got 1 Frostbolt left in the deck. So instead going to go for the double Mirror Image. And this is a hard mage board to deal with without a spell.
We must cleanse the Sunwell.
pretty big minions here. So naturally we want to draw our cards first, always trying to do that. Probably Arcane Intellect, I'm thinking, because we have a chance at Frostbolt and at Fireball. And there we go. Finds the Frostbolt, able to deal that lethal damage. Alright, good game, well played. That'll bring the series to 2 wins for Arcues. Derp hoping to get on the board in the next match. Potentially our final match here between these 2 players. Alrighty.
I must protect the wild.
We've got Aggro Paladin against our combo Druid here. Look at those deck lists up in just a moment. So Derp bringing a Druid. It's got a couple of tech cards in here that can be useful. Certainly Harrison, an annoying card to deal with as Aggro Paladin. Can turn the board, especially with these wild growths, if we find a little bit of ramp. Being able to ramp up, play Harrison on the same turn that True Silver is played does create a tempo deficit. But Arcues here, not with a bad starting hand. Able to play Leper Gnome out first, follow it up with Argent Protector. And Derp with so much mana in his hand here. Opting to coin the Wild Growth also was a possibility to coin the Wrath as well. Paladin, a deck that relies on building a board steadily, so if we can remove some of those minions that could be buffed in the future, it can be advantageous. Couple of different options here in this Druid matchup. Knowing that we've already seen the coin, Loot Hoarder is definitely a possibility here. Probably not hero power, but playing Loot Hoarder gets 2 more power onto the field, something that can be traded in. We're looking probably at this Blessing of Kings that's going to come down on turn 4, hoping to find some way to get this in gracefully, this Blessing of Kings on turn 4. We'd love it if it was on a Divine Shielded minion, but this Earthen Ring Farseer can make that just a little bit awkward. Divine Favor, another card that can be very key in this matchup, or completely flop if the Druid has ways to empty their hand with things like Innervate, or they don't have too much cycling. Divine Favor can be totally useless. If the Druid decides to hold some cards in their hand and play it a little bit more slowly, Divine Favor can be a really strong idea. So Arcues choosing to trade on the board, always good. Small trading up into big. We usually like that idea with these decks that have smaller minions. Find ways to buff them or take advantage of Divine Shield, things like that, in order to have a nice efficient trade into our opponent's minions. Alrighty, and a couple of choices here as well. Blessing of Kings, certainly a lovely card to play. Harvest Golem with Blessing of Kings is very nice. However, we are a little bit afraid of Keeper of the Grove, so we want to make sure that Harvest Golem with its Death Rattle and its buff doesn't get cleared off. Blessing of Might is a nice clean way to trade into this Chillwind Yeti, but it doesn't leave us with too much to do after that. Loot Hoarder also a possibility. And okay, we're going to see the Blessing of Kings. Another thing here too about this Blessing of Kings on the Harvest Golem, like I said, we're a little bit afraid of Keeper of the Grove coming down and silencing both the Death Rattle and the buff, but we would have seen Keeper of the Grove on the last turn if Derp had it in hand. Probably would have played it on this Leper Gnome or silenced the Golem in the first place, so pretty good read there from Arcues. And draws into True Silver as well. True Silver, pretty strong card in this matchup. Just 4 damage able to use your face a little bit. Druid's not usually dealing very much face damage, so when we're ahead, we do want to use our face to try and trade on the board efficiently. Don't want to lose our minions that we've developed up until that point. Opting for the Blessing of Might here. Probably Loot Hoarder and a Hero Power. We're getting to the point here where Hero Powering and getting a little bit of value is usually nice as the Paladin. Also trying to empty the hand here. We got Divine Favor. We'd love to play that. And a pretty good read, I'd say, from Arcues as well, to say probably no Wrath. We've already seen one. Unfortunately for him, Derp does have that extra Wrath in hand. Got 2 of them. And True Silver, a pretty natural thing to play here. True Silver, trade into the Sen'jin. Keep the Loot Hoarder alive for 1 more turn. Ideally, as the Paladin here, we'd like our Loot Hoarder to be alive when we play Divine Favor, so that we can grab an extra card from that. And maybe we see the Worgen. I don't think there's really too much problem with Hero Powering here. Even though we do want to clear our hand for Divine Favor, there aren't too many cards that we could draw here. Just Consecration, Leroy, and maybe a second True Silver that would interfere with our Divine Favor on the next turn. And we see the punish here with Swipe. Okay, I apologize. Looks like that deck list wasn't quite the right one. So now we've got the right one up here. And Arcues with a decent turn here. 3 mana, draw 3. It's better than Arcane Intellect for sure. Equality, a pretty strong card actually in this matchup, just because it allows us to kind of punch through that last line of defense that the Druid has. If Ragnaros comes down on the next turn, Equality plus Elven Archer is going to be good. I really like the choice here to continue Hero Powering. We've already seen 1 swipe out. Derp drawing a second swipe off the top here. A little unlucky for Arcues, but Arcues probably thinking, okay, once some of that AoE removal is gone, we can start Hero Powering. It's going to be hard for the Druid to keep up with those little 1/1s, force a Hero Power out of them every turn, so pretty reasonable, I think. And holding the Archer in hand also makes sense with Equality. So, Derp at 17, we've got 6 on the board, 7, 8, 9 total. That would bring Derp down to 8 HP, so he's got to find a way to deal a little bit more damage on the board here. Not in too bad a shape to do so. Can play Squire, Hero Power, Elven Archer on the face. Maybe swing with the weapon. I'd be inclined to swing with the weapon. We still have a 1 in 14 chance to draw our second True Silver next turn. And now that we have Consecration as the aggro paladin, we're happy to throw that archer out onto the board. And okay, gonna opt to wait. Gonna opt to wait with the weapon too, gonna get punished for that. I think it was, even though our chances are low of drawing the second True Silver, that's the first reason we'd want to attack there with it. Second reason, of course, is if we know that they're playing Harrison, we don't want to give them a card and lose 4 damage on the board. The proof is in the pudding. And now, kind of a tough situation here for Arcues. We'd like to play Equality here, but Equality doesn't fully deal with this Karen. And it is most certainly time to go face with all of these minions. We've seen 2 swipes out already. We'd love to flood the board with as much stuff as possible. We know that the Druid's AoE removal is more or less gone. And Ancient Allure. It's going to be a card that's tough to see here. Ancient Allure able to heal up 5 HP, bringing Derp back to 14. Plus an extra 1 from the Hero Power is 15. Probably going to use that to ping off one of these 1/1s. So Leroy would be lethal here. Knife Juggler will not be, unfortunately. facing down 9 damage on the board. We know there's an extra 6 plus 2 in hand. So well over lethal damage here for Derp represented. I don't think that there's a way to deal with this. Juggler, a little bit useless, because if we play Juggler and the Juggle goes into the 1 health minion, we're just summoning a 4/5. Doesn't really help us. And if the Juggle goes into the Ancient of Lore here, I suppose we can clear it with our face if we're worried about Savage Roar, but even so, we're taking 3 damage to the face with our 2 HP heal from True Silver, so tough position. Opts to toss out the Consecration here. Gonna attack with everything first, then play that hero power. Alright, Force of Nature, Derp says I'm not out yet. Takes game 3 off of Arcues, so put himself on the board with 1. Derp is still dead. Arcues will be bringing this, I guess you could call it aggro paladin. It doesn't have as many arcane golems as maybe I'd prefer for an aggro deck, but it is an aggressive paladin or a weenie deck. Alright. So both players, it looks like, banned Miracle Rogue from each other's pool. That means that Arcues will be playing the Paladin next round. Derp here, he's got Mage and Warlock left. Mage and Zulok. Now, in my experience, Zulok has a pretty favorable matchup into Aggro Paladin. Yes, Aggro Paladin can control the board early. They can win it back with things like Juggler, Elven Archer, Argent Protector, but just as far as consistency goes, the Paladin can draw a lot more bad cards in the matchup than good. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Derp send Zulok first. That's the deck that's most likely to beat this, and then maybe this Tempo Mage after. And as expected, here it is. We've got Zulok into Aggro Paladin. Again, just a little bit favored. Those 1-drops are kind of annoying from the Zulok. In particular, the Voidwalker really gets in the way of this Aggro Paladin strategy. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Derp mulliganing, trying to find one of those Voidwalkers. Alright, starting it off with a Leper Gnome here. Now the use of the coin with this deck, with this Paladin deck, is pretty important. Some players might be tempted to coin out the Abusive Sergeant here, just try and put as much power on board as possible. That's usually a mistake, especially when we have Knife Juggler in hand, Consecration in hand for coin Consecration. And we also have the possibility of just coining out Harvest Golem next turn, which is a great board control card. Tough for Zoo to deal with. It's got 3 HP. A lot of these minions have 2 attack. So potential to get 2-for-1, 3-for-1 kind of value out of Harvest Golem. And we're going to see Arcues fire it off here. Direwolf, a pretty decent answer to it. Does buff the minions up to 3 attack. I don't think Derp really wants to trade both of these minions into the Harvest Golem, so might just see a Soulfire on the Golem here. And that's what we're going to see. Yeah. Card that doesn't... Soulfire, very strong in the beginning of the game, because it gives us the ability to clear off that one minion that our opponent needs to snowball. A little bit of an awkward position here for Arcues. He was hoping that Golem would be able to stick on the board, give him a target for Argent Protector. Knife Juggler, Abusive Sergeant isn't our happiest outcome, but do have 5 cards in hand to 0, so we have a couple of turns before the Warlock Hero Power kicks in and we get way behind. Could possibly also just see a Hero Power here. It's not the absolute worst. It preps for Consecration. If Derp ignores a single 1/1 recruit, then it taps once into the Dire Wolf, Consecration will be able to clear. Could also just see Hero Power Abusive as well. Going for the Argent Protector. It's a committal move. Once again, we'll kind of force Derp to either deal with the board or ignore it. It's always a little scary ignoring the Paladin's board because Consecration is much better if we already have a board. Alright, Derp pushing some face damage there. Knows that Consecration's not the worst thing that could come down here. Blessing of Kings, looking pretty good. Able to bless up this 2-1, have it trade into the Dark Iron Dwarf. Trade a couple of those things off the board. Very good use of the Divine Shield there.
Do you need a blessing?
Right, now this is going to be one of those moments where we're going to have, first of all, we'll have a race between these two players. Second of all, it's always scary to see this double Young Priestess buffing the board. We need to get rid of those as soon as possible. And we see Arcues with just a very natural Consecration there, able to clear the board, take out this 2-2 Wolf. And not great options here. Derp's hand might see him tap, look for that second Soulfire, but playing Voidwalker, Defender of Argus, it does get cards out of our hand, but the buff from the Defender of Argus doesn't particularly help us. Alright, and plays Voidwalker here. I might have preferred the Defender of Argus, just because we can play Voidwalker next turn and avoid discarding it with Doomguard. I figure better to get a 2-3 on the board there. And this is a scary, scary board here with the double juggler, big creature here. Doesn't want to trade into that with the Doomguard because it's just going to get pinged off by one of these jugglers. And a lot of burn damage coming in. Oh boy. So Derp now going to be faced with a decision. I think tapping first is the correct choice. Then, going to go for the Soulfire to the face and 30% chance to discard the Doomguard. That's a really tough thing to see there. Has another shot at it though. Unfortunately, we've got 12 on the board, plus 6 in hand, 7, 8 in hand, plus the juggles. Arcues able to finish it off there. Alright, good games well played from both players. Arcues able to take it. Final score 3-1, Arcues' favor. He'll be advancing on to the next round. Derp may be advancing on to a career as a caster here as well. We'll see. So, let's see what else we got going on here. Looks like we've got Soba. We haven't seen Soba playing yet. Let's take a look at his games. Make sure we got the right results here. Okay, so we got Soba against Pandamonium. Looks like this series is tied 1-1 right now. Let's get those scores right. I'll get those decks pulled up here. Okay, so Soba, this is what he calls a mid-range warrior. It's got Frothing, it's got a Wrathy Weaponsmith, and hell, it's also got a Deathwing, because why not, right? Pandamonium, on the other hand, let's take a look at his deck. A little bit more classic list, more anti-aggro. It's got one copy of this A-Bomb in here. Got the high end there, 6, 7, 8, 9, all lined up. So, probably won't be our traditional armor-up warrior matchup, just because Soba here has a little bit faster of a deck, so probably going to be trying to increase the pressure against his opponent. Beautiful, fully golden warrior deck. You don't see that too often. Ragnaros coming down the next turn is going to be a problem. Let's see if we can get Pandemoniums in here. I thought I had him on the list. Fortunately, doesn't look like I do. So it'll be a mystery what these 8 cards are in his hand. Moving into turn 8, if he's got Ragnaros, very clearly don't want to play Ragnaros with a Sylvanas on the board. Answering Sylvanas with our own Sylvanas can be good if he's got it in hand. Even a card like A-Bomb, just try and clear this Sylvanas. Not too bad either. Let's play Shield Block. Now note, there are no... oh, there are 2 Shield Slams. I can't read. That gets a Shield Slam off, kills Sylvanas. Able to play that Axe, armor up. Get some board control for next turn. Doesn't look like that was the hardest decision of Soba's life. Playing the Ragnaros out there on an empty board on turn 8. We'll see how Pandamonium decides to respond. And Pandamonium taking his time here. Not a bad choice. We do notice some players that move very quickly in their turns. In a tournament situation, I know you've probably heard me say it before, and you'll hear me say it again. There's no reason not to take our time. If you're planning on trying to win this tournament, if you've got that competitive mindset, don't really need to play hastily. The last thing you want to do is play in a tournament and after you make your move say, oh shit, I wish I had done X or Y instead. So I like that Pandamonium's taking his time. And Soba here might opt to just go face. If he does, I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Taskmaster. I think that, yeah, the sensible choice is to take out the Armor Smith here. Always running the risk of crazy stuff with Whirlwind and Brawl and stuff like that if we leave it up. And 2 straight shots to the face there, leaving Pandamonium at 11. We've already seen 1 copy of Shield Block come out. We've already seen 1 Armor Smith come out. So not too much life gain left in the deck, just that hero power for the most part. Now these situations can be a little tricky as well. With the Sylvanas on the board, we're always a little bit afraid of what warriors can do with this. Now, given that we've seen 1 Shield Slam already, it might be kind of difficult for Pandamonium to kill his own Sylvanas. One thing that we could see if he's got Whirlwind in hand is swing the War Axe into the Armor Smith and play Whirlwind. Gets the Korkron. So the Korkron does retain that charge keyword, meaning that it can walk in and trade into Ragnaros here if he wants. I don't foresee him wanting to do that 3 damage with the Fiery War Axe. Oh wow, there we go. Some balls of big steel. Pandamonium opting not to use Alex on his own face even when he's being aggressed upon. Instead going to use it on Soba's face. That would indicate to me sometimes that Grom plus Taskmaster is in hand, maybe another Fiery War Axe. But a very strong response here from Soba, able to not only clone that Alex, give himself an 8/8, but also play BGH, kill his opponents. And now this is a tough board to deal with. Brawl, if it's in hand, is one way that we could possibly clear this board off. As we all know, Armor Smith, this is the one that wins Brawl every time. Cleave does kill off that Alexstrasza, but it doesn't hit, or does clear off the BGH, but it doesn't hit the Alexstrasza. Without hitting Alex, if we've got Execute in hand, of which there are 2 copies, 10 cards left in the deck, I'm guessing that one of these is Execute. If there's no activator to execute Alexstrasza, that's going to be pretty tough. And we see if this Alex does survive, Taskmaster will deal lethal damage even through the hero power. And Pandamonium coming right back with it. Able to hit, keep that tournament hope alive, clearing the 8/8 Alexstrasza with a rag shot. And also gets an execute here back, so Soba not in too bad a shape. Got a board still. Not sure I've ever seen Golden Deathwing. This guy is one bad motherfucker. Look at that. Might not see an opportunity to play that too soon, but I kind of like the inclusion of Deathwing in here. Maybe we'd normally think of that as like a control warrior kind of card that you would play because it destroys all the stuff. But given that Soba's playing a faster list here, more tempo-y list, it's likely he'll run out of cards more soon, or more quickly than average, so. And we see that consistency here. At 26 HP, Soba doesn't need to be worried about armoring up every turn. He's really just trying to aggress here and finish Pandamonium off, do those last 9 points of damage. If he's able to soak another execute or something here, that would be a big plus for him. Leaving that Deathwing is something that pretty much is impossible to deal with. This Pandamonium here, I might be a little concerned about my health total. Grom coming down is a little scary. We know that there's an Inner Rage. In Soba's deck, there is no Whirlwind and no Taskmaster left, so no activators for Grom except for this one Inner Rage. Soba's going to have to draw both of those cards if he wants to make this work. And hey, speaking of Inner Rage... Okay, and he's going to choose actually to clear the board here with Inner Rage. Doesn't care about the charge on Grom, even though that gives him a 12 attack minion, which would be enough to finish off the game. More concerned with clearing the board, getting that card out of hand so that he can follow up with Deathwing on the next turn. Oh, interesting. Gonna buff up that A-bomb. It does create a pretty easy target here for Soba. I might have played the Taskmaster first since face damage isn't quite so relevant. Karen coming out. Karen a real key matchup, or key card in the matchup for any warrior against warrior. Maybe with the exception of like those really aggressive warriors. But Karen just so hard to remove. There's not really typically any silence in warriors, so they're going to have to deal with both 4 or 5 bodies. That's 10 HP for 6 mana. That's a lot. And Pandamonium likewise going to go aggressive here. And Soba happy to drop Deathwing. This might be a first. I'm not sure we've seen Deathwing yet hitting the board in any of these games. Cool little synergy there with Karen. So able to pop out another 4/5. And he's looking in pretty good shape. Well, we knew we were going to see some funny brawls this tournament. And Deathwing wins. The ultimate Warcraft hero right here. Okay, that was a hell of a match. That was really enjoyable. Normally warrior against warrior, when we see it with the control variants, we just see them armor up, armor up, armor up, and they got more removal than they have minions. But here we got to see a little bit more interesting matchup, some different tempo and stuff. Right. So that'll bring the series to 2-1 in Soba's favor. This series might have been a little bit slow to start, or might just be that the players are taking their time. Either way, it's really great to see. So, this one of our early round matchups here. Oh, and it looks like that was game 3. My apologies. So, Soba finishing up there, 3-1 with that Temple Warrior. That was a really cool deck. I always like Frothing Berserker. Maybe I'd like to see that deck a little bit more. As always, we'll hop right in, see if we can find another one of our competitors that's doing some battle here. See if we can find somebody that we haven't watched yet. So, Amber's still not able to observe her. How about Argontitan? To watch this. So right now we've got Argontitan against Amber. This is our round 3 game already. Both players have advanced. Argontitan beating Cabello 3-0 and Dolan 3-1. And don't believe, yeah, I'm not able to spectate Amber's hand here. Not that there's a hand to spectate. Good. Amber's Face Hunter deck here. Okay, so Argontitan just one damage away from being able to attack here with Heroic Strike. Amber unfortunately drawing a blank there. Alrighty, so far the series 1-0 in Amber's favor. It looks like Argontitan with that one extra damage there from the upgrade. Nice top deck, able to do 5 damage. Alright, so looks like we've seen this aggressive warrior that's playing 2 copies of Fairy Dragon triumph in the first match, or in the second match. That brings the score 1-1 between these players. And let me take a quick look here. What we got. So, Amber banned out Argontitan's Rogue. Argontitan banning out Amber's Paladin deck. I believe that was a Control Paladin. So we've got Amber taking match number 1 with Shaman. Argontitan taking match number 2 with Warrior. We'll see what they choose to bring on this next game. Alrighty, and we'll get the decks up here. We've got our friend Derp joining us in just a moment here as well. Okay, Hunter against Hunter. This will make my day. So Amber playing a traditional list here of Face Hunter with the 1 copy of Wolf Rider, 2 copies of Arcane. Most of the cards in the deck do direct damage. And similarly here, Argontitan bringing a generally face-oriented list with a couple of substitutions. Got Snake Trap in there, got Swamp Ooze in there as well. It's going to be a strong card in the mirror. And looks like he's not playing with any misdirections in the deck. Now that misdirection, a card that, forgive the pun, can really hit or miss depending on the circumstances. Very strong against Rogue, tends to be a little weaker against like aggressive decks, so might be a little bit favored here. Snake Trap, on the other hand, can really backfire against Unleash the Hounds. We'll see how it goes. Unleash is going to be a key card. Eaglehorn Bow is by far the most important card in any Hunter against Hunter matchup. Both sides will almost always be playing secrets, even if they're not. Eaglehorn Bow just going to do face damage, clear the board damage, get lots of charges, whatever it is. It's going to be a good card. Alright. We got Derp on the line here. Get a little help commentating. Hey buddy, how you doing?
You know.
Sorry about your match there. I know it was a tough loss to Arcues with the 33% chance to lose, and a very unfortunate Doomguard discard there. So, RN Jesus was not with you today, but hey, I'm happy to have you on the cast, Derp.
Yeah, I'm not too... I mean, I was a little bit tilted on that when it happened. I'm not super worried about it. I'm actually more annoyed in the first game, which I don't think got spectated, where it was Zoo into Druid. I was playing Zoo, and I got hit with the turn 1 Keeper.
Oh, jeez.
Which turns out you don't usually win as the Zoo when that happens very often.
No. I've complained directly to Blizzard about the strength of Keeper of the Grove in Classic. I also like to shout into the abyss in the Discord as well to bitch a little bit about how much I hate Innervated Keeper of the Grove. But yeah, if there's one way you lose, it's pretty much it.
It's rough because one of the decks I had was Tempo Mage, which with Arceus' lineup, I really wanted Tempo Mage into Druid.
Yeah.
And so him getting the druid out of the way early meant that I was already in a bad position,
Yeah.
and unfortunately that last game went poorly.
Yeah.
But it's all right. Arcues is a really good player. I'm not sad to lose to him.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, the absolute monster. You know, for what it's worth, he's got a landslide win rate against me, and you know, one of those players that I don't know. I sometimes look at a player and just say that's a superior player. That person's just better than I am at Hearthstone. So yeah, no shame in losing to him. Got a fun Hunter versus Hunter game lined up for you, all waiting and ready to go. Two people with 2 copies of Arcane Golem in their deck. This is, I think we call this one the NA Special.
I'm a big fan personally.
Yeah.
Basically the same lineups too. It's Face Hunter v Face Hunter. It's just that
Yeah.
Argontitan has the Swamp Ooze tech done.
That's right. That's right. And a snake trap here. No misdirection, but got a snake trap. Looks like he's replaced two misdirect with snake trap ooze. Which is pretty strong. Probably good in the mirror here. For those at home who are curious, this up here, right here, this one's the target. And right down here, this is the other target that we're going to see in this game.
Yeah. So Ambi hovered the attack on the Worgen. I think the secret might be a misdirect, and I think if it is, oh, never mind. It doesn't matter because Unleash double Arcane Chop.
Yep. Yep.
But if it was misdirect, then it was definitely a bit of a tragedy
Yeah.
for Ambi.
Yeah.
Technically a misplay by Argon by attacking with the Arcane Golem first for misdirect purposes. But
Yeah, I was going to say, almost always want to attack with these tiny minions as well. But he's not playing he's got a snake trap in there. He doesn't have misdirect. It's Amber that's got misdirect.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, on this
if you're
last turn.
attacking in a misdirect, you want to attack with your
Right.
small minions first.
Right.
It didn't matter. Like there was no way that Argon was losing that in that situation. But if you want to criticize how you're supposed to play, you should have attacked with the 1/1 first into the secret.
All of these little things about playing against Hunter are pretty important, playing around secrets. I think for anybody that played maybe in the Mysterious Challenger era, knows all about how secrets might be sequenced and what order in which to trigger them. Alright, Amber's going to bring Face Hunter again. Go and fire another round here, and Argontitan bringing Zoo. Now this matchup, I don't think, I would, having played a lot of Face Hunter into this, if you draw the right cards, if you get Explosive, you get Unleash, you get a Juggler in the bow, then you're pretty much good to go. But anything but those cards, and Zoo's just going to roll all over you. Zoo being such a consistent deck can be tricky as the Hunter player.
Yeah, it is it's very dictated by what the Hunter draws. If they draw the Zoo answers, then they're in a good spot. If not, then not super good. I like keeping Soulfire as Zoo into other aggressive matchups. It's almost always correct, I feel.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you there.
Well,
gonna ditch it here. But yeah, Animal Companion is one of those cards that, it will absolutely dominate the board. As Misha, it'll get at least a 2-for-1 in some cases if there's no Abusive Sergeant. So I might have kept Soulfire there as well, but we'll see. Got a lot of 1-drops here. Got a lot of things that are really vulnerable to Explosive Trap. We see Amber has picked up Explosive Trap and Bow in her starting hand, so wouldn't be surprised to see Hero Power on 2, Bow on 3, and Explosive Trap on 4.
yeah, there's only one Sun Cleric in Argontitan's Zoo deck, so it's going to be harder to buff these minions out of Explosive Trap range. So Ambi does have a really nice turn 3 Bow, turn 4 Explosive.
Yeah.
Because you have to assume this Knife Juggler is going to be followed up with more than a few of these minions.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, the incentive to play more minions is just so great once that Juggler is already on the board. And even holding on, Argontitan even holding on to the coin there, looking for an extra juggle from that Argent Squire. Doesn't really matter, it's going to do 1 damage whether it swung face last turn or not. Yeah. Now this is a pretty clear telegraph in a lot of cases that the Hunter is holding Explosive Trap and is going to play it the next turn. So we'll see if Argontitan chooses to commit to the board. He is going to.
Yeah, I think it's actually correct not to swing there. In this case, it doesn't really matter for Ambi, but I think you want to be holding on to that weapon charge in case you need to swing into something this turn. In this case, you're just going to leave a couple 1/1s, which you're not too concerned about. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, we're actually happy, I think, in a lot of cases to keep those just because she's got Unleash in her hand. So leaving 2 1/1s on the board can help us, you know, and paradoxically help us win the race with Unleash sometimes. If we had Juggler, that would be pretty big, because the Explosive Trap triggers this turn, gets reloaded with a couple of these 1/1s, and then Juggler Unleash is just good game. She doesn't hold the Juggler right now, though, so might be seeing a little bit different use of Unleash. Might see the Arcane Golem even come out next turn. Hoping for Unleash Kill Command as the finisher on turn 6.
I don't know if I like the tap from Argon. I think like holding on to a board when you see an Explosive Trap on the other side, you kind of just have to get rid of it, because the longer you hold, the less damage you're doing. I would have liked him to just trigger the trap right away and then play all 3 1-drops from his hand.
Yeah.
Obviously, it would have gotten a little bit punished by this Unleash that we see, but that is the play I would have preferred, I think.
Yeah, I think I would have maybe liked to have seen at least the tap after triggering the secret, because if it's misdirection, then we don't actually have to, tap first. We can just load the board up afterward. But Amber here with pretty strong comeback. She's got, she's facing down a Warlock that's going to have 9 HP here once this last little dude swings. Oh, I guess he swung already. So yeah, really tough to come back from. Got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage represented on board. No way to clear this stuff off. Zoo, not a deck that really comes from behind on the board too well, unless it's, you know, the opponent has no cards in hand. But yeah, we'll see a big finishing combo here from Amber.
You kill command yourself here.
Well, knowing Amber, I wouldn't be surprised. She does like to finish the game with a flourish. Alright, so the series tied up at 2-2 now. It looks like we're checking out the bracket here. So Amber has her Warlock deck. Yeah, it looks like she needs to win with Zoo. Here, she's anchored her lineup with Zoo. And Argontitan's still going to be looking for a win with his own Zoo deck. So, Soft Face Hunter Mirror. Going to see a Zoo Mirror.
Talking about Soulfire in that last matchup, in the Zoo Mirror, you really want Soulfire. That is a game-winning card if you can get it in your opening hand.
Absolutely, yeah. This matchup is nothing but board control. Whoever manages to come out ahead on the board will consistently be able to value trade, buff their minions in the right ways, keep everything alive at 1 HP, swinging into things and making the best use of the HP on the cards. So yeah, Soulfire just allows us to do so much more value trading in the future. Not a perfect hand from Argontitan aside from that. The Young Priestess is strong, but not necessarily our turn 1 play. I'd rather play something a little more expendable like Argent Squire.
Ambi doesn't have any way. She doesn't have a ping effect in her Zoo deck. No Elven Archer, no Mortal Coil, so you're a little bit more incentivized to keep Priestess. I really don't like that he's tossing Soulfires here, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, when you think about some of the cards that it deals with, for example, this Knife Juggler we're seeing in Amber's hand, that's the kind of thing that we'd love to have Soulfire for just a tempo play. Don't care about how many cards we have in hand, really. Amber grabbing her Soulfire of her own, and like clockwork, going to drop it here on turn 1, get rid of that 3 HP minion. Pretty good trade.
Yeah, I mean, soulfiring the turn 1 minion. This situation where you can play 2/1 drops, soulfire your opponent's 1-drop.
Right,
It's
especially
so
such a
good.
strong one. Yeah, like that 1/3, which is tough to deal with.
Yeah, it's like even if you're soulfiring like a 1 health minion, it's just so there's nothing you can do as the person getting soulfired. It feels
Right.
like Argon has to get some pretty good knife juggles for this to turn around in his favor.
Yeah, this priestess is gonna. Oh, the juggle does not hit the leper gnome. And Amber with one chance at a good juggle here. Neither juggle actually is going to be perfect.
I would have probably tapped first. I think that's okay though.
Yeah. And we'll see. The juggler has to die, right? You got to trade the 2-1 in there. I think maybe the question here is like, do you actually ever want to trade your juggler into the priestess?
I like the going face with the juggler play. You know, he didn't have a soulfire earlier. Obviously, top decks it here. Like he has to kill this knife juggler. There's nothing he can do to give this priestess enough health to survive the knife juggler attack.
Right.
Obviously, it's a bit of a punish, but you do have the Dark Iron Dwarf to kill this priestess off and create a pretty menacing board.
Absolutely. And I think this is the correct choice, too, to bump into the Argent Squire. Even though it's tempting to want to hit a Warlock's face and, reduce some of their like drawing potential as the game goes on, still generally want to control the board first and only then start doing face damage. And Dark Iron Dwarf is a tough card to deal with on the board here. Even with this Abusive coming down and trading it off, losing a 4-health minion here that could have been used to value trade a lot on the board. But seeing both players go back and forth here, and Amber, those are good draws. Harvest Golem is good. Samani Berserker also with 3 HP, just going to be kind of tough to deal with.
I'm kind of just waiting to see who gets the Doomguard first,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah, Doomguard really does define this matchup as well. There's just nothing, no clean removal for it. A card like Execute or Shield Slam that you can just, spend a little bit of mana on. I got to do the full 7 damage to a Doomguard in order to kill it. And if you're behind on the board, there's pretty much no way to do that.
Yeah, I mean, best answer you have to a Doomguard is just another Doomguard, really.
Yeah.
That's a good draw.
Yeah, Knife Juggler definitely going to help out quite a bit here. I might be tempted to play the Squire here.
I was just thinking that. I think the Squire might be a better play.
Yeah.
But
either way, the Wolf does represent more damage on the board. The Squire, though, once we have it down and we get to play the Wolf afterward, it's going to have 2 attack, and, we'll also have the possibility of juggling into something with it.
still not perfect draws. Still, we have not seen a Doomguard yet.
Yeah, let's tap first. We know we're going to tap anyway, right?
The light protects me.
I agree. I don't hate playing the minions first.
Oh no. Attack with the...
I guess Ambi is just planning on full trading, so it's actually not that bad.
Okay, sure.
I would have still played the Voidwalker first, just to see if you get the knife face, but
Right.
I don't hate the full clear the board play.
No, me neither.
You aren't gonna lose to a zoo with no minions on board.
Exactly. And, as nice as the juggler is, it's like, at this point, are we trying to win or are we trying to win more? And Amber looks like she's in clear commanding control of the board at this point. Just really difficult to deal with this Voidwalker taunt as well. And now is a good time to send it face. Just 5 HP left. The first Doomguard mirror in history, or first Zoo mirror in history where nobody draws a Doomguard.
Well, that's
Yeah.
maybe the best card you could have drawn in this situation. I don't think it's enough.
Yeah.
If Knife Juggler hits the young priestess, then technically he lives.
Yep. Got a 1 in 6 chance here. Throw that tournament life on the line. Does not hit. So yeah, that'll be just enough damage. Can trade off these 2/2s and swing with the last 3 damage left on the board. Close match. Close match, and like you said, Soulfire, very powerful card, able to gain that advantage early, and even though you lose a card out of hand, it doesn't really matter. Okay.
Yeah, just more comfort with the deck, I feel, for maybe knowing. I guess she didn't keep Soulfire because she didn't have the opportunity to, but
Right.
you know, you did see how much it helped her and how much it really would have helped Argon.
Right.
You know, that's a lesson you learn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Apply that knowledge and come back in the next tournament.
Yeah. I don't think there's a 0-mana card in Classic other than maybe Wisp that we don't want to play on turn. Well, you know, Wisp you still want to keep in your opening hand too. Every 0-mana card that you ever get in Hearthstone you want to keep.
Yeah, I assume if you're running Wisp, you want it in your opening hand. But as a Wisp hater, I do not have it in any of my decks personally.
Let's check in on a couple of more matches here. We've got our ManThighs playing against Arcues here. ManThighs might have known him as Dom, I think, in the Discord server. Get a peek at both players' hands here. Okay, well, what do you think, Derp? Is Wild Growth and Innervate a start to a good Druid hand, or is that just me?
I've heard rumors.
Okay. Just wanted to like double check and make sure.
Yeah, if you can get a Power of the Wild on top of this, going turn 2 Wild Growth, turn 3 Teacher, Innervate, Power of the Wild.
Yeah.
With no equality in Arceus' hand, that's rough.
Yeah.
And even if there's no Power of the Wild, just like Violet Teacher, Innervate, Hero Power to get something off and get a 1/1 on the board.
Absolutely, yeah. This card can really run away with the board. Now we'll see. Are we? I like playing the Wild Growth this turn and following it up with the Teacher.
Yeah, I think I would absolutely play Wild Growth this turn.
Yeah, it's a little awkward to play here on the next turn. I think we'd rather use our hero power next turn if we could.
Arceus has the biggest punish.
Yeah, holy hell. So,
Holy hell.
5 attack Worgen with a Divine Shield swinging into this Teacher. Not maybe the punish that we were thinking would happen, but now clearing with Wrath here actually is a little bit tricky. Because next turn we'd like to kind of clear off this 2/2 with Wrath and play Wild Growth. We'll have opportunities to use hero power here as the Druid anyway, but yeah, might not even see Wild Growth. Might even see a Harvest Column coming down next turn just because it's going to contest the board well. As much as we'd love to use our hero power, yeah, this column may be necessary. Stop a little bit of that bleeding.
Yeah, that's the other thing about not playing Wild Growth on 2 is once you skip Wild Growth on 2, every turn it just becomes harder and harder to play.
Yeah.
Like maybe you get it down on like turn 6 when Paladin has no cards in hand, but
yeah,
like at that point it doesn't even really do that much.
Yeah, exactly. Like the ratio of mana that we gain every turn from playing Wild Growth early is so much greater going from 2 to 4 rather than going from 4 to 6, for example. And also, like you say, the opponent's going to have a lot more power on the board the later we play this Wild Growth, so it becomes riskier to play. We'd rather get that out of the way early on so that we can focus on whatever we need to do to deal with the board on the next few turns. And yeah, it's one of those situations, the trade would have come down anyway. The Divine Shield and the Blessing of Might, that would have come down anyway, but at least wouldn't have had the Teacher on the board to soak that up right away. A little hesitant here to ping off the Leper Gnome. Anytime opponent has Leper Gnome on the board and we're playing Druid or any other class with Silence, we could silence the Leper Gnome at some point and remove that Death Rattle, so I would rather have pinged off the Abusive Sergeant there. Clutch card off the top here with Keeper of the Grove. Don't have to play it this turn, can play Force of Nature to try and clear
I'd rather
as well.
see the Keeper, get a minion on the board.
Yeah, I like the Keeper, lines up nicely after we clear the Argent Protector and the Abusive Sergeant off the board, then with our hero power, then You know, this 4-attack minion is tough to deal with.
Tree time.
I guess he's thinking about going Harvest Keeper next turn,
Yeah.
which is still reasonable. But I think I would have liked just getting the Keeper of Grove on the board. It's going to get a nice silence on this scary minion here.
Absolutely.
But there's a Leroy on the other side.
There very much is. There very much is. And a Moonfire actually is not a bad draw here as well. We're seeing Malagos Druid, by the way, here out of ManThighs. Kind of a cool deck. Did a little different list than we've seen
Alex
previously.
in this deck as well, huh?
Yeah, got Alex. Got Druid of the Claw,
Interesting.
actually, as well. Normally we see Druid of the Claw replaced by Nourish in this deck. So yeah, a couple interesting choices. No Ancient of War, no, not really much in the way of big taunts.
I probably would have played the Moonfire there just to play around Divine Favor.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah.
And there's only going to be 2 cards off of Divine Favor at most here for Arcues, and it comes at the cost of his equality.
Right.
But I still think it's something worth playing around. You know, you're removing 1 damage off the board, which might not sound like much, but when you're this low, you want to be taking as little damage as possible.
Oh yeah.
Defending a card from Divine Favor, I think you just use the Moonfire here, and you've got the Azure Drake to draw as well. You can start drawing into your defensive tools.
Yeah, I think also when you're playing against a deck that plays a lot of buffs on their small minions, just clear everything, right? 1 minion's all they need to put a Blessing of Kings on and get a free 4 damage in. Arcues gonna opt to draw 2 here, and those are 2 pretty darn good cards. I think we'll see the Archer. Oh, let's see the
I think he
Divine.
wants to use the Archer as face damage.
Yeah, I can use it for face, can use it also to ping off the one of the whelps from Leroy, if he so chooses. In which case, you know, Leroy can be its own problem to deal with. You know, Keeper of the Grove is already gone and Wrath is already gone. May not have the removal left to deal with a 6/2 Leroy.
Curious.
And ManThighs got some choices to make here.
Well, this Ancient of Lore is pretty good.
It makes a lot of sense to play the Ancient, heal up. I do lose out on a hero power if we do that, and a board full of 1/1s, we kind of do want to use the hero power. And a second Moonfire. It's got to feel pretty good.
It gives you a nice clear, and you can keep your Ancient of Lore alive.
Yep. Yep, just removing anything that could possibly be buffed by the Paladin here is good. Both Blessing of Mights we have already seen. We still have a Blessing of Kings in Arcues' deck. So possibility that comes down. Definitely want to just remove this stuff if we can. Pretty sure we attack with the Harvest Golem here to
I think
trade.
it's better. You're not too worried about like a Consecrate or
No.
something.
No, the rest of our cards won't be hit by Consecration. So Arcues is sitting pretty happy here at 30 or 28 HP, not in any real danger of being comboed down. And deploys the Archer to ping off that little 2/1 Keeper of the Grove.
You're really tempted to just Alex face, but
Aren't you?
I think getting yourself healed up is a little bit too good to pass up.
Yeah,
Unless
I'm not a huge fan of the Alex play here. I feel like Hero Power is good. Hero Power helps us clear the board a little bit, secure a little bit of damage. If Burst is coming our way, and we know it probably is because this card of Arcues has been in here since turn 4, going into turn 8, has chosen not to play it. Could be Avenging Wrath, more likely is a Charger. So I feel like Ancient of Lore is the practical choice here. Hero Power down one of these little guys, trade off with the 2/1, and start getting a little face damage ourselves. We can use Alex to heal ourselves if we need to.
it's really looking at that, Alex. It's so tempting. You
It's
feel
an-
so bad not using it now, but you got to keep yourself healthy.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, good job.
Makes the pragmatic choice here. I think that's smart. You know, calculate your outs. Like, how many ways can you lose? If you play Alex on their face, you can definitely lose to Leroy Blessing of Kings, Leroy Abusive, Leroy anything. And Avenging Wrath is not the perfect draw in this situation.
Could see the board cleared if Avenging Wrath hits all the minions perfectly, which may not be what Arcues is looking for, but it is possible.
It is, it is. You know, the possibility of bumping this Worgen into the Azure Drake to at least just clear these 2 minions makes sense. It's kind of hard to figure out exactly how we're going to win the game as the Paladin here. With only 2 cards in hand for ManThighs, it's not like Divine Favor is going to draw Arcues back into the game.
I mean, I think it's just drawing Blessing of Kings and doing 10 damage to the face and hoping that's enough.
Yeah.
But it's not looking likely that that opportunity is going to present itself. He's actually going for the full clear.
Oh my god.
Does it work?
Oh my god. I'm going to contact Blizzard about that one.
I'd like to report a bug.
Made me rage quit my game immediately. Yeah, so I think from this position, ManThighs probably has the right idea here of, well, I might just play Alex and, you know,
I like the Alex play now.
Yeah.
You know, you might take 12 damage from 2 cards with the Worgen on the board, but now on a clean board with 2 cards and 14 health, I think you're a lot more comfortable. And
absolutely.
I might have just played the Alex.
Yep. And I don't think there's a reason to play Savage Roar here. You don't need it. You got Alex in hand anyway. Well, there's the 10 damage. Unfortunately, there's just enough power on the board here for ManThighs to be able to do lethal at 3 over.
Yeah, 20 damage. 21, actually, because of the hero power.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
So 2 over.
Yep. And...
well, now it's a lot more than 2
now
over.
8 over. We can count over lethal. Alright, so ManThighs able to take it down with the Druid here. Even after a little bit of a rough start with that Violet Teacher getting killed by the 5/1 Worgen. But yeah, having that copy of Wrath and those 2 Moonfires really helped out as well. So that brings the series up 2-1 in favor of ManThighs. Arcues hoping to cling to his tournament career here in the next game. And taking a look.
You'll have to tell me what decks are left, because I can't actually see, because I'm not...
that's right. I'm looking right now.
I got removed as an admin to the tournament.
That's
so
right.
Play.
For those of you watching, whenever one of us moderators of the Discord wants to participate in a tournament, we have to be removed as an admin in Battlefy and then re-added as well. So, got a ban on ManThighs' Rogue, got a ban on Arcues' Druid. So far, we've seen Warrior and Druid win for ManThighs, meaning he's got Paladin left. Arcues opting for his Paladin deck as well. Oh. Hold on a minute.
ManThighs is currently queuing up as Rogue.
Yeah, this doesn't make sense. Rogue is definitely banned here. Take a moment.
May see a might see a restart. Just queued the wrong deck.
Yeah. If not, I can.
I assume that's why Arcues hasn't done his mulligan yet. He's DMing ManThighs like, bro, what are you doing?
Yeah, I haven't looked in the Discord to see if there's like somebody accidentally chose one thing or another. Let me just see here. I haven't been following the Okay, so let me message ManThighs real quick here.
Why, hello.
I hope I'm not wrong here. Send a message out and see.
That's all for now.
Okay, so we'll requeue that one. No problem, no problem. Honest mistakes. Yeah, yeah. We're all old people here. We forget from time to time what we're supposed to be doing. So, requeue with that Paladin deck. We'll see Paladin against Paladin. Potentially. Oh, Paladin against Red. Alright. Suranoyo.
Excuse me.
The greatest of all Paladin avatars. I tried playing with this Suranoyo Paladin for a little while, but found out there was no way to be good-mannered to your opponent. Everything just makes you sound like an asshole, so kind of a funny...
You weren't trying to sound like an asshole?
I sound like an asshole by default anyway, everybody knows that. I don't need my Hearthstone avatar to telegraph that to people any more than it already does. Well played is like, hello.
I mean, fair enough.
So, a very long list with a lot of one-ofs here. That's sort of how a lot of these control Paladin decks are.
Paladin special.
Yeah, exactly. The hell, why not just submit a Highlander deck kind of thing. Now, this matchup...
I mean, how many of these do you really need two of?
Yeah, exactly. Like, do you need 2 Acolytes, 2 Harvest Columns, 2 Kodos? Yeah, so we've got a lot of one-ofs in these lists. I would say, in the past I've thought Rogue really dumpsters this Paladin deck because they can kind of just draw all their stuff with Gadget Sand and go face. I think it's still a little bit Rogue favored, but at the same time, Paladin does have the proper tools to deal with Rogue if they get the right cards, meaning Pyro Equality to clear the Gadget Sand, Holy Light to heal their own face-up if they get bursted, and plenty of taunts to put down to exhaust the Rogue's use of sap, so that Paladin can have a couple things, like Tyrion Sunwalker Sen'jin sitting on the board to stop Leroy. So Paladin not completely unfavored in this matchup, but I would say it's a little bit, you're more likely to see the Rogue winning in these situations. They just have a clean, very obvious way to do things.
Yeah, one of the duplicates ManThighs does have in his deck, though, this double Avenging Wrath. One of another ways to clear the Gadgetan off.
It is.
It's around like a 60% chance to do so.
Yeah, it's a little riskier than, something like Pyro Equality, but at the same time, if you're playing a deck that doesn't draw a ton, which Aggro Paladin does not, then sometimes it can be nice to just have 4 copies, 6 copies of things that clear Gadget Sand.
I think I might have just taken the 4 damage and coined out to Sunwalker here.
Yeah, I would agree with that. A lot of times, when we're playing against rogues, we know that Sunwalker is a big sap target. The sooner we can get it down and force them to sap it where they don't gain great tempo out of it, the better. If we can just start piling on taunts on the board, they're going to have trouble dealing with those without, blowing all of their saps and all of the resources they need to kill these things and then end up with nothing for Gadget Sand.
I guess the other consideration is like, you only have 1 Sunwalker in this list. If it just dies, then you don't have that Sunwalker to play later on when the rogue has drawn 10 cards and he's about to bust out a combo.
Right.
I think the ooze is reasonable here.
I like the
better though.
I don't mind the ooze here. I like killing the dagger, just going into these Gadget Sand turns. If the rogue doesn't have a dagger up, that means that Deadly Poison can't be used to draw. That means like Poison Flurry can't be used to draw cards.
I got the best deals anywhere.
It's possible that this play from ManThighs with the Alder was to try and get more draw off this Acolyte, find one of those answers to Gadget Sand. And what do you think? We're going to see Avenging Wrath here?
I don't know why you would play anything else. Statistically speaking, you are favored to kill the Gadgetzan here.
It looks like the kind of thing that you would want to play. I don't really see any other lines that look like they'd be good. If you play Sunwalker, you run the risk of just having it be sap, cold blood, attack, conceal, and we're in the exact same spot except with 10 HP instead of 28. So here we go.
Uh-oh.
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 Uh-oh. Well, fun fact, Gadgetzan Auctioneer does as much damage to face and draws just as many cards with 1 HP as it does with 2, 3, or 4. And so what do you think? Is Arcues going to combo a bunch of these cards together and draw with cheap spells through the majority of his deck, or think he's got another plan?
I think that he is gonna do the thing that you said, the first one.
Yeah, okay. He's going to opt for a Shiv here instead of an Eviscerate. I think that's probably wise. The reason I say that is that the Paladin has a lot of heal, so blowing our Eviscerates early if the Paladin gets the board back and then heals up a little bit, might rather be able to burst them with Leroy, double Shadow Step, double Cold Blood, prep Eviscerate for a full 30 damage.
Is there merit in not using the conceal there, by the way? It's like, you probably have a pretty good idea that this 1 health Gadgetzan is not going to survive.
Yeah, I could see it. It does force the opponent's response in some way here. And it does draw a card, I guess. But yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable to say you didn't need to conceal the Gadgetzan there.
Still looking for Leroy.
Yeah, got a lot of burn, got a lot of cards that, got a lot of spells that would be great with the Gadgetzan Auctioneer. Now, Thalnos actually pretty decent with this hand.
I may have preferred like Blood Mage, Backstab, SI to kill that instead of using the Eviscerate.
Yeah, Blood Mage Eviscerate too would have been just fine, wouldn't it? Get 5 damage.
I guess you're making the read there's no equality, so there's no way to deal with the 8/8, but there is the Ironbeak Owl Tecton.
Right.
So it's these weird cards that's like, why did he do this? It's like, they get you the most, you know?
Well, I mean, you think about all of these one-ups, and you're like, well, that must make a terribly inconsistent deck if you're playing all these one-ups. But the flip side of that coin is that it's hard as hell for your opponent to figure out exactly what you have in your hand, because they're like, I don't know, you got so many cards in your deck, it's really impossible to play against every single one of these all at the same time.
Definitely tricky.
Yeah, so I think the Kodo play makes the most sense here. Usually you don't want to leave a rogue with anything on the board, but if we play Kodo, we don't have Holy Light to play, so we might see Consecration, Holy Light, just anticipating that Leroy could be in the hand. If Leroy's in the hand, we're dead.
I think I like Kodo better. Just hope there's no Leroy.
He's going to opt for the
You
Consecration.
have to win the game.
It's true.
And all that.
It's true. It's true.
Well, he survives.
Yeah. We got, let's see, we got 2 Shadow Steps in hand, so 18 damage from Leroy, plus the Eviscerate, but we don't have a prep. So we're 1 mana off.
I like the, I assume what he's going to do is just Blood Mage, send a bunch of spells to face.
Yep.
With the spell damage, and then, like, SI the Owl.
Yep, absolutely. Because on the next turn we already have a copy of Sap. So if Tyrion comes down, if, Sen'jin, or, I guess that's the last taunts in the deck. If either one of those comes down, just sap it. Would have to be double Sen'jin to really cause any problems here.
Yeah, I think I would have liked the Sap over the Hero Power and just SI the Owl, but it doesn't make too much of a difference.
Yeah, I definitely would have preferred the Shiv here. Well, we got the spell damage, may as well, right? Not exactly the draw we wanted.
And now here's where the other thing about Consecrate. It's really good at clearing these 3 attack or 3 health minions when you got spell damage in hand.
Yeah.
He had the Azure Drake.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't have a good way to clear the SI. It wouldn't have made a difference,
No.
obviously, but
We got a front row ticket to the Leroy show here. Arcues is going to demonstrate how he can cast all of the cards in his hand.
doesn't even need to play Leroy again.
Yeah, don't forget to draw with the Thalnos here too, right?
It's important. Did you use Blade Flurry already?
Yes. Did use Blade Flurry a little earlier. Okay. Well, if you didn't know already, Rogue can play quite a few cards in one turn. Some of those cards a little bit cheaper than your average cards. Arcues bringing it up, tying it at 2-2, and we'll go into our final match here in best of 5.
I say Paladin Mirror. It's 2 very different Paladin builds.
Yeah, got control against aggro. Now, I would typically favor the control paladin in this case, but Divine Favor is a hell of a card. Can really flip this matchup on its head. Control paladin, not a deck known for tossing out all of its cards right away. It usually wants to hero power, kind of win the long game, win the value game, secure the board with the recruits, and then play bigger minions on top of them. ManThighs opting to keep Consecration, very smart choice here. And Arcues similarly keeping Divine Favor. I think that's really going to be the pivotal card. If Arcues can fire off a good Divine Favor here, that means he's drawing into good face damage, means he's drawing into some of these sticky creatures.
ManThighs debating a coin hero power.
Yeah, it's possible. I think that those 3 drops are so much more powerful, probably wants to keep those.
Well, it's not unreasonable they end up like coin Consecrate or weapon.
Right.
In this case, saving that for Consecrate would be pretty tragic because the Argent Protector is in hand to protect this Knife Juggler.
Yeah. And we know Arcues is looking to dump his hand as soon as possible as well, so might be more prudent to play the Harvest Golem here. Although if we deploy the Harvest Golem on this turn, we are missing out on the coin Consecrate, which gives one more turn for Arcues to build a board a little bit. There's even, as crazy as it sounds, not getting the max value out of Divine Favor, but there's even the possibility of just playing Divine Favor next turn if the coin isn't played this turn. We got 7 in hand here for ManThighs. That would be 3 mana, draw 4 for Arcues. And gonna be a tricky choice here.
Yeah, I don't think you play the Divine Favor this turn. I think shielding up your Knife Juggler is a little too good.
I think so too. Definitely is one of the things about this deck that makes it so strong, in my opinion. It's just being able to shield a Knife Juggler. This is a monster card. It has 3 attack also, so regular little pings and stuff with Druid, hero power, things like that aren't going to help. Alright, so ManThighs down to 6 cards in hand. Arcues here with the possibility of playing Divine Favor first. Could also play Juggler hero power, anticipating that there's no second Consecration, which is reasonable.
I think I like the second Divine Favor. It is a bit slow though, so maybe you want to get some minions out. Seems like that's the play.
Yeah, we're creating a lot of threats on the board here. This does lose pretty badly to a second Consecration, but as it is, this is a tricky board for ManThighs to deal with, having to weapon down these 3/2s. Still going to lose a little health to him. ManThighs still with 6 cards in hand. So we're going to see probably a 5 card Divine Favor here. I would be kind of surprised to see the Harvest Golem here at this point. I feel like, well, maybe, I don't know. I guess he's going to go for it. It does stick to the board. We do have a board advantage right now. Drawing cards isn't usually what you want to do if you have a board advantage.
Still, ManThighs doesn't really have any way to not die. Senjin helps a little bit. It does tank up all these minions.
Yep. And Abusive, a pretty good draw there. Able to play Abusive, Divine Favor, and then maybe look for either second Abusive or
I think
Blessing
it might
of
have
Night.
just lethal
Yeah,
if he draws into it. He's got 5 chances to draw 1 of 2.
yeah. Archer, also not a terrible card here, helps trade favorably with the board and extend the advantage.
Well, that's unfortunate if the Abusive was on something else.
And gonna opt for the equality
Yeah.
here. Yep. Set him down to 1. Well, yeah. Holy Light gonna come down regardless. But playing a little bit from the back foot here.
The light protects.
Making the correct choice not to ping off the Leper Gnome. Okay.
Unfortunately, there's a couple different ways actually that Arcues can win.
Yeah. A lot of 4 mana cards that deal a lot of damage there. ManThighs sees it, he's had enough, he doesn't need to see the rest of Arcues' card drawing capabilities, so really close series there. Got Arcues coming out on top 3-2. And well, we've got just a moment here. Let's just peek back at the bracket as well. Bring that up. Okay, so here's our bracket. Let's refresh the page so we actually have an accurate one. Okay, so right now we've got Phazure doing battle with StickyPickle. We've got Thunder and Zen setting up for their next game. Amber is our first semifinalist in there. Arcues will be facing Amber for that match. It should be a good one. Let's hop in. We haven't had a chance to watch Phazure yet, so let's see if we can take a peek at this game here. Okay. Phazure playing Hunter. Signature class
Shocker.
of his, yeah. Found a kindred spirit there. Somebody else who enjoys pressing that button just as much as I do. And StickyPickle opting here to bring Rogue. Okay, Rogue with Questing Adventure.
Give me a quest.
Not a card that we see too often. But big, you know, it's a card that can kind of replace Edwin. Some cases it's a little bit more reliable, some cases a little bit less reliable.
Well, that's not what he was hoping to get.
No, I don't think so. Possibility there for misdirection hero power as well. Seeing this 3/3 on the board. Could always opt for misdirection on the next turn as well, once this thing gets even bigger.
Yeah, I think that's what he's looking for, is a bow misdirection.
Yeah,
And this questing adventure is gonna be swinging into the wrong face, most likely.
yeah, this thing's gonna hurt. This thing's really gonna hurt. Make sure we get our scores up here. So StickyPickle right now up 2-1 against Phazure. Depending on how this misdirect works, might see that change here momentarily. Not a lot of good options.
Like, you have to have a feeling that this is a misdirect.
Right. Uh, it feels bad not to play the SIs here. And at least give yourself some chance of not taking a horrible amount of damage. I think you got to swing in with the Questing Adventurer also, as much as that means that we're not going to get massive damage off of that card. If we swing with our face, we're guaranteed to take 3. Leaving a rogue player at 10 with a hunter on 6 mana is a little scary. And actually going to swing with the weapon first? No, even just going to conceal the board. Go for lethal next turn.
12, 13, 14, 15, 18.
So let's see what we got here. We got 4 with our hero power arcane shot. That's down to 9. -3. I got 6. Not quite enough damage here.
Yeah, the misdirect makes things a little bit awkward because you don't really know what's gonna happen.
Right, and committing to the board with like Juggler Unleash, even though you walk right past the minions, is a little bit risky. Because then the misdirect is just going to hit the wrong thing. We got, 9 plus 9, we got 18 on the board. Plus the Shadow Step, so probably, depending on how the misdirect hits, probably going to be lethal.
Yeah, you definitely want to put the rogue below Questing Adventurer health.
I think so too. Okay. Well, he's down to 3.
That is reasonable enough.
And with Backstab,
Best outcome here is actually misdirect hitting.
Oh.
Well, if it didn't just win the game, the best outcome was actually hitting the other SI.
exactly. Yeah, taking
So then
6
you can
damage
shadow
off the
step the
board.
SIs.
Yep. And just enough here to finish off. That's going to put the Questing Adventurer at 12.
Exact lethal.
Yep. Well, Questing Adventurer, a card that we don't see too often. Started off as a 3/3 a couple turns ago. Now it's a 12/12 swinging face. Interesting choice there to not trigger the misdirection. Turned out to be the correct one. And that'll do it. StickyPickle securing his spot as our 3rd semifinalist. Tough game there. Typically, Face Hunter a little bit favored against Rogue, although Rogue does have plenty of options to overcome that Face Hunter aggression. Looks like our last match in round 3 is going on right now. We've got Thunder and Zen. So let's take a look at our friends here. See how they're doing. So Zen is up 1-0. Got Thunder playing his Rogue deck. And Zen playing his Paladin.
Another aggro paladin.
Yeah, man after my own heart. And I don't know what a list this one is. Looks remarkably similar to the exact 30 cards that I like to play on ladder with this Paladin list, so...
How curious.
Lead the crusade, so to speak.
Well,
Alright,
so the good news and the bad news. Yeah, these bananas will be great if you can somehow get them on the auctioneer. They are
absolutely.
spells.
Absolutely. Now, Thunder does have a clear this turn with Thalnos, Backstab, Prep, Flurry. Might seem like we're using a lot of resources, and we are, to clear this board, but I don't think we really want to let the Mukla survive here. I don't think we have time to wait. But Thunder, considering his options, got a lot of choices here.
I might consider doing that next turn, like a Blood Mage backstab flurry next turn,
Yeah.
but
Choose soon.
it might be correct to just do that now.
It's a hard choice. The danger in letting that Muklo live is this Argent Protector. I was glad I saw it there. I missed it for a second. But yeah, Argent Protector giving Mukla Divine Shield. If there's no sap, you know, you're just a goner. And I like Thunder's Choice to bananas up the 2/2 here as well. You know, got a limited amount of mana, and we're going to have plenty of cards. Don't give the Paladin the ability to play Divine Favor and draw a lot of cards, because the Rogue will inevitably top deck better than a Paladin, than an aggro Paladin. So getting those bananas out of hand, able to play Earthen Ring hopefully next turn, and use the other bananas.
Woohoo.
Hey, I've seen this card before.
Well, I don't think that sap here is correct.
I wouldn't think so, no. I mean, I don't think we need that much. I don't think we need that much mana. Earthen Ring Farseer is a good card here. I like the choice to dagger up. We're not scared of Divine Favor this turn, necessarily. If Zen were to drop one
Got
card...
Gadgets and Banana next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually Gadgets and Banana pretty good.
The big plays.
Well, given that True Silver and Arcane Golem are the only ways to really deal with it, other than Elven Archer in addition to one of those, a 5 health Gadget Zen is going to be pretty annoying. I would be surprised if Zen kept equality in his opening hand. Suppose I should probably spectate him, huh? Yeah, and there it is. Got equality in hand. And
It's an interesting Elven Archer hit.
yeah, I think it was hard there to make any good play, lacking all the minions in hand here. I have a feeling Zen is maybe hoping to play Equality soon, maybe hoping to play Avenging Wrath, probably going to take it kind of slow, just going to have to hero power and throw away stuff on the board. At the worst, if this 3/2 trades into the 1/1, you know, Zen healed himself for 3 health with 1 card. It's not the worst. Did he miss a swing with his weapon there?
No, he
Swung.
he killed the Silverhand recruit.
Thunder
I
is
was
a very
also
good
thinking
player.
that. I was like, what? What's going on?
It's not the kind of player I would like expect to make a mistake. But yeah, you're right. He swung into the silver hand. And Shadow Step can be pretty good here. We got bananas. We got Shadow Step. It might even flip the switch. Okay.
Cold blood, apparently.
Yeah, hell. Well, it's going to be really hard to... I might have even put the bananas on that, but maybe he's going to put the banana on the Gadget Sand. Okay. I may have opted here to trade with the board, just because that bananaed up Gadget Sand, as we were talking about earlier, it's only vulnerable to True Silver or Arcane Golem plus Elven Archer. And with only 9 cards out of Zen's deck so far, highly unlikely he's got the second Elven Archer. And maybe... I suppose that with the bananas, it does create a situation where it's a little harder to just ping this off with a 1/1. But now the Gadget Zan dies. Gets a Divine Favor off. Now the single copy of Equality is gone from the deck, which means Avenging Wrath is not quite as strong as we'd like it to be. I would have definitely opted to play the Archer there, though, I think. Just getting minions on board, forcing the Rogue to deal with them is usually pretty good.
I don't know, like Deadly Poison on a 1 health weapon.
Yeah, losing the value
wait.
does feel a little bad.
Oh, wait, never mind. I think Zen may be dead.
Yeah. Hey, math. Alright, 8 plus 3 is 11. I'll be damned. Alright, so Rogue able to take game 2. That leaves the series tied up 2-2, or 1-1. Taking a look here, it appears that Thunder had his Malagos Druid banned. That's kind of his signature deck. I would also cower in fear if I were facing that. And Thunder has banned out Zen's Warrior deck.
Watch your back.
Let the hunt begin.
Okay. We've got, looks like Aggro Rogue and Hunter here. Thunder, master practitioner of this Trap Hunter or Crusher Hunter, whatever you want to call it. It's got a lot of traps. It's got Eaglehorn Bow. It's got Captain Greenskin, relies a lot on weapons. And Zen's deck, well, it pretty much just kills you. It finds your face, it directs all of its minions toward your face, and it kills you. Pretty standard list here for aggro. Yeah, go ahead.
Pleasure is mine.
I was just gonna say that is definitely the goal. This is a Perditon's Blade, I believe.
That's
What
right.
that card is called.
That's right. That's right.
It's funky. Funky fresh.
Yeah, you don't see this one every day. Card that I would say probably sucks without the coin, but can be very powerful with the coin. It's similar to SI, being able to coin out Perdition's Blade means you deal 2 damage to something, also get more control over the board. In some cases I could see it being superior to SI, although in this case it's just an addition to SI.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the logic behind it. Is it's just a third SI basically, and SI is a very good card to be fair.
Absolutely.
Maybe a little bit worse than SI, as it turns out. Getting that 3/3 body on board is very strong, and getting a 2/2 weapon is not quite as such.
Right. Yeah, 3 mana 2/2 weapon, compare that to Fiery War Axe, which is 1 less mana and has 3 attack. So without the combo, this card is a little bit garbagey, one might say, but we have a combo for it. We have Argent Squire to play. Now I'd be not sure we want to play Mukla before attacking. I think we want to attack with the abusive first. Doesn't matter whether you go abusive or attack with the weapon first, really.
Yeah. It's got the deadly poison too to combo the Perditon's Blade. It's really good, I swear.
That's right. That's right. Making a 4/2 weapon.
Well, no, you use the deadly poison to activate the combo.
Oh, I see where you're going with this. Okay, yeah. No, dude, these are some next level plays. You should have brought your Perdition's Blade to.
It's true. That's why I lost. Honestly, I didn't have that in my deck.
Yeah, it's the lesson learned. Now we're kind of a lot of times Wild Pyromancer is a really good way to deal with some of these decks. It just enables us in so many ways, and Wild Pyro is one of the biggest cards to punish Mukla, just because of these cheap ass bananas that you can throw onto him, really clear a board away. In this case, though, not a great activator for Hunter's Mark. We can 2-for-1 ourselves with Arcane Shot. Okay, and he's going to do it. Just clear off this 5 attack minion. This seems smart. I like it. Of course, this is kind of a control-y Hunter deck. You know, it has a lot of these things that just sort of deal with our opponent's threats while we hero power them down. But unlike most control decks, it doesn't have a way to heal itself. So being conscientious about how much HP damage we're taking is always important. So I like Thunder's choice there. The matchup might be a little bit slower, so remove opponent's minions, make sure that they're not dealing early damage. Don't put yourself in a situation where you feel like you're forced to make trades or forced to do things you wouldn't want to do normally. It's sitting at 28 HP against an aggro rogue. You know, every little HP counts.
The light protects me.
It's a really awkward play for Zen. There's not a lot he can do with his hand at the moment.
No. And, you know, kind of the downside of having this Perdition's Blade and Deadly Poison is that when you play both of these squires onto the board, you lose your combo activator for Perdition's Blade. And if we don't see another, you know, what we got, Abusive Sergeant, Leper Gnome, South Sea Deckhand, Worgen Infiltrator, got a few cards that can activate it next turn. I guess Loot Hoarder as well. But
It turns out the rogue cards are usually pretty cheap.
yeah, fancy that. So Explosive coming down, and I would actually expect this Panther to stay stealthed right now. The reason being is we have this Buzzard Unleash combo coming in the next turn.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. I hope it's not me. Just for everybody's awareness, if a player does disconnect during the match, we of course give them time to reconnect. And if you haven't disconnected in a friendly match before, just so you know, players have infinite time to reconnect to that game. So, not going to worry about somebody roping here and whatever else. We could start thinking up nicknames for these players too while we're waiting. I'm thinking for Thunder, he's Thunder the Wonder from Down Under. What do you think? Terrible.
I was not mentally prepared for you to say that. I'm going to keep it real with you.
I don't have any kids yet, but someday they will cringe at my sense of humor when I do.
Well, that's the whole reason to have kids, right? Tell them increasingly terrible.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. They're prone victims, I think you call them. So it looks like Thunder or Zen, one of the two, might be reconnecting here. Pop into the Discord and take a look. Don't see anything so far from the players, but give them a chance to reconnect. While we're waiting, for those folks who are joining us for the first time, I know that this is mostly our community here that's in the audience tonight, but for those who aren't, you can always check out our Discord channel. That's where most of these events are announced and discussed and everything else. Good little community we got there. That link to the Discord is in the description if you want to check it out. Anybody is welcome to join. These tournaments, by the way, are free to enter. Prize fund is $100, so if you're not doing anything on a weekend once a month, feel free to join our tournaments. If you got a collection on NA and EU, you're more than welcome to join both tournaments if you'd like. Still waiting on one of our players here to reconnect. We'll give them as much time as they need.
Yeah.
All right, and
I'm
we're
not really
back.
sure. Oh, hey, we're back.
All right.
Do you know if this keeps the rope timer or if it resets it?
It doesn't reset it, so it just holds it at the position it was before. So he'll have just as much time as he had, as he would have normally had if he hadn't DC'd.
Okay.
But I don't know about you. When I see 2 mana left and I see an open Hunter Hero Power, I don't have too much thinking to do. And,
My fingers move on their own.
yeah, exactly. It's outside of my control at that point. And I like the decision here. Really good to be patient with this Jungle Panther. That's one of the benefits of having Jungle Panther in the deck. And we're going to see Buzzard Unleash next turn. It's going to give him full board clear. Going to give him 3 cards in hand. And once again, this awkward Perdition's Blade. He's going to play it, I think. Doesn't have to play it this turn. But kind of awkward. We'd love to be playing that against the Jungle Panther if possible.
Yeah, he's got to play it eventually. All right.
Yeah,
Surely.
looking for that perfect opportunity. Next turn will be the perfect opportunity to ping off the Panther. But even so, he's going to maybe have to use this Abusive as a combo activator. Not the favorite card to activate it here.
That's a little bit better.
Yes, little blue fish guy can help.
You're giving the hunter a lot of cards, and hunter with a lot of cards is a little bit scary.
Yeah, and this is kind of a toolbox deck from Thunder as well. Giving a toolbox deck all of the tools that it needs can be, yeah, a little bit scary sometimes. We'll see how Thunder chooses
This
to...
might bait out the Swamp Ooze, and there's an Assassin's Blade coming up next.
Yeah. Thunder's usually a pretty patient player. I'll be interested to see if he chooses to do maybe Eaglehorn Misdirect here. Might be scared of a Shadow Step, but yeah, opts for the Swamp Ooze on this turn just to destroy that weapon. At least I think. And even with
The
these...
rough thing with these misdirects is like they don't misdirect your opponent's weapon into themselves.
right.
So
The old quit
it's
hitting
a little bit
yourself.
awkward. Yeah.
Yeah. Now that said, he's going all face here. This is sort of what Aggro Rogue does in the later turns, goes all face. But the misdirect will, at least if there is a minion on the board, even if it's our own minion, can help us a little bit. At least saves us 5
There's
damage
a
to
lot
the
of
face.
damage. A lot of damage the other way as well.
Yeah, I'm liking like Freezing Trap Misdirect seems to really lock out the rogue pretty bad here.
I wonder.
You can like swing and re-equip the bow.
Yeah. I think we swing no matter what here. Probably bananas on this guy and hero power. And then next turn we equip the bow. Let's see, we got 8 this turn. 9, 10.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would
so
agree with that.
yeah, I think that's going to be exact lethal on the next turn.
Yeah, you're not gonna lose.
Alright, finds the freezing trap. There's no healing in this rogue deck. It's not Miracle Rogue, so it doesn't play those Earthen Ring Farseers with Shadow Step. Okay, so going to be able to clear the 5-4 off. But
Fortunately, with a double kill command and the Eaglehorn bow,
yeah, and
he's gonna take it home.
he is, and there's no mystery here as to whether this is misdirect or not. We've seen 2 explosives, we've seen the one freezing, we've seen that it's not snipe because we've played Abusive Sergeant and Leopardome again, so 100% guaranteed this is misdirection, puts Zen in a lose-lose situation where he can neither attack nor not attack. Alright, and Thunder able to find the face with kill command. Finishes it off with nice little hero power there. Alright, so Thunder pulling ahead a little bit here, up 2-1 over Zen. Heading into our final match here, let's see, so Thunder's won with Rogue and with Hunter, I believe.
Yep, sounds right.
So looking at, he's got, I believe, Freeze Mage. Yep, Freeze Mage is his last deck to play. It'll be Freeze Mage into Aggro Rogue and Freeze Mage into Aggro Paladin. So 2 aggro decks to face down with Freeze Mage. I'm not sure who I'd give the edge to. in that situation. Against Miracle Rogue, Freeze Mage very favored. And but Aggro Rogue, not necessarily so. They play so many chargers and so much direct damage that freezing the board isn't exactly what we want. That said, we got Ice Block, got Ice Barrier.
Yeah. Honestly, decks with a lot of burn tend to beat classic Freeze Mage, I feel. It just doesn't have the consistency or enough defensive tools to really survive just taking a ton of damage every turn.
Yeah.
Like from things other than minions.
Yeah. Exactly. And just not quick enough tools to burn down the opponent. Although I think the burn package from Freeze Mage and the first few expansions was pretty much always the same. Alright, it looks like Thunder's just relogging, trying to make sure that his connection is good. We'll hop in as soon as he's back. Shout out to all of the players from different regions that compete in these tournaments as well. Thunder competing from New Zealand in our NA tournament. Arcues also competing from Australia in this tournament. So a couple of folks from the Oceania region, well represented. As always, some of the top players on NA are from that Oceania region. But sometimes it comes with connection difficulties as well.
Gotta go through the trans-Pacific internet cables and all.
That's right. Let's bring up the bracket again so we can all take a peek here. So, I'll refresh this page, make sure it's up to date. Okay, so this is our last match in round 3. We've got Thunder up 2-1 over Zen. The winner of that will go on face our friend StickyPickle here in the first semifinal match. Our other semifinal match here will be between Amber and Arcues. So, we'll probably have this one go first. Let's give whoever wins this matchup a little break in the top bracket. So Amber versus Arcues will be next, and we'll be waiting on that one to start until we're all finished with this match here between Thunder and Zen. Looks like the players are back in the game. So, Thunder on Freeze Mage against Zen on Aggro Paladin.
You asked for it.
Let's pull up these decks. Okay. So a lot of times the early bubbles can be very problematic for the mage. I wouldn't be surprised to see Zen start off here, probably with the Worgen. Yep, just avoid that coin hero power. Speaking of coins, Doomsayer is also a possibility here. There is a little danger in holding on to the Doomsayer this long, though. Not coining it out. I know Doomsayer, you want to get super huge value from it by killing the board. But in this situation with 5 already on the board, plus Blessing of Might in hand, Doomsayer may, well, it certainly will die if it hits the board. We'll see if he opts maybe for something
Point
a
out
little
the
more
Ice
conservative.
Lance.
Yeah. Ice Lance is, you could Ice Lance coin Doomsayer on this. Then you got 3 plus 3, that's only 6. Not sure that's the route that Thunder really wants to go.
Yeah. I think you're fine just pinging one of these off.
Yeah. Now, a little note for viewers out there. I know I've said earlier you usually want to avoid killing the Leper Gnome if you have a choice between a 2-1 without the Death Rattle. Not the case in Mage. In Mage, you actually do want to kill the Leper Gnome because it can kill you on your turn through an Ice Block. So good to get rid of that early. And just leave up the vanilla 2-1. Get rid of the Death Rattle so it doesn't come back to haunt you when you play Ice Block and Frost Nova Doomsayer.
Yeah, I like using this now. It you've already seen the Blessing of Might. It doesn't die to the board. Unfortunately,
Right.
the weapon top deck is a little sad, but
It is. It is.
you still have the ability to deal with this with a couple of AoEs coming up.
Yeah. I like the I like the ice barrier play here. It feels rough taking a lot of damage. It feels rough not having the ice block in hand right now. It's a little scary. But next turn being able to coin the blizzard, then turn after that being able to, frostbolt anything that's alive, ping off this Argent Squire. Ooh,
man.
and that's a draw. That's definitely something that can help the Paladin in this matchup quite a bit. Playing Divine Favor. Freeze Mage, a deck that has lots and lots of card draw in it. They just can't even avoid playing card draw because they have to do it to win the game. Okay, and Argent Protector is, in my opinion, a very correct choice here. I want to make sure that our board is as sticky as possible.
Yeah, the Blizzard will still freeze the minions, but
Yep.
will not be able to kill them.
Yep, I like the Blizzard here. I think it's probably time to freeze the board next turn. We have Ping, we have Frostbolt, and we have Novice. So all lined up with 6 mana for the next turn. But at the same time, Thunder has not found Ice Block yet. And with Leroy, Arcane Golem, Blessing of Kings, Consecration, not to mention the True Silver here, has a lot of damage coming in. Now this is, I think, where I would fail really bad as a Freeze Mage player. I wouldn't know what to play.
I don't know if there's a correct play here, to be honest. You can live for one turn with the Ice Block, but you can't kill everything, and obviously Thunder doesn't know it, but there's a Leroy coming down next turn.
Right.
Well, that's a good draw, but
Yeah.
it is enough. No, it's not. There's also an Arcane Golem.
That's
Never
right.
mind.
That's right. We got 14 in hand.
It is not enough.
Okay. And Thunder is always showing good sportsmanship. Always love to see that. Yeah, you got your choice of emotes here, and you can be a jackass or you can be nice to your opponent. Good to see. Good play here from Thunders. Zen able to tie the series up 2-2, putting a lot of early pressure on. That Blessing of Might on the Argent Squire was a real motherfucker to deal with. Just couldn't find a way to remove that cleanly without over-focusing on it. In retrospect, I don't know if it was correct to use Frostbolt to clear that. I mean, we were thinking, play Ice Barrier, play it slow, go for Blizzard, but Argent Protector, Divine Favor, really drawing into a lot of strong cards there. So, well played by Zen. Got the series tied at 2-2. Thunder's going to be bringing back that Freeze Mage, and Zen, we're going to see him bringing that Aggro Rogue.
Yeah, I don't think he used the Frostbolt. He used the Ice Lance to freeze the buffed up Argent Squire and ended up getting punished with the weapon draw.
Right.
I think he actually played it correctly. He played to his out of not getting True Silvered, and then he got True Silvered.
Yep. I may say, in situations like that, as doofy as it looks, playing Coin Doomsayer on the first turn after we see something like Worgen or Argent Squire. In my experience playing the Paladin side of this matchup, one of the most annoying things to see is a sweet curve in your hand with triple 1-drop that gets stymied by Coin Doomsayer. And I know the Doomsayer doesn't get so much value, doesn't kill everything on the board, but it delays the game by 1 turn. And does kill that 2-1 as well. So can be really important when you're, as mage, you need to survive until those, turn 5, Frost Nova Doomsayer, turn 6, Blizzard, turn 7, Flame Strike. If you're already behind going into those turns like we saw, it's just so hard to come back from. So Aggro Rogue, I would also say this deck tends to be pretty favored against Freeze Mage. Now Freeze Mage does have some, little niche things like Ice Lance to freeze the Rogue's face and stop damage. And it has Vaporize against Chargers, but there's so many Chargers in Zen's deck. 2 Arcane Golems, we've got Leroy, and 2 copies of South Sea Deckhand. That Vaporize isn't going to be quite as strong, so Freeze Mage traditionally a lot better against Miracle Rogue, deck that plays 1 Charger, than it is against this more aggressive Aggro Rogue.
Plays many chargers. It turns out.
I, I like these charge minions, you know?
Hello.
I have a Cone of Cold. That is nice into these aggressive matchups. Unfortunately,
The pleasure is
did not show up when you needed it last game.
No, but I'd agree with you. I think that Cone of Cold is, you know, I'm not a fantastic freeze mage player myself. I'm very inexperienced, but I have noticed that Cone of Cold can bring a lot of value to this deck. Just being able to, first of all, freeze or clear on turn 4, being able to deal with flood decks before we have Frost Nova Doomsayer available, things like that. So I like the inclusion of it. Thunder staying healthy from the beginning here. We'll see if he chooses to hero power here. And he's going to play an ice block instead.
I wonder if that was correct.
He's got the Cone of Cold next turn, so might be opting to use that here. He does kind of game himself by playing this, because if it were Vaporize, then Zen was disinclined to play Abusive Sergeant. But Frostbolt here going to help clear up the board. Got the secret developed using his mana very efficiently here. Thunder, I think, heading into turn 5, it's looking pretty good for him.
Yeah, this is the kind of situation you want to be in as the freeze mage into aggro.
Yeah.
Clean board. You've got plenty of ways to deal. You've got an ice block up.
Yep. Having those secrets already developed just gives you so much more freedom on those later turns to play cards like Flame Strike or Blizzard without worrying that, oh, they might burst me out of hand and kill me anyway. And Zen is going face. It's a big swing. 8 damage with the Arcane Golem here. I have a feeling that this is the Cone of Cold turn. I think it'd be kind of risky to try like Vaporize Hero Power, although maybe he'll opt for it. It seems like Vaporize might be the kind of thing that we want to play a little bit later on to protect against another charger.
Looking at like an Arcane Intellect Frost Nova play, it looks like
yeah.
Which could still get punished a little bit by Shadow Step, but it gives him a ton of cards. He can always Cone of Cold next turn. That Blood Mage will actually clear everything off.
Yeah.
Cone of Cold.
Yeah, good point. And this leaves the Abusive Sergeant kind of in an awkward position here too. Not able to use that this turn and deploy something else to the board. Probably going to see Cold Light.
Yeah.
So Cone of Cold Doomsayer is another option next turn now that we've seen some more draws. Alexstrasza, obviously an enormous card in this matchup. Being able to go down to 1, having the opponent pop the block, heal back up 14, put that 8/8 on the board. Doesn't guarantee a win, but certainly helps.
I was actually going to mill the Freeze Mage card, it looks like.
Yeah, I don't think that's too bad unless it's Ice Block. Maybe Ice Barrier is another card we don't want to lose, but Thunder can't be too unhappy about this. Yeah, Novice Engineer, nobody cares.
Yeah,
He's already got the cards he
not
wants.
sad about that at all.
Right. I like the choice here. I believe this was correctly played by Zen to leave the Arcane Golem all the way on the side of his board, so that Cone of Cold, if it wants to hit the highest value stuff, has to avoid one of these, either the 2/2 or the 8/2.
What I'm actually looking at here, and maybe I'm off base, I'm actually looking at Ice Lance, the Arcane Golem, double Doomsayer, ping the 2/1.
No, that would be a hell of a play.
It does, in theory, get punished with like a Shadow Step, but
Yeah, we've already seen one Shadow Step, so I wouldn't. I guess as a the freeze player, I wouldn't be too worried about that here. I would be tempted to maybe, Cone of Cold and Doomsayer here. He's gonna opt to just clear.
I think this is reasonable.
I think so too. I want to keep that block up as long as possible, especially because we don't have our second block in hand yet, so we're feeling a little bit more scared. Leper Gnome, card that's normally just, your average one drop that has a little higher value than most. In this matchup, much more important. Because like I mentioned, if you clear it on your own turn, then it's popping. We don't pop the block, we just lose because we don't have our secret active on our turn.
Doomsayer Mirror Image could potentially be the play. Maybe with a nice, good one. But yeah, you might also want to like freeze either the face or like use Frostbolt to kill one of these minions if you do a play like that, or even just double Doomsayer. There's a few different options.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to go balls to the wall, you go with Tony and Mirror Image and ask them if they have it. I don't think that's necessarily the play here. Flame Strike, maybe also not the play. I mean, we do have Flame Strike Mirror Image, I guess. But he's going to go for it. Thunder is a very experienced Freeze Mage player, so I would trust him about 101% of the time over myself.
I think this Ice Block can get procced, though.
Let's see. We've got 4, 8, 10, 11, 12, plus 4. So we've got 16 in hand. Can't play it all this turn, but can play most of it. Play everything but 2 damage. Yeah, the question
like
is...
Arcane Golem, Abusive, Eviscerate, because you want to save as much damage as you can, like you said.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I feel like you want to maybe keep the Eviscerate for, face damage. If you get your board frozen or cleared and you get your face frozen, then you'd really like to be playing Eviscerate to finish them off.
Looks like that's what's going to happen.
All right, he goes for it. Oh my god. What a
That is... That's a game-winning draw.
It really is. It really is. Thunder has found his salvation right at the top of his deck with the lucky 13th from the bottom there. So now, Flame Strike, Ice Block, able to pop, get that block pop next turn, heal back up with Alexstrasza. And he's got good chances to win this one afterward. Not completely out of the woods, but with the extra Frostbolt, being able to freeze Zen's face, Zen may not find another source of damage.
Yeah. He's maybe considering, like, Ice Block, sending Burn to the face, and just winning next turn, but he doesn't quite have enough, I don't think.
Yeah, not from 30. It would be nice.
He could have gotten 9. Actually, he could have gotten 9 damage. Zen would have been at 14.
Yeah, let's see. 6? No, it could have gotten 11 done this turn, right? With Tony Fireball. And, oh, okay, so gonna clear Antonidas off the board. I'm not actually sure one way or another if that's the correct play. Of course, you gotta stop the infinite value machine, you think, but clearing Antonidas off the board, that means we just don't quite have enough burn here to finish off the mage.
And now, with all the fireballs you've already gotten from Tony.
Yeah. I mean, that's certainly just 2 fireballs next turn is enough. Yeah, well played by both. Really close game. Thunder probably thanking his lucky stars there, grabbing that second ice block off the top. Very fortunate draw. So, a really close series. Well played by both players. Great job. Always nice to see some good competitive Hearthstone. And that will wrap it up for our our third round here. We bring the bracket up. I'll notify these players that they can get started on their games. Refresh this so we can all take a look together. So we've got our 4 semifinalists here. We've got StickyPickle against Thunder in the top bracket. We've got Amber and Arcues fighting it out here in the semifinals match. I'll let them know. And Amber and Arcues can get started. Let's see if we can't take a peek at some of these semifinal deck lists here. Bring them up. So, got Amber's list here. I'm not sure if we can see the whole thing on the stream. Looks like it's cut off a little bit maybe on the side here. That last card is Alexstrasza at the bottom. There's only one extra card on the Paladin deck. Sorry, it's not totally centered. But Amber bringing Zulok, standard deck, definitely her signature deck, and Face Hunter. Never going to find any complaints from me about Face Hunter. I think it's actually a pretty strong tournament deck. She's also got this aggressive shaman list. It does come with some anti-aggro tools, including Wild Pyro, and but does have finisher cards like Lava Burst. Notably, though, for an aggro shaman, no copy of Leroy here. She's also bringing this, I don't want to say flavor of the month, but this is a Paladin list that I believe was sent around. I'm not sure exactly where it originated. I know Phazure got this list from Tim Kago. But this one is a Control Paladin list with 2 copies of Redemption in it.
Definitely popularized by Phazure. I think
Yeah.
you brought it to the limelight, and him and Labore have been piloting it to success
Yeah.
in North America.
Absolutely. Very good against, Zubots, as, many decks with those kinds of niche healing and board clears are. And we've got
Really good in the zoo. It's also really good in the Control Warrior, actually. That was the other big reason that it got popular, is it's really good into both of the, as much as I hate to say it, both of the bot decks.
Exactly, it is. Now, I will say I've played, I've had a chance to sit down and play a couple of friendly matches with Phazure to try that deck out, and I think that Zoo still has some pretty good chances against it, honestly. They have ways to get on the board in such a way that it's really difficult for Paladin without Pyro Equality to just deal with them. Alright, so looks like our players are in the match. We'll get our spectate on here. Switch back over. Alrighty, so for those of you just joining us, this is our semifinals match number 1 between Amber and Arcues. Amber's choosing to bring out that Paladin deck first. Arcues choosing to bring Tempo Mage first.
I think this is probably Paladin favorite, actually, but I can't say I'm the biggest Tempo Mage expert. I did bring it. I did do a lot of testing with it, as since we had a few friendly matches involving the deck. I think that Tempo Mage actually tends to struggle a little bit against control decks that have a lot of healing, that can, get out of the range of your burst, because it is a very burst heavy deck. Once you get off the board, you don't really have a way to get back on, and you're just hoping to win with your fireballs and your frostbolts and all that.
Right, exactly. And I think it, partly the issue of card advantage comes into play as well, where a Tempo Mage deck. Oops, I'm sorry. I have to get Arcues' deck up here too. It has that problem where Tempo Mage can just run out of cards. Plain old running out of cards, and the other deck has, big stuff to play. So we'll see how conservative Arcues is here. I would have to say that amongst our players worldwide, I don't think I've seen anybody play Tempo Mage even remotely as well as he has. So he seems like every time I watch him play this deck, it's like a seminar in how to do it. Makes good use of his hero power. One worthwhile thing to note about classic decks in general is that because the power curve is lower than most decks in standard or wild, we use our hero power a lot more. So it's a more cohesive part of the deck. And Arcues, we see him get a lot of juice out of that mage hero power in past tournaments. So we'll see how much he chooses to use it against aggro paladin. The race is on against Control Paladin. The race really is on against Control Paladin. They will wear you down and start summoning shit like Sunwalker, Guardian of Kings, all these big minions that you can't get past.
Definitely think you're going to be using your AoE here.
Yeah. If you're not going to get value out of killing 5 things with Pyro Equality, I'm not sure where you do get value.
Yeah, Arcues does have a decent way to get back on the board. Kirin mages obviously aren't going to come with a secret, but it's a 4-3 for 3. It's vanilla stat line, basically.
Yep. Would have loved to have had Mirror Image there, or Mirror Entity, just knowing that the Sunwalker could come down on the next turn here. And I'm actually... Yeah, I was going to say, play the Redemption this turn seems like it makes a lot of sense. Now, Arcues with this Swamp Ooze, we've seen him bring this card a lot in his decks. Even in, like, Combo Druid, instead of putting Harrison in there, he'll put Swamp Ooze in there just because, the tempo it gains is a little bit greater than Harrison. And coming into great effect here.
This Consecrate is pretty good, but see if Ambi actually wants to use it next turn. She's got the Redemption set up, one of the, I guess, newer cards that the newer lists are running.
Right.
Does mean the Sunwalker will take a lot of time to get through.
It will. Or let alone...
I think this Consecrate is a little too good, though.
Yeah, I think you have to play the Consecrate here, without a doubt. And then, bringing down the Acolyte here, I don't think she really cares too much about the Redemption, honestly, at this point. She's got 6, 7, 8 cost minions in hand, all of which will, single-handedly secure the board for her. Guardian of Kings is going to be really good, but... Well, there's Mirror Entity.
Small problem with playing the Acolyte there.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of big minions, and thankfully draws the BGH to just play something that doesn't summon a massive minion to the other side of the board.
Right, but even so, a turn was just
Sunwalker might still be better, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I would think Sunwalker is better. It puts the same amount of damage on the board, 4 damage. I'm not sure that Guardian of Kings is the correct choice just because we're healing for 6, losing 5 from this, so really only healing for 1 with a 5/6 body. And all of a sudden, with this second Mirror Entity, it feels like Arcues might be back in the game against all of these very large minions that you would not want to have copied.
It was actually a little bit awkward because of the Redemption.
Yeah. So gonna... yeah, tough position here. I mean, it would have been able to take Amber down to 4 health if he'd kept those frost bolts in hand for the burn damage.
I can't help but feel like that was not the right play.
Yeah, why not maybe, like, if you're gonna frostbolt it, frostbolt the Guardian of Kings once, and then play Mirror Image or Mirror Entity so that we're guaranteed not to see Tyrion or Rag at the very least. And ooh, Amber's probably pretty happy about that one. Now there is a counterspell.
Lay on hands.
Yeah, there is a counterspell in the deck, and it was top decked. This secret was top decked recently, so could understand why it might be scary to play it. But yeah, Redemption on Tyrion, and there's no way to get around Tyrion right now and get to this Acolyte. Both Frostbolts are gone, so there's really no way, no matter what, unless you're going to Fireball it. You can't Fireball it this turn because they only got 2 mana.
Yeah, and I think Arcues might have been able to avoid it, but this is a situation I tended to find myself a lot when playing aggro, or not aggro, tempo mage into control paladin. You know, you don't have burn in your hand, you don't have a way to get through their board. It's like, well, now what?
Yeah, yeah. With 18 HP and Holy Light sitting in her hand, I think Amber's got a lot of choices a lot of good choices here. Now I'm not sure what we trigger it with. Of course, if we play the Acolyte, it's the least attack minion, but it does allow our opponent to draw some cards.
I like just filling the board with taunts.
Yeah, because fuck it, right? You got like 3 big taunts, you got a Redemption up, you got Divine Shield on one of the taunts right now. Why not? Pretty
There's a fireball.
There is a
Not sure what
Fireball.
you do with it.
Yeah. I'm thinking, if you trade into the Guardian of Kings into the Sen'jin, it's probably the thing you'd most want to have resurrected at this point.
You don't want either of these divine shields coming back. I would definitely just go ahead and kill the Sen'jin.
Yeah, it's okay to trade, I think, the Blood Mage in first, just to see what you draw. You may as well factor these into consideration. Knife Juggler is pretty much the opposite of what we wanted. Yeah,
It could get value, because the Redemption's going to bring this Shield Master to 1 health. You can take the Sunwalker down to 1 health. Or just Fireball it.
Yeah. Fireball seems like the safest choice there.
I don't know, 1 and 3.
Oh,
This is reasonable.
I might have played the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Oh, okay, so he's gonna trade off first. I was gonna say I might have played the Sorcerer's Apprentice to just try and get the juggle there, and try and go face with this Drake.
Actually, this did end up pretty well. He's got a lot.
Yeah. I got 15 damage on board, plus 1 from the ping is 16, and Amber doesn't have a perfect way to get back in the on the board here. She does have the Holy Light to heal, does have the Doomsayer.
I think I would have killed the Azure Drake over the Knife Juggler, though.
Yeah, I was thinking this. I was thinking it might have been a little hasty attack with the Ashbringer there. Just like the Knife Juggler has the potential to hit 1 knife to face and do just as much face damage, but yeah, I mean, perfect top deck for Arcues here too. That's this Ragnaros. Amber's
Hit
equally
face.
amused. Oh,
Okay.
yeah, he does hit face.
It's
It's a game.
could happen.
It's a game. I think I would have bumped in with the Acolyte first. Just see what we get.
Well, I think you're basically always going to be GH there.
Yeah, I think so
Right.
too. Sunwalker,
Alright,
that's
closes
good.
it.
Yeah, it's gonna be real hard to come back on this board. And good on Amber. They're making the correct choice. Do not swing your weapon into this thing and open yourself up to a fireball ping to die. And Arcues with a tough choice here. Amber still does have a True Silver left and a Holy Light left in her final 9 cards, so she has some options to heal back up. It's still a little bit of a race. We've got 14 here showing for her. 14 plus 8 is 22 last time I checked.
Yep,
That's going to do it. Alright.
just barely. It got a little scary.
Yeah.
Using the Acolyte to not have some way to safely deal with Mirror Entity, made things a little bit scary, but
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how powerful Mirror Entity can be in this matchup. When someone, when the Paladin gets to those 6, 7, 8 turns where they just want to put down Sunwalker and finish off the game there. So that brings Amber up 1-0 in the series. She is locked out of her control Paladin now. She's still got Zoo left. Let's see, she's still got Zoo, Face Hunter, and this sort of, let's call it like a mid-rangey aggressive shaman, or an
like a
aggressive
hybrid shaman.
aggressive mid-range shaman. Yeah, it's either a plus minus or a minus plus. Yeah, so we'll see if Arcues is going to bring that same tempo mage here, try and pick up a game. He is.
Yeah, this is one of the matchups that I did a lot of testing with. I think it's really favored for tempo mage with Flame Strike, which is one of the cards I was playing with. Without it, I think it's a lot closer to even, and there's a lot of burn going the other way from the shaman.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Got 2 copies of Lava Burst. Now, there is no Leroy in Amber's list. She does have Lava Burst, does have, Rock Biter, Lightning Bolt, Alakir as finishers. So it's a little slower than your
2
average.
Doomhammers.
Yeah, and for a tournament, honestly, I think that 2 Doomhammers is probably going to be the correct choice. So many people bring Weapon Destruction, and those who do bring Weapon Destruction will typically bring it 4 times over in all of their decks. So I think that this is a very prudent choice to put 2 Doomhammers in here, just knowing that, it's a meta that's already going to have a lot of weapon classes in it. You may as well protect yourself against that, and you really don't want to lose a game by playing Doomhammer and getting Harrison and having no follow-up.
It's an interesting decision. The problem with Lava Burst is sometimes you draw both of your Lava Bursts, and then you don't have things to do other than Lava Burst.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, just in general, one of the things that you can have problems with this Shaman deck is you can just draw all of your spells and none of your minions. Typically, you would like to draw all of your minions, none of your spells, or 1 or 2, like Lightning Bolt, Earth Shock, and then, proceed to be able to, draw into your burn later on. But yeah, we see her holding on to 4 spells, one of which is a minion spell.
Yeah, I imagine she was tempted to just not use the Overload card and set up for Lightning Storm next turn, just totem and pass.
Mm-hmm.
But decided that was a little bit too slow. It's not a guarantee that Arcues can actually get through these Feral Spirits. Obviously, he can because of the Frostbolt, but
Right.
Wasn't a guarantee he had Frostbolt in hand. I think this was a reasonable play.
I agree. I think that this is good. And the juggle hits the wrong minion here too, or it doesn't hit face, so not really the worst outcome. Ooh,
That's pretty good.
all right. Kieran Tor.
You do have if this is Mirror Entity, if he goes Kieran Tor Mirror Entity, Ambi does have a pretty good response with a Pyro Lightning Storm.
She does, and
although there is the possibility that the Knife Juggler hits the Pyro and then it clears the entire board. But I think you probably go through with it.
I'd say you don't care too much. Like it's not so much when you've got such a card advantage here. She's got 6 cards in hand to 2, even though these are card draw cards that are left. Ooh, wow. She's going with the totem.
Yeah. The scarier outcome was actually Counterspell. I think that might have been what she was worried about. Double 3 roll.
Yeah. I mean, even if you're scared of Counterspell, I almost feel like you want to trot the Pyromancer out there just to detect if it is Counterspell. At least gives you an idea. And, wow. That is a card.
I mean, you want to play this Pyro eventually. Like, this is Mirror Entity. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see it there.
Right. Well, Pyro
You could have
Doomhammer.
Pyro Earth Shocked. The Healing Totem would have healed both your minions up. You would have given Arcues a card. But
yeah, that's true.
Okay, doing
Yeah,
well.
that's true.
That's my thoughts, at least.
Well, I don't think that Water Elemental is exactly what we wanted to see here. Holding a Doomhammer, so she's going to have to take a little detour from her regular programming to Spell Power Lava Burst that. Manages to hit the 33% roll here on the Wrath of Air Totem and get that spell power to kill it. Argent Squire, despite being a 1-mana minion, is one of those things that can feel a little awkward triggering Mirror Entity with. Holding the Pyro in hand, though, I don't think that she's that concerned.
Yeah, Arcues might have an idea that this Doomhammer's in hand. Doomhammer and the second Lava Burst have both been in the hand since the start of the game for Ambi.
Mm-hmm.
So Arcues probably has an idea that one of those is Doomhammer, and he is correct, as it turns out.
Yep. And Arcues definitely, I would say, one of the absolute top hand readers in Hearthstone. In Classic, you can, when he's streaming or explaining things, it's clear that most of his thought power goes toward what does the opponent have? What is it that they've been sitting on since the mulligan? What are they likely to play? What's their best option this turn? Things like that. This ain't exactly the end of the world for Amber. She's at 26 HP. She's got 2 Fire Elementals coming down. She's got Lava Burst. So she's feeling pretty good. Ragnaros is a little bit of a problem.
It's only a problem if it hits the right target. Actually, that's not entirely true. There's still a lot of burn in Arcues' deck, including this Frostbolt Fireball that he's got in hand.
Yeah.
So getting that 8 damage face from Ragnaros is pretty big.
Yeah,
It's definitely less bad than hitting the Fire Elemental, though. I think you're probably okay with taking the 8 damage.
Yeah. And, well, Amber opting to clear here with Fire Elemental plus Lava Burst. I think that's the best play. The only other option was to play Pyro, Lava Burst, and then Feral Spirit, which just doesn't feel good to ping your minions for that much. But 15 in hand for Arcues here.
Yeah.
It's a big question. If you send all of these fireballs to the Fire Elementals, it's we're just gonna run out of resources. I think is the mage here. When you're 3 damage off lethal like this, it makes me think that you start pinging face once here maybe. If you can ping face twice on the next turn and start throwing out some of those spells, then we got lethal following that up. But that's 3 turns against 2 6/5s. And to me, this
thinking.
Yeah, this situation does feel pretty binary. Like you kind of have to send like all of your damage face, or you have to send it to the board if you think you can actually win the board. And obviously, it's a really tough choice for him here too. He chooses to send it. I think that's the right choice. It is incredible.
Yeah, Arcues, I believe he also has Azure Drakes in this deck. That is his out.
Yep, he's got 2.
Azure Drake, Arcane Missiles could be an out.
Mm-hmm.
Like Ambi actually just wants to fill the board as much as she can.
Yeah.
So that Arcane Missiles doesn't win the game.
Yeah. Counterspell.
Well, actually, Ambi can't win the game this turn. I forgot about the whole Arcues being at full health.
Yeah, she's got 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 on the board.
22 with the Defender of Argus.
Yeah. I don't think there are any fancy tricks here to win.
I mean, Earth Shock Jaina so she can't cast any spells.
That's the play. She's kind of a minion. Something tells me we'll see Arcues play Arcane Intellect first. Nope, he's going to be a good mannered player. All right, well played. This deck is so damn hard to play, this Tempo Mage. It requires so many critical decisions, so really impressive play there. And Amber, for her part, did really well. You know, I think she made all the correct plays that she could, just running into a handful of burn there at the end.
Yeah, like I said, it's a pretty tough matchup for the Shaman.
Yeah, just like a little too slow. A little too slow. Alright, so far 1-1. See what they're choosing to bring next. Take a quick peek here. See what got banned in this match. As we're getting started on our next game. So it looks like Arcues had his Druid banned, and Amber had her Zoo banned. Probably a good choice. Kind of her signature deck, the one she's got the most experience on. So we'll see her bringing Shaman again, and Arceus is going to choose to bring his Miracle Rogue deck. Now, I feel like Miracle Rogue tends to be pretty favored in this matchup. Just Shaman, again, is maybe just 1 or 2 turns too slow to really make a substantial play on the board. By the time they do, sometimes too late. A lot of their good taunts just get cleared by Poison Blade Flurry.
The light protects me.
But the Shaman's favorite start here, Argent Squire, Coin Harvest Golem, into Feral Spirit. Really good start on the board.
Oh yeah. It's a little scary doing it in a rogue because Poison Flurry, but
Yep.
it's probably still correct.
Yep.
And Ambi does have 2 copies of the best card that Shaman has access to into Rogue, which is Doomhammer.
Oh shit, I thought you were going to say Alec here.
She's got 2 copies of Alec here. How did she do it?
Yeah. That would be nice. You're right. Doomhammer, a card that, even if the rogue manages to swing the board, Doomhammer, not only able to just do progressive damage every turn, 4 to the face, but also, comboing it with things like Rockbiter, able to finish off the opponent pretty well. And Arceus, though, for his part, sitting on some pretty darn good cards. He's got Thalnos Backstab this turn, floating a mana, unfortunately. But he's got that to clear off Harvest Golem. He's got Backstab SI to clear next turn as well.
Double Backstab SI would clear, actually, if he wants to, but may not be correct.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, I feel like when you got a 3 health minion on the board, it feels bad to do 2 sources of damage to it if you got Thalnos Backstab. But, this kind of the difficulty of Rogue. He can play almost every card in his hand this turn. But you can't just dump all your resources every time. So we'll see how judicious he decides to be.
Do you ever just throw out the SI? It feels so bad with 2 backstabs in hand, but if you're thinking that the Feral Spirits is going to come down, then you want that Blood Mage double backstab, and he's actually going to do it.
Oh, wow.
I would not have seen that if I was the one playing the Rogue. I will not lie to you. I see it here because I know the hands, and I have the luxury of not actively making the decisions.
Yeah, I mean,
can guarantee I would not have made that play.
Dude, I don't know. I mean, it feels bad to toss out an SI without the battle cry in the early game, or without the combo, because now, Feral Spirit's going to come down anyway, right? And I guess you have Thalnos double backstab for it in the future, so maybe just Hero Power Sap this turn is a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't play the Blood Mage last turn, you're not playing it this turn.
Yeah. And it looks like he's just fully prepared for Feral Spirit. I don't remember, honestly, if this was kept in her opening hand, but if it was, I have no doubt that Arcues is probably thinking that this is Feral Spirit here. And yeah, another tough choice here. Like, Harvest Golem feels really good to coin out on 2. Does not feel super good to play on 3. But she's going to play this a little bit more slowly. I don't mind this at all. Just playing around, Poison Flurry or whatever it is, saying you got to deal with this stupid Harvest Golem first.
Unfortunately, Arceus doesn't have any way to deal with this now, so he's going to have to sacrifice the really clean Feral Spirits clear.
Exactly.
It's even going to get Earthshock too. This is actually a little bit tragic.
Yeah, this is a really strong position here for Amber. Although, if Gadgetzan were drawn on the next turn, that would completely change. Got a 1 in 11 chance right now for Arcues to draw it. Earthshock, good choice.
Got a 50% chance it happens or it doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, Miracle Rogue wins more than 50% of the time, so...
You know, and RNG just favors those who put their faith in Gadgetzan Auctioneer, so...
I'm surprised we didn't see the Feral Spirits, actually. I wonder what...
Yeah,
what Ambi's read on Arceus' hand is.
I am too. It puts a little bit more damage on the board. The one thing about Feral Spirit that can be useful is if we hold it in our hand until a little bit later, especially if we've seen Poison Flurry, then we can block Leroy in a meaningful way. We're not just putting down like one big taunt that can be sapped. But Arceus has already used one sap. It's going to be kind of tough to get around these wolves.
What I actually think Ambi was thinking with that play is that she's expecting Gadgetzan Conceal to come down this turn. Because, you know, it's turn 6 against a rogue. Usually going to happen, as it turns out.
Right.
Or, well, it feels like it usually happens.
It happens 100% of the time, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, exactly. And so what she's thinking is she wants to get this totem out and give herself the highest odds to roll a spell damage totem so that she can actually clear that Gadgetzan off.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. In this position, though, now she probably has the read that there's no Gadgetzan. That said, if we just hold on to Pyromancer and Lightning Storm, instead of playing the Pyromancer onto the board here, we do have a clean way to deal with the Gadgetzan coming up.
Yeah, I don't like playing the Pyromancer there. I will not lie.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan either. I think it's a resource that, you know, basically we're saying we're already ahead on the board. We're already going to probably win this game, you know, just if things go normally. So the one situation that we probably lose to is Gadgetzan Conceal. So keeping Pyro Lightning Storm in the hand, conserving those resources may be correct. At the same time, so 3-2. I don't personally mind taunting up the Flame Tongue and making it a 1-4 with Defender of Argus. Could have played like Hero Power, Defender of Argus, swing in with the... Oh, I guess we couldn't quite do that. It'd be a pretty awkward turn. I think we're going to see an all-in Edwin.
He's even going to use the Conceal. Not even going to stealth the Edwin, just going to make it as big as he can.
Yeah, well, to his credit. Yeah, 1 Earthshock already.
Earthshock, there's no Hex in this list.
And the joys of...
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, now I think we're seeing why those Feral Spirits are kept here. So she's got a couple turns to deal with this.
Actually just kill it.
Yeah, I mean, she could kill it this turn, she can kill it next turn, really. I think with the taunts up, it's okay to wait. We've got 10 in hand. That means that, you know, if one of these wolves dies, oh, tragic.
That would have been nice.
Tragic.
A couple turns ago.
Yeah. I don't think you can put it down on the board right now, but Amber's got lethal in hand. That's 8 plus 10. So no matter what way Arceus chooses to trade here, he's just not going to be able to deal the damage even if he plays Gadgetzan.
There's the problem with Big Edwin against Shaman. Same as the problem with any deck that plays big minions against Shaman.
Yeah.
There are a lot of small taunts in this deck, and they're very annoying.
Yeah, at 2 HP, they do not line up properly with this knife, 2 and 3 HP. So, nicely played from Amber there. She's been a young protege here of Winterborn's Shaman. Winterborn, probably amongst those top 2 Shaman players in the world, right along with Haskanda. So, yeah, really, really showing some of that experience here, going up 2-1, playing it safe, holding on to those wolves. Maybe not a play that you or I would have done, but I think that that may have saved the game there against that big Edwin. So, gotta say, nicely done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Now we are coming into a pretty favorable matchup for the Face Hunter into the Rogue.
Yeah, it doesn't get, I mean, it definitely gets better than this, I suppose I should say, but it doesn't get, it's certainly not an unfavored matchup, I think, for Face Hunter at the very worst. This is maybe about 50-50. Very top Miracle Rogue players in the world will be able to handle Face Hunter mulligan for the correct things, but Arcues
These are
already
not the
just...
correct things you're seeing right now.
Yeah, if I were to go down the list of correct things that you want against the Hunter player, I don't think they would involve two conceals very
Double
much.
conceal prep,
Yeah.
opening hands.
Yeah.
Things are not looking up,
No.
you could say. I think coin animal companion.
Yeah, just double animal companion. Just
Okay.
you know, keep firing rounds is really the name of the game here against Rogue early.
Yeah.
Okay, well that is one of the cards that's really important in this matchup. But a lot of times with Earthen Ring, you would prefer to find both of them. So you can play the first one for tempo, the second one you can Shadow Step twice, heal up. Oftentimes just winning the race by one turn is how the Rogue can win this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the double conceal. Using the conceal just to, like, self one minion, even if it's not a Gadgetzan. Just get a bunch of damage over 2 turns.
Yep.
Probably what he's going to have to do. So, that's a really good draw.
That is an extremely good draw. Yeah, absolutely. If you get all your crappy cards out of the way first, there's nothing to draw but good stuff. So, yeah, I think very little choice here about, playing Backstab SI. This is a tough thing when you're facing Rogue, is you almost never want to leave the Earthen Ring up, especially. Because if you do, it trades into something and then it gets Shadow Stepped, heals for 3 more, and puts you way behind in the race as Face Hunter. So I don't like having to play abusive there in that situation, but
Well,
yeah,
punished for not drawing first.
yeah,
Would have loved to Eagle Horn down this.
yeah. Yep, you're absolutely right.
SI. That's what it's called.
A really, really key card in this matchup, this Eagle Horn Bow. All of the rogues, early pressure, early clears, everything that they do to stop the hunter from dealing damage through the board is SI and Earthen Ring, and those are both 3/3s, so yeah, super important.
A Gadgetzan coming down soon would really turn the tides here.
It
But
would.
without it, Arcues is still looking at a very dead hand.
Yeah, definitely troublesome. I imagine Amber's going to want to load up the board on the next turn, and it will get cleared. Maybe weave in a hero power there. That's a good draw. So Juggler able to deal 2 to the face. Yeah, I think you play Juggler, Misha, Argent Squire. You might be thinking, but he's got all the answers to it already with Backstab, Eviscerate. Yeah, but that's your Gadgetzan fuel. So unless he draws Gadgetzan this turn, he's going to have to ditch some of these cards. And I would have preferred to have seen Misha, I think, on that turn. There's some rationale for keeping it for Kill Command a little bit later on, but I think it being such a strong card now, draw the Rogue out of resources early. Once they're exhausted of all of these spells, Gadgetzan is not going to be that powerful, and you have no choice but to just win the game then, I think, as Hunter.
Yeah, I may have actually considered Backstab, Deadly Poison, Swinging Face.
Yeah, I suppose we got, let's see, total of 6 damage through the Poison Dagger. That's down to 16, plus Eviscerate. That's down to 12. So really just a Shadow Step Leroy away from the win.
Well, I mean, do you do it?
It feels so bad. I mean, yeah, with 2 conceals in hand, honestly, I think like Conceal Eviscerate is probably right. Like you try to figure out how do you win this game from Arcues' perspective. You're just going to keep taking lots and lots of damage every turn. At least 2 from the hero power, plenty from whatever the hell minions she's going to put down. So it's like, you know that Gadget's in is kind of your out. And he's playing to his out right now. Alright, now...
You can trigger both secrets by attacking face.
Right.
It only costs you, 6 damage.
Right.
When there's a Leroy in hand.
Yeah, I suppose misdirection makes sense here, although I think, we can afford to play it maybe a little bit more patiently here from Amber's perspective. Don't need the misdirection because we'll get it triggered, but at the same time, misdirecting a rogue into the Leper Gnome, that's going to be down to 12, plus the 2 from Explosive, that's 10 HP. She's going to be able to kill next turn, so I suppose her decision is perfectly correct here.
You're going to just swing with the weapon.
Yeah, the only thing that it loses to is double, or is a Farseer plus a Shadow Step. But if she draws an Eagle Horn next turn, which albeit is only 1 in 17, if she draws the Eagle Horn next turn, she'll be happy that she attacked with it. We don't really care about the durability because we have lethal setup on the next turn anyway.
Yeah.
And Arcues is going to get the bad news.
The one weakness of Rogue is sometimes does not draw its minions, and then suddenly you're out of things to do.
Yeah. Yeah, one of those minions in particular costs 5 mana and is green. I think is kind of an important one. And Amber doing the NA scene proud here by winning a game with Face Hunter. Going face with Leroy, get that quest done. Yeah. Okay. And that's going to finish it. So Amber taking the series 3-1 over Arcues in pretty commanding fashion. She'll be our first finalist here. Moving on. Great play from both players. Really, really, really strong players, both of them. Top ladder players, top tournament players. They played a lot of tournaments. Just excellent, excellent players. So really proud of both of them. We got our first finalist. Arcues will be heading down to the 3rd place match. He'll have another shot to take home a little bit of cash today. He got to win the last tournament, so he gets to take a little break from this one. Okay, so we've got our next semifinals match coming up. As I message the players, I'll put the bracket up here so we can take a peek together. So, like I mentioned, Amber moving on to the finals here. She'll face the winner of our next semifinals match here between StickyPickle and Thunder, whom I shall message at this very moment. Okay. So, once again, the winner of this match will be going on to the finals to face Amber. The loser will be going on to face Arcues for our 3rd place match. There's still money involved in 3rd place. You get $10, buy a few coffees. So, players hopefully participating in that one. Tough draws there from Arcues. Rogue sometimes is a very fickle mistress, unable to find Gadget Zan in 2 games in a row. And kind of the downside of bringing Rogue to a tournament is it can feel like the worst deck in the world when you don't get the cards in the proper order, like you mentioned. If you don't get your minions early, the deck can just fall very flat. So looks like we already got StickyPickle and Thunder ready to go. They're just doing their bans.
May have a 3rd person joining the cast in just a moment.
Oh my gosh, a special guest commentator?
Yeah.
Ah, excellent. Most perfect. Okay.
Most excellent.
Most excellent, bro. All right, cool. So, let's get Labore Sangre in here, one of our top tournament players as well. Add him as a friend first. Maybe. There we go. And make sure not to miss the start of this match. Alright, so Amber and Arcues will get to take a little breather. Still figuring out the bands here. Alright. Let's get our friend Labore in here.
Looks like the bands are through. Got StickyPickle's mid-range druid band, or not mid-range, mill druid band, and Thunder's
Sorry, Derp, I cut you off there when you were doing the bands. I'm so sorry.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
can.
I can. Welcome.
Awesome.
All right, cool. We got.
Are we still in the semifinals?
We are. We're in our second semifinals match. Let's hop in and check out StickyPickle playing. I'll share my screen here so you gentlemen can take a look.
Thanks for letting me join on, guys. I'm excited.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm still getting your volume figured out here, so I think you're good now.
Okay, sweet.
All right, so
Nice.
top 10, many-time legend finisher Labore Sangre joining us. I'm the worst person in the room. It's always nice. So Thunder bringing his Malagos Druid. Let me get that list up on the screen here. Now this definitely a deck that we associate
Don't forget
with
to
Thunder.
spectate Thunder.
Good
That's
call.
I can't wait to see more of the Thunder Druid. It's one of my favorites to watch.
It really is, and you know what? As somebody who I'm not honestly all that fond of playing combo Druid myself, but for some reason this Malagos Druid just really speaks to me. I love playing this deck, and you'll find no better pilot for sure than Thunder. Really,
Well,
the guy
actually,
that made-
Thunder, he's kind of playing a Malagos-less Mali Druid. He's still got the Moonfires in, but does not actually have the Malagos in his list today.
Interesting.
Aw.
Yeah, that's something he's actually mentioned in the past. That Malagos, even though was kind of the defining card of the deck, was actually the card that's least useful in the deck. And in certain metas, it's just a useless card. You know, it may help get a little bit more reach in certain matchups, but yeah, Moonfire just a good card at dealing with aggro. It's a good anti-aggro Druid. Does fail in the Druid Mirror, but that's not too big of a deal.
Sorry, can you guys still hear me?
Mhm.
Okay, sorry. I tried to look at the list and I messed up, but yeah, I'm back.
Cool. Yeah, you're good.
Welcome back, welcome back.
But
And
yeah, sorry, you were saying he didn't have the Malagos in the list.
yeah, he's removed the Malagos from the list, but still plays the Moonfires. They're still good at helping control the board. You can still play them with Azure Drake as well. That little 0 mana ping isn't too bad.
So
I
what
like
if Thunder
this
add?
play.
What if Thunder add in over the Malagos then?
Let's see, Druid of
You know.
Claw.
Okay.
Druid of the Claw, it looks like. So bringing back some of those 5-drops here, and ditching the Malagos. There must have been one other card that he took out over the list that I was playing. And he opts for 1 Doomsayer in this list. I'll be honest, a noob like me needs 2 Doomsayers to win against aggro decks. Thunder, of course, does not, because he always draws Wild Growth into Nourish every single game. Especially when he faces me on the ladder. I'm sure we've all experienced this.
He's the best there is.
That's why he is, yeah.
No one quite like him.
So, an interesting list here from Pickle, by the way. 2 Shattered Sun Clerics in Tempo Mage, which typically, Mage, one of the the earliest rules I learned about Mage when you're playing against it in Arena is that Mage is the class that has no way to buff minions. So maybe the first deck that we see here really with the capability of buffing minions.
They're just meant to destroy minions.
Yeah, exactly.
Damage spells.
Minions, faces, dreams, hopes. And this is a big water elemental. No easy way to deal with it on the board. You
Got
gotta
the
use
force of
Wrath.
nature to clean it up.
Yeah,
Can't say that I've ever seen a water elemental this big too.
yeah.
Just for the reasons we were just talking about, it's absolutely unique.
I've seen a 3/6 water elemental. I've seen a 3/5 water elemental. 3/4. Never a
Now I've seen it all.
5/8. Yeah, exactly. Where's the roof on this thing? It looks like a pretty advantageous position here for Thunder, holding those two Ancients in hand, not worried about being burnt down, not worried about getting behind in card advantage. Both players with a lot of draw in hand. Got Thalnos, Arcane Intellect, Azure Drake, Loot Hoarder, and Wild Growth.
Plus,
Wrath.
Thunder's minions are slightly bigger too, like stat average.
Yep. As the game goes on, I think the top decks are going to favor Thunder, just in general. Got bigger minions, got better minions, got more mana to play them for the next couple of turns.
Yeah, normally I would say that the Tempo Mage is favored in the Druid matchup, but this is a much faster list from Pickle. It cuts a lot of the more anti-Druid cards, like the Mirror Entity, like the Ragnaros, like occasionally Polymorph, for a much more aggressive package. And I think here we're seeing kind of the weakness of that. It means you don't have those big cards to follow up on, and eventually the Druid just plays bigger cards.
Yep.
And you are very sad.
Yeah, not having a Ragnaros is a little bit rough. You know, it does enable Thunder to do things like play an early BGH on tempo, rather than holding that card in the hand, waiting around for the Ragnaros that typically resides in the top end of this mage list. So yeah, opting to put Shattered Sun Clerics in there instead. Also got some Leper Gnomes and Ice Lances in there, maybe a little bit more damage oriented. These 0/2s kind of annoying. Couple of Stoneclaw totems here, hanging out on the board. At the same time, Thunder going to choose to charge in here with the Druid of the Claw.
Thought he might. Not sure if it's correct though.
It's hard to tell. I mean, you know, in some ways it leaves it more vulnerable to the Frostbolt, but it's equally vulnerable to Fireball or to, you know, I suppose that's a 4/4 or a 4/6.
Well, there's a lot of burn in hand, but unfortunately a lot of it is not going to be able to get shot at Thunder's face without keeping this really tragic board state for the mage.
Yeah, it's like,
A lot of burn, but not a lot of minions we have to develop here.
yeah, like if you play the Drake, you know, it's not really helping clear the board. You can play Drake Frostbolt on the like 4/4 or something, but
Well, not anymore. It's 7 mana, you only have 6.
yeah.
You can Ice Lance, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you want to kind of save some of this for like Thalnos, Frostbolt, Ice Lance, face, right? This represents 9 damage to face, but I suppose at this point we're not so concerned with face.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Kind of like the double trade. Maybe Azure Drake.
Okay.
He's actually going to take a much more defensive route, just cleaning up this board as much as he can.
Sure, I mean, trading a 1-mana minion into a 5/5 isn't so bad, right?
Pretty good, as it turns out.
And Thunder, again, you know, we saw Moonfire being really useful earlier, where he was able to play, able to attack in, deal 1 extra damage, and play his Ancient in the same turn. Same thing here, having that little extra Moonfire to sneak around, kill Thalnos, ensure that no spell damage shenanigans come down with, you know, being able to cleanly Frostbolt this guy off or something.
I think turn 10, both players are both pretty healthy, but I don't think it's going to be that way for long.
Yeah, I have a feeling that we're going to see a exploding Jaina sometime soon.
That is a double combo in the hand of Thunder, and
Yeah.
that's going to be tough to survive.
Yeah.
Fireball helps.
Yeah, it does. Can clear one of these minions and, technically Frost Ice Lance the other one. Drake seems like a pretty natural move here, although, Water Elemental does line up pretty nicely with the board in general. Maybe even gonna Ice Lance one of these guys.
Well, if he doesn't Ice Lance anything, he is dead.
Yeah, well, there's...
Oh gosh.
I think this is where he says nature will rise against you.
Nice 30 HP would be a shame.
Well, you predicted that this life total wouldn't be the same for long, but I wasn't sure it was going to change this quickly. So yeah, an absolutely gigantic combo coming down here. We got 26
damage,
plus 9. Yeah,
The essential innervate button for the 1 extra armor.
absolutely, absolutely. All right, so that was pretty convincing. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty convincing. Thunder up 1-0. Usually Tempo Mage is kind of the aggressor in this matchup. It's usually fairly favored, but as always, Druid can just high roll stuff. Starting off with Wild Growth, going into Nourish there, getting just a little ahead of the mana curve, and I gotta say, those Moonfires were great. Really, really impactful. Just being able to ping off Thalnos, being able to ping off I don't even remember what the other minion was now, but yeah, a nice addition to the deck. Not Malagos not needed at all, at least in this game.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not entirely sure if I would call that a tempo mage. It's more of a burn mage than anything.
Yeah, it's like a hybrid between like burn and zoo mage.
Yeah, it does have the Shattered Sun Cleric inclusion that we saw,
Right.
but I would still call this a burn deck. More so than a tempo deck. You're
Yeah.
cutting out a lot of the big tempo cards. You can get like Mirror Entity and Polymorph and Flame Strike
Right.
for more aggressive burn tools.
Yeah, not exactly looking for the tempo tools.
So not for this matchup, but I was looking ahead at Thunder's lineup a little bit. And I was looking at the Trap Hunter list actually, and it appears that Thunder isn't running Longhorn Bow, something that I realized was cut.
Yeah, it's just kind of been like players gone back and forth in tournaments with this. I think that you choose whether you're going to bring the Gladiator's longbow based upon what you're going to ban. If you're not going to ban Druid, you bring the longbow. If you're not expecting Warrior, then you probably don't want the longbow. It's not, it's just going to be a dead card against aggro most of the time. So I see him probably anticipating that he's not going to need it as much against Druid Warrior in this tournament. So maybe that could be some potential reasoning there.
I have not seen many games of Freeze Mage versus Tempo Mage, so this is uncharted territory for me.
Yeah, there's some Harry Potter shit going on right here.
Yeah, I want to say it's Freeze Mage favored. Especially this more aggressive tempo variant, the burn deck that I was talking about.
Yeah, it's possible, although it does a lot of its damage through the board. Yeah, we have Frostbolt, Ice Lance, Fireball for sure. That's damage that's not done through the board. But inclusions of like Shattered Sun Cleric and Leper Gnome, Mana Worm. Well, Mana Worm's always in it, but Leper Gnome, Shattered Sun aren't things that we'd normally see.
Something I really like about Thunder's Freeze Mage list in terms of like tournament bring is Thunder's running double Flame Strike. So just the extra AoE and still managing to fit in Cone of Gold and Vaporize. So it's got a lot of extra removal and Vaporize for, the Miracle Rogue and other just chargers and other matchups. So it's really got all the extra spell damage and AoE to get through board-based matchups.
Yeah, definitely. I'm in the same boat. Like between the one copy of Mirror Image, the one copy of Cone of Cold, and like you mentioned, double Flame Strike. No, and of course, Vaporize. No rogue is getting through this.
Well, that was a lot of damage.
It was.
Double Doomsayer classic.
12 total, yep.
Get barrier down or get blocked down here? Barrier.
Yeah, this Ice Barrier, not sure how much value it's going to get.
Having already seen one Fireball, it's semi-safe to assume that your opponent has to attack with a minion in order to kill you.
I think that's
But
true.
yeah, Ice Block is also crucial to get down.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have no doubt that we'll see. Even if there were other things to play next turn, which there really aren't, I have no doubt that Ice Block just seems like pretty intuitive play here. Ice Block, being able to Ice Lance, maybe the Drake. Ice Lance the Drake so that next turn we got a
Do you
clean
need to
flame
Ice
strike.
Lance?
Not anymore.
Did you before then? I'm not entirely sure. Because you're setting up for a Flame Strike next turn.
Yeah, I mean, in some
In
ways,
theory.
like if the Drake attacks, it's giving you 4 health, right? So you may actually even want the Drake to attack. I was just thinking, clean up with Flame Strike, leave your HP total the same.
Yeah,
I'm
I like
starting.
the. Sorry,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I like just like Ice Block, Arcane Intellect. Not in that order you would want to draw first, but I don't think you need to freeze the Drake. Basically, I think you can play it slow. You've got the Flame
I'm
Strike. You've got Alex in hand to heal up. I think
Yeah,
you're
that's
okay.
that's where my hand was at. Is are we going to end up Alexing ourselves? Are we going to Alex the opponent? I think if you can remove enough tempo and then Alex yourself, that's an out, or just still be at a healthy life total and then Alex your opponent. I'm really interesting to see where this game goes. I'm thinking it might be a self Alex, but we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like you're probably waiting for you got two fireballs and a Leroy. You've seen one fireball already, so we're pretty close to dead here. Pretty close to the block being popped. If Leroy comes into hand, or if that if a bunch of arcane missiles hit the face. And here,
Yeah.
I suppose that you have to cast the spells first to get the maximum amount of damage from the mana worm. Typically, we would, in another situation, we would want to pop the ice barrier first and chip off their armor. Just because,
Wow.
yeah. So flame strike good here, and doesn't attack. Doesn't attack in. Thinks it might be vaporized. This is, again, one of the really powerful things about running vaporize one copy in the deck is that somebody just if they attack in to vaporize they lose in some cases. So even though we know it's ice barrier, puts Pickle in a really difficult situation. Puts Pickle
You
in a
also have to
pickle.
keep your opponent guessing too, because they might not know which one it is.
Yeah, exactly. And having
Now they
not
just
triggered
don't have
it,
a way to check.
yeah, it doesn't know
Or
now.
if it was vaporize, for example, it could just ping off the minion, and then you're just as bad into vaporize. Like,
Yep,
Pretty good Kona Cold though. This turn, I think.
freezing a water elemental, that's illegal.
Alright. That's what
I hope you like my
Blizzard said it's allowed, so
Okay, all right, I'll trust Blizzard.
as we know, they
The most trustworthy game company in the entire world. Yeah, I'll trust Blizzard.
I mean I guess you don't even need Dick Kona Cold here. You could just like Acolyte, ping the Loot Hoarder, or Arcane Intellect, or you've got plenty of options. You still have this ice barrier up. You're not worried about these minions that can't gain attack attacking you because it's just going to heal you.
Right. That said, it would be maybe nice to reduce some of that damage, ping off the Loot Hoarder. I have a feeling that Arcane Intellect or just Acolyte ping the Loot Hoarder is okay. I might be a little bit more reticent to play the Acolyte onto the board here, just because it gets one less draw than Arcane Intellect. But we're planning to Alex anyway next turn, right? So,
Actually, that Knife Juggler draw, that pops the block.
yeah, you're right. Wait,
Fireball first.
guaranteed.
4, 5,
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, you're right. It does. Pops the block going into turn 9. Is turn 9 a significant turn?
4 mana, 4 knife juggles, and 4.
I guess we'll find out. Yeah, I mean, we got 6 on the board. 2 more juggles from Mirror Image, another one from Azure Drake here. Maybe not as simple as it seems. They absolutely cannot just, freeze the board here. Has to play Alex.
Wow. Really interesting scenario
You
here.
could Cone of Cold Ice Block ping, but it dies to just the 2 mana ping on the other side, and they get to keep developing.
Oh, wow. I think he's going to do it. I mean, maybe, clear
It's
with...
really surprising.
Wow. So
He'll play
interesting.
black.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the armor hasn't been procced yet. There's always ping. but this line just minimizes the power on the board and then goes into the Alex, and then they'll have to attack into it.
Yeah. Playing the ping here, though, does preclude our ability to play Ice Lance on this 3-4, which is kind of annoying because the 3-4 is the thing that's going to be tough to remove. So the block is triggered. Thunder really not making a lot of progress on Pickle's life total here at 28. And Leper Gnome, good card in this matchup. Cannot clear the board with Flame Strike here. Couldn't anyway, but...
I wonder what the difference would have been if Thunder Alex'd last turn, and then like got the armor already, versus getting Alex down now. Although this Ice Lance is pretty nice to have here.
It is. And keep in mind, too, we haven't seen Frostbolt Ice Lance at all from Pickle, so of the 11 cards left, got a couple more burn spells, but have seen both Fireballs so far. Leroy, third Fireball here, waiting in hand.
15 HP feels a lot better with that armor.
Yeah.
So much better.
And
I think Thunder is stabilized here. I'm not really sure how, without drawing burn, I'm not sure if Pickle has enough damage to actually punch through 15 more health.
yeah,
Especially after the second Flame Strike.
We were just talking about it. The second Flame Strike doesn't have to draw with Arcane Intellect for anything. Just has an extra one on deck.
yeah,
Removal coming in clutch.
yeah. Just something for casual 7 mana to play here. And Thunder's not. At this point, he knows that he'll win the game with Antonidas, right? He doesn't need to worry about how he burns down this 28 HP. Vaporized a little late there, but
There's no Pyroblast on the other side.
yeah. So down to 9 here. Thunder's going to be down to 9 as soon as this Leper Gnome triggers. And Frostbolt Ice Lance, that's 7. So ping, draw Frostbolt, ping, draw Ice Lance. It looks like Pickle's 1 out. That's 1 in 11 times. Well, actually 1 in 5 times 1 in 5. So about a 1 in 25 chance here. I suppose Loot Order actually adds to that a little bit.
Okay, so we've seen Leroy. What other damage does Pickle have left to draw into?
Just 2 Frostbolts and 2 Ice Lances, that's it. So it needs to draw both, I think.
Yeah. He's got 2 draws. He needs to draw Frostbolt and Ice Lance.
Yeah, exactly. Frostbolt,
The good news
it is lethal.
if he does draw Frostbolt and Ice Lance, he does win the game. There's nothing the Thunder can do about it.
Absolutely.
Oh.
And knowing that there's
gosh.
a hope, a dream, now it's just a 1, a 2, and 9 chance. It's not actually so bad. Well, RNGesus giveth, and RNGesus taketh.
Yeah, you can Ice Lance the Alex, but
Yeah, there's no way to draw into lethal at this point after that, though.
yeah. Archmage Frostbolt kind of seals it.
I feel like that's accurate. I feel like this is a situation which I don't think you can lose any play that you do. I think you could pass the turn and still win the game. Oh, Arcane Intellect. Arcane Intellect would actually be a possibility here. I don't think that after the ping, I don't think we can do... Oh, we can. Arcane Intellect.
Can he use both? Arcane Intellect?
No, he's got 1 left. Could have pinged that, played Arcane Intellect, played Frostbolt Ice Lance if he found it. Yeah.
Given the concede, I don't think he found it. We didn't
No.
get to see because he conceded too fast.
It was a Sorcerer's Apprentice. It was just a Sorcerer's Apprentice. Deck Tracker caught it right at the last moment there. But, yeah, you're right. Did not find it there. Still, a relatively close game. Had a few different outs there. It drew 1 with Loot Hoarder, drew 2 just normal turn draws, and had a shot at Arcane Intellect. Had another draw with Thalnos. So, really surprisingly close there. Thunder managing to thread the needle, going up 2-0 in the series.
This Burn Mage hasn't been able to pick up a win yet.
I make my
It-
own.
This is probably the best matchup it's got into the Miracle Rogue. It looks like Pickle's actually going to go with the handlock first, open up with his most favorable matchup into Rogue, just get some momentum
Yep,
on his side.
yep. And he's going to keep the Shadow Flame probably in anticipation of Gadget Zan maybe, or, you just play Ancient Watcher early, Shadow Flame off some 3/3s. Thunder, as always, showing good sportsmanship. We'll get his deck in here.
Pickle does have one Arcane Golem in this deck as well.
Yep.
Got a lot of combo potential. Only one Faceless, so
Yep. One Arcane, one
Something to like
Leroy,
too.
one Faceless, two POs. I like the inclusion of the Arcane Golem, to be honest.
I run 2 Arcane Golems in handlock, so
You, sir, are my
that tells you
hero.
how I feel about it.
Should I run 2 Arcane Golems in my Control Warrior? I love the card so much.
Honestly, go off, King.
They never expect it. It's such cheaper than Corcoran Elite. Does the same damage.
Exactly. I can think of no downside.
So kind of a slow start for both players here. Pickle does manage to play Shield Mastodon turn 4, but not finding the Mountain Giant or the Twilight Drake that were so...
Well-
oh wait, hold on. So,
He will not be finding any Twilight Drakes
You're
on
right.
this list. I regret to inform you.
you're absolutely right there. Those Twilight Drakes have been replaced by Sengens.
Yeah, not sure if I'm a big
Interesting.
fan of that one. I like Senjin as an inclusion into this deck. I don't think it's unreasonable. It's a nice defensive tool in a deck that really needs defensive tools in a lot of matchups.
Yeah.
I think that not running Twilight Drake could be perhaps a little bit of trolling.
Yeah, it's a... Like, I can understand the guaranteed taunt that you get, but at the same time, pretty terrifying to walk into a, guaranteed taunt with...
How much
that
damage is
speaker.
this?
Oh, it's a
Hold on.
lot. It's a lot. Got Leroy, double Cold Blood, so that's 14.
Leroy, 14, 15, 16. That's lethal. That's
14
lethal.
plus
He can prep
6.
eviscerate.
Yeah, you're right. That is lethal. Yeah.
Does he see it though?
Oh yeah, it's it's very much lethal.
Yeah. So 6, 10, 14.
Triple checking, making sure he's not about to throw the game. This is actually lethal.
You just see it, you don't expect this on turn 5 as handlock too often, but
So you guys are doing Leroy, Cold Blood, Prepavis, right?
yep.
Yes.
Yep.
For exactly 21.
Yep, exactly. With the dagger hit and the extra spell
The
damage
coin
from
as well
Dallas.
for
Dallas.
6 mana.
Yep.
He sees it.
Oh,
Or I
turn
think
5?
On turn 5. Yeah. Yeah, you thought you were supposed to keep Gadget Zan and Sap and
Gotta
Conceal.
Leroy afterwards for BM?
Oh yeah,
We gonna see
definitely.
it?
Something
honest.
tells me that's not Thunder's style, but oh, there you have it.
this deck is very funny.
We didn't get the green man, we got the red man here.
Yeah.
Orange.
Summoning
Fire
his
Nation
dragon
attacking
friends. Well, that's got to be a difficult beat there for StickyPickle. He didn't even get to play the game. Poor guy.
Poor guy.
And Senjin was played too, a taunt was played.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
To be fair, he also did do 6 damage to himself.
That's right. That's right.
That helped out.
Sort of
The
the
assist.
dangers there.
A little bit of assist.
Okay, so that series finished up pretty quickly. I'll bring us back to the bracket so we can take a look together. So, get this all centered up here. So we haven't got those matches reported yet, but Thunder moving on to the finals where he'll face Amber. And we've got StickyPickle moving on to face Arcues for the 3rd place matchup. We'll get that 3rd place matchup started and hop into the finals right afterward. So I will message our players and let them know. Looks like I don't see Arcues online. Might take a moment here to holler.
Holla, holla.
Summon him from the void.
That's right. That's right. The void of maybe World of Warcraft. We'll see.
Perhaps.
Oops.
So,
Okay, cool.
How y'all
Arcues
feeling
is on
about
the way.
the return to Naxxramas? Have y'all
Oh,
been playing
that would be
any new
cool.
cards?
That would be really cool. Haunted Creeper. That card I heard was pretty good. Mad Scientist.
Oh my goodness,
Feel
Mad
like that
Scientist.
guy could make a little showing in a Face Hunter deck, mayhap.
Have you actually seen the standard meta at all after Naxxramas?
No.
Evolve Shaman is what I've heard of.
Yeah, so Shaman, one, they got another crazy evolve card where they can pick a minion to evolve into. And they got a really good minion to evolve into with the new Thaddeus. And
Chadius.
so, Thaddeus.
Chadius, nice. Rim shot. Yeah.
Yeah, you can do some funny things. It's like,
I think it's funny that Knowles, whether it's the Rogue 3/5 or whether it's the 10-mana 5/4, but Knowles are, you know, the offenders of the format are just the really good cards. It's just Knowles.
when is Hogger making his resurgence into the meta?
You know,
It's not called Knowles. It needs to text Knowles. If it had Knoll in it, it would somehow be good, you know, OP, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
where's King Knoll Hogger? Next expansion, hopefully. Let's have an Elwyn themed expansion.
Hogger, Master of the Knolls, or, you know, something like that.
I just what if just every card in the expansion were Knolls? It's just a Knoll off every turn.
Just an unreasonably powerful set. Like, what is going on, guys?
Yeah. Knolls, Quillbores. Yeah, I'm into it.
It's kind of interesting that the other two Knolls, so the Rogue 3/5 and then the 5/4 that we were talking about for Evolve Shaman, both of them have Rush. So like Hogger gives you taunt, but Rush kind of protects your face as well because you get to trade right away. So they all kind of protect.
Do protect.
They do them and protect. Yeah, good doggies. Or whatever. I'm not even sure what animal a Knoll is supposed to most
If
resemble.
Knolls
Like
were meta, it would be like defensive
Is
cards
a
or, you know,
Knoll.
mid range or something.
Yeah. Well, I think the Hawker is a sweet card, and I would love to see him in more decks.
I'm a fan of Hogger, not because he's a good card, but he is a funny card.
He's a funny
He's a
card.
funny guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hogger plus Cenarius synergy?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now you're talking. Now you're talking. Hogger on turn 6.
Like,
Innervate.
Play Karen first.
Ah,
Karen deals with their board, and then the Hogger just spawns more board.
okay.
And then you Cenarius.
Yeah. 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 Innervate Karen, coin Hogger, Innervate Cenarius.
You can
And win.
even you can even play the spell that gives Karen the extra stats and taunt, and then they have to put even more into it. And then you start summoning the little taunts that they can't deal with.
You're smart. You guys know Hearthstone.
Perhaps.
No, I honestly I haven't taken a look at Standard or Wild for quite some time. Old people like me, they just can't handle like more than one thing at the same time. You know, I gotta stay focused on Classic.
Yeah, I played a lot of Even Death Knight in Wild.
Ooh,
It's
yes.
been fun. It got really good when I stopped playing it, though.
That was a
It's like they
surprising
buffed
one
it.
that was a surprising one that I didn't see coming.
Even Death Knight, is that with like Jen Greymane?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's like a lot of the really good Unholy Death Knight cards are even costs. There's a lot of really good 2-drops that require a corpse. Do you know? How well do you know Death Knight mechanics?
Would it surprise you if I say I haven't seen a single Death Knight card, nor do I know what their hero power does?
No, because I know you're a true classic player.
Yeah,
But
true.
anyways, whenever their minions die, they get a corpse, and like they can spend corpses to do funny things.
Oh,
And so with the their hero power summons a 1/1 with charge that dies at the end of the turn, like a Force of Nature treant, basically.
Yeah.
But a 1/1. And so you always have a corpse going into turn 2, and there's a lot of really powerful turn 2 minions that use a corpse to do funny things.
So where do you accumulate these corpses? Like on your board? You got like a corpse
It's like
token?
there's another counter.
Okay, it's like a currency. Whenever your minions die, you get a corpse currency, sort of, that
Yeah,
you can
like
spend
that.
to do effects.
Ah, I see. I see.
There's a little number. that
It's still
shows how
Hearthstone.
many
It does it
corpses
for you
have.
automatically. You don't need to like manually spend them.
Yeah. Oh, well, that'd be kind of cool if I had like an inventory and like a stack of corpses in there. Pull a corpse out of my inventory or something.
Get over
Craft items
encumbered.
with corpses like Minecraft.
So yeah. So do other classes get access to this corpse mechanic, or is this just Death Knight
I think
specific?
it was Death Knight specific. I think they finally made it so you can't gain corpses as other classes, but if you have like an internal corpse counter, so if you somehow become a Death Knight,
If you discover cards from a Death Knight class, you can utilize them now. Prior, you
Yeah.
couldn't. Yeah,
exactly.
changed recently.
That's what I meant.
If you want to use corpses as another class, you can skillfully discover it and then start using them with the economy you saved.
Yeah. I mean, I figure.
Yeah,
with,
there's
like,
an internal counter, but it doesn't actually show up for other classes because they don't usually have anything to do with them.
Huh. Not too uncommon for them to like release a class with mechanics that are only available to them, like a 1-mana hero
Yeah.
power or a corpse counter. Nothing too weird about that. Looks like our players have finished off with their bans and have picked out their first decks here. So let's get our scores up. We've got our third place match right now between Arcues and StickyPickle. Looks like Arcues choosing to lead off with Miracle Rogue, and StickyPickle responding with his Tempo Mage. Get these decks up here in a moment. Well, Arcues is probably hoping for a little bit more luck on the Gadget Zan draws, I'd think. Has had trouble so far finding Gadget Zan at the right time. Has had a lot of hands full of spells.
Yeah, unfortunately, no gadgets in just yet. We're gonna see the Sun Cleric synergy. It can buff up the mirror image.
Yeah. Well, it's
Huge.
it feels like the only reason that you would think that someone would play mirror image there in that position, right? On turn 2.
Must cleanse the Sunwell.
I mean, not exactly the most common thing to see in Mage. Or any deck that isn't Zoo.
Right.
Really.
And good response here. Poison SI gets a minion on the board. Creates a threat to knock off that other 0/2 with something other than the weapon. I wouldn't be too surprised to see the Frostbolt ping come out here. Maybe Thalnos. Just try and cycle a little bit more.
Another 1/3 taunt isn't looking too strong here, unfortunately.
I don't think so. Getting the 3/2 knocked off at the end, probably not too helpful either. So just does choose to play Thalnos here. Probably a good idea to start cycling. Also gives another target here for Shattered Sun to buff up Thalnos, get a little bit more damage done.
I think clearing with the Shiv is probably the best play here.
Yeah,
Still, you want to be digging for Gadgetzan as well, and Shiv does that too.
yeah, I think that Shiv, no matter what, maybe swing in the Poison Dagger. Although, okay, can up for the Shiv prep fan. Yeah, I don't feel super confident in using this dagger here. We have bigger minions like this Azure Drake that can come down, and you see, smart play here. Now he's got Fan, can trade cleanly into the Drake next turn if he wants with his face, or he can use the Eviscerate to clear the Drake if he so desires as well.
I guess it prevents the Azure Drake from being very good. I'm still not entirely sure if that was a great play.
It does signal the fan. It does signal the fan, it looks like, but
Yeah, looks like Pickle's just going to play into it. He thinks this is still the best play.
Yeah, there's not like a ton that you
I
can
like
do.
I like the cleric on the taunt though. I feel like that's really good right now.
Yeah, cleric would be pretty good.
How many games can you cleric 0-2 taunt twice in the twice in a row?
Yeah, I feel like this is not exactly something we see too often. Um, and we'll see how much Arceus chooses to value his face here. I don't anticipate he's going to use Eviscerate here, but I don't think it's unreasonable to use Eviscerate on this Drake. After all, one of the big ways that Tempo Mage is going to beat you is by burning some of your health down early with minions and then finishing it off with spells. And so far we haven't seen any spell damage other than one Frostbolt out. He's just going to go for it. Might be also thinking, what do I do against a second Drake? And that might be kind of awkward when the second Drake comes down. Does have would have had an answer with Shiv plus the dagger, but maybe looking to just hold on to some of those spells. And Knife Juggler feels a little off here. I suppose you can follow it with the Shattered Sun, make a 4-3, which does get cleared, and we do want to do damage with our minions as soon as possible, but it just doesn't feel like the strongest play here.
Put this apple on your head.
He'll go for it anyway.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the Arcane Intellect, draw a couple of cards, see if we can find some more of that.
A lot of burn.
Yeah, yeah.
That.
And this Water Elemental definitely can be a really key card in this matchup, just locking the mages or the rogues face down, ensuring that they don't have the ability to swing with a, big deadly
Sap
presence.
in the hand of Arcues. I wonder if he'll choose to use it here or if he'll choose to save it. Because neither of these minions are minions you want to live for very long, but
Right. Yeah, I mean, I imagine Shiv almost always comes first in this situation. And then...
still no Gadgetzan, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Still no minions. He's trying on one minion.
Yeah.
Get the best minions. Still no minions at all.
I don't know what he did to RNGesus to piss him off so bad, but must not have been good. You're going to get to drop the Water Elemental here. It's going to get sapped. Loses the buff from the Shattered Sun Cleric, but...
There it is.
Alright. And
Arceus'
Arceus
savior.
quickly choosing to play the Gadgetzan there. And oh my lord. Well,
Everything's making sense now.
yep.
It's a beautiful sight to see for some.
Yes.
Maybe some other people may not
Yeah.
feel the same way.
Yeah, for those who are viewing in the chat right now, maybe share some of your opinions on the Rogue class, just in general. Would love to hear your opinions. Feel free to share them in the Discord as well. Always love hearing about what people think of Gadgetzan Auctioneer.
He's still not actually out of the clear yet. There's
There's 15
assuming
burn.
all the arcane missiles hit face, which will probably not happen. That's 18 points of burst.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now's probably as good a time as any to play Mana Worm, Water Elemental, Arcane Missiles, Ping. Hopefully a couple of those missiles hit the face. He's not going to have enough mana next turn to play
Maybe
these
actually
three.
frostbolt face instead of pinging.
Yeah, yeah. Well, gotta kind of see where the arcane missiles land in that case. Probably don't want to save these until next turn because it just runs the risk of more minions hitting the board.
Nero's not unreasonable either.
No. Does create more targets for arcane missiles. Might not want that. Okay, so I'm gonna go with the fireball first. Alright, now this sets him up for 2-turn lethal. Okay, well,
That's lethal next turn.
yeah, 9-10 damage. So Arceus does get his Gadgetzan Auctioneer. But will it be enough? He's probably going to be digging really hard for that Earthen Ring Farseer. It looks like he's
There's
only...
just one or two in the list.
I think there's... Let me double check
One.
and make sure I've got the right list up here. But yeah, it looks like
Oh.
just one.
It's got double shiv, double sap.
Yeah.
Ooh. They
Thinking
don't.
about this Phantom Knife, but if he uses Fan, he can't actually backstab, which is
Yeah,
really
that's
tragic.
exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, I think the prep might have been a little bit premature there. Wanted to backstab first.
Looking.
So we got
There
15
it is.
damage so far.
Oh,
Okay,
there
so
we go.
Just in time, just in time.
yeah,
Probably
probably
gonna want to
just
Shadow Step
yeah,
this.
shadow step it and sap the mana worm.
Blade Flurry
Yeah,
as well.
just Blade Flurry now.
May look like a one of, but it gets played more than once. That's for sure.
Yeah. I feel like the Blade Flurry's got to be the play here, right? Attack face Blade
Everyone's
Flurry.
fine.
I'd even Shadow Step the Earthen Ring again. Why not?
Yeah, you're not gonna need it on Leroy, honestly.
Yeah. I suppose sap makes sense here. We're gonna get the 3 damage done next turn with our knife, so it's not actually increasing the amount of damage we do by playing Flurry. But there is one mirror image left, so probably a sensible choice to keep Blade Flurry around. And now Pickle forced to play this Frostbolt to clear the gadgets in. That was kind of his ace in the hole to burn down Arcues here.
Saving the Blade Flurry is real good into this development.
You're not
I
kidding.
believe Blade Flurry is going to be lethal alongside 4 more damage from the SI7.
True.
Yeah, Blood Mage, Flurry, SI, Shadow Step SI, attack with the Farseer.
Okay.
That's 11 damage, exactly.
You guys must be good at math.
I've played this deck a few times.
I've killed this deck a few times.
Yeah. I think what
I've
Pickle
lost
really
to
should have
Labore
done.
with this deck a few times.
Yeah, I think the piece of advice I'd give StickyPickle here is like maybe play like Snipe and Eaglehorn Bow in your deck.
Yeah.
You have fewer issues.
Yeah, maybe get a misdirect.
Yeah, yeah.
Somehow get Explosive Trap
Yeah.
or Explosive Secret into the game.
Yeah.
Explosive Rune.
Yeah. Oh,
Or just not in
that
Classic, just put it in your deck
Explosive
somehow.
Rune.
I kind of hate that card, I'll be honest.
I also kind of hate that card.
I kind of hate Secret Mage in general. Not this classic version though, the wild version where you play like free secrets for the first 5 turns and
Yeah, but
It's only gotten better too.
I bet.
More
what's
annoying.
3-0
Yeah.
or wait, is it 3-0? Or am I
No,
thinking
that's
anime?
just a 1-0. Just a 1-0. So first game going to Arcues.
I had the wrong bracket open, or not the wrong bracket, the wrong match open. I clicked it and I saw 3-0. I was like, nice, that was fast. Wow,
These
I
players
don't
are
even
good.
remember what happened.
I'll take your word for it, Battlefy. Alright, now we don't see this very often. 2 tempo mages.
Wow.
Or 2 aggressive mages, I suppose I
I
should
thought
say.
Tempo Mage on Freeze Mage was rare enough. We have like the mirror here.
Yeah, this is something special. I can't say I have a lot of experience in this, tempo or aggressive mage decks. Just don't tend to be popular enough for us to just see a mirror very often. Players that play these are so few and far between on the ladder.
Minion Mage Mirror here.
I think this is one of the decks that really wants to have coin. I think that Arcues is automatically pretty favored just off of having coin.
Yeah, I think he's
But-
pretty happy here.
Frostbolt in hand from Pickle is going to mean
Both
a
got
lot.
Mana Worm. That's really good.
Yeah. Yeah, both with Mana Worm, but you're right. This Frostbolt's going to be very good. And with that, convenient to attack, able to knock down one of those 0-2 taunts.
Well, there is a 1 in 8 chance that this Arcane Missiles does the job.
That'd be the most skilled missiles I've ever seen.
Is that the kind of 1 in 8 chance you'd like? Okay, Arcues maybe not going to take a 1 in 8.
Yeah, maybe a little ambitious. You can play it this coming turn with a ping, or even just trade in with the Sorcerer's Apprentice, depending on what he wants to do.
Yeah.
He's got plenty of options, basically.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to play the juggler here or not. I mean, it feels like you usually want to save the juggler for a position in which it actually can meaningfully affect the board. But at the same time, kind of just putting minions in beef on the board is good here too. Might just play Sorcerer's Apprentice and Leper Gnome. And I have a feeling that without any AoE board clears, the player to stick a couple more minions is probably going to be the one to win here. I don't think, there's just not enough burn to justify going face with any of the spells. So probably going to see all of the spells used on board, and just when the dust settles, see who ends up with more minions.
Really tempted to like Kirin Tor to get the counterspell in play. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh.
That's
Speaking of missiles that are not hitting the 3 targets you wanted to hit,
that's got to be a rude set.
the difficulty of the perfect missiles.
Yeah, Arcues has really had to battle here with bad RNG in these games. Those missiles were not helpful. Still not out of the game yet. Has, I assume, ping Loot Hoarder here. But yeah, facing down that Azure Drake is going to be tough. Counterspell can be pretty good when your opponent just has Fireball, but yeah, now drawing, that's probably okay against Frostbolt also.
You ever just throw a fireball face here?
Kind of interesting how like Arcues has access to more cards, whereas Pickle has access to more damage.
Yeah,
It's really interesting looking at both hands right now.
yeah.
Both headed like different directions, kind of.
Yeah, and Pickle is really decided on his route here. He wants to go face. Sends the Fireball face, just like you were suggesting, and next turn, if this Sorcerer's Apprentice doesn't get pinged off, which it's not going to die, has Drake Frostbolt. Counterspell, though, going to stop that Frostbolt from coming off. Oh my gosh. Mirror image off the top with the Sorcerer's Apprentice, able to hit for 4 with the Frostbolt, and no way around this Fireball next turn.
Well,
Arcues
there's one way.
Yeah,
That's one way.
has a choice here. Would you rather die by your opponent's sword, or...
Arcues doesn't seem like the kind of player to fireball his own face.
He does not, no. Pretty serious player. I wouldn't expect him to... he'll play till the bitter end here. Oh.
That sums up my thoughts exactly. Oh, Mirror Entity on the Leroy.
Got his own Leroy. He can attack.
Face,
Quick.
however.
Leroy. Get to hear the battle cry twice. Cool. Alright. Pickle tying it up there. 1-1. And
Mirror Entity and a minion with charge. You should be able to attack with it first.
you really should. Yeah. Yeah. We can report that bug to Blizzard, get it fixed.
Just imagine if there was a bug where you could misdirect rag shots, however.
There
Rag
is.
started hitting himself.
Yeah. Quit hitting yourself. So it looks like Arcues had his Aggro Paladin banned out, and Pickle had his Rogue deck banned out. That was Miracle Rogue.
Giblin Mechatork.
Yeah, I know the guy. Went to college together.
Good friend of mine. No, one of the things he summons is the thing that turns things into chickens, the poultryizer, I think it's called.
Yeah,
But it's
yeah,
any
I saw that
minion.
on ladder. I've seen it on ladder one time.
Yeah, it can transform any minion on the board, including itself, into a chicken.
Really?
It's very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it do it as a battle cry, or is like a...
No, it's like at the start of your turn.
Oh.
It's not a very good card. There's a reason why you've only seen it once.
Probably costs so much dust I couldn't even afford it.
Yeah, I've got my full non-golden, but still full collection.
Hey, that's way ahead of me. I gotta dust cards every week to do these deck spotlights. Alright, so we've got this problematic Mill Druid deck.
Wow.
We've seen it on screen on stream once so far, and it was successful against Mid-Range Shaman. So
Tech has been making waves on ladder a little bit recently as well. North America, I've seen more players bringing it.
Yeah. I saw it a few times too. Promptly decided to go play a different game for a couple of weeks. And
It is not the deck you want to lose to.
no. In fact, yeah, I have my preferences as far as what decks I like to play and what.
It is not your aggro mirror haven here.
No. In fact, I would definitely not want to play any minion-based deck into this. It doesn't really even look like much. You think the funny thing is, Druid just doesn't have good AoE removal, we say, right? All they have is Swipe. Well, this deck's got Swipe, Starfall, Starfire, 2 copies of each, 2 copies of Bite as well, and, of course, 2 copies of Wrath. So, and 2 Pyromancers.
And Pyromancers putting in work as well.
Yeah, so if you think that Druid doesn't have AoE options, they certainly do. But Arcues off to a really quick start here with his board. Unfortunately, speaking of Pyromancers.
Yeah, the removal doesn't line up perfectly because you want to just like Starfall this board, but the
Right.
So I haven't
Mana Worm will survive.
Hey, you
I haven't checked Pickle's Mildruid list yet. I know that some differences between Mildruids that you'll see on ladder between Pickle's list and other lists. Other lists sometimes bring, for example, Sunwalker or Ancient of War. Also Ancient of Lore, just some more on the top end, and that's where some lists differentiate. I think that Pickle, while I haven't checked their list, doesn't tend to go for the 7 mana taunt. And sometimes not even for the Ancient of Lore. But I'll have to check the tournament list here because I haven't seen this list in particular yet. But just some differences that you'll see between Mildruid lists.
Yeah, in fact,
So
he's playing Sylvanas in this. He's got
Pickle has one Ancient of Lore in this list.
1 Lore, 1 Sylv, and no War.
So no War and no Sunwalkers.
No Sunwalkers, no. In fact, two Druids of the Claw to taunt.
Gotcha.
Got those 2 copies of Bite, which can, I suppose at turn 4 it lines up fine with like Dark Iron Dwarf, things like that.
Yeah, no. Furious, the main person playing Mildred on NA at least, is running copy of Savagery. Actually, I think he's running 2 copies of Savagery.
Wow.
Well,
Just get more value with Bite, do 1 mana 4 damage.
just when you thought the format was solved.
So because of Mildruid's kind of rise, or just that more people are playing it on NA, something that I've been told with Bites is if you're not running Bite, for example, if the meta is where Bite isn't as optimal, you would replace Bite with the 4 mana 5/4 that returns a minion to your hand to return Cold Lights. So that's kind of how Bite comes and goes from this deck.
So you'd play, in addition to the 2 youthful Brewmasters, you'd play the Ancient Brewmaster as well?
Yeah, that's what I was told, is you can choose to play that just to get extra metal against Druid, or whatever you want to have, you can return that.
Interesting.
Some of the things you can change, and some lists also bring Starfire as well.
Oh yeah, this one's got two
Pickle's got
two
2
Starfires.
Yeah. Just cards that I've seen people change out in the list.
Yeah, I think he just searched for the word damage in his collection, went through the Druid list, clicked on every single thing.
Neutral and put in Leroy though.
Did someone say Leroy?
Oh, that's a damage card right there.
That is a damage card. In fact, a couple of these minions, pretty powerful actually without, well, Starfire, or Starfall's going to clear this, but
I would rather play Water Elemental there.
yeah, I can definitely sympathize with you. It doesn't quite line up as well going into like turn 8, but I like it because it's got 6 health, and, if the Naturalize is in hand, at least you're getting 2 more cards.
Bounce is really interesting in Mildred because I've seen games where you bounce Big Game Hunter versus Handlock just to kill giants.
Oh yeah.
Ancient of Lore, you can bounce Ancient of Lore for healing. It's just really interesting how, if the game is going to go that late, how flexible you can be.
Yeah, we saw Keeper of the Grove get bounced earlier. And, it's another card that's great for it, right? It's got 4 HP. So if your opponent doesn't remove it, you tap into something, deal 2 damage, and lose a little HP. Bounce it back to hand, deal the last 2. Alright, and Sylvanas is going to be pretty annoying here. Arcues does not play Polymorph in this deck, so he's going to have to
Got a
basically...
decent way to deal with it, with the Frostbolt. And he can ping off his own water elemental.
Yeah,
Ah. So that would be 4 mana expending, and then you can just play another one, or you can go 1 drop into draw.
or you can play this big guy here. Look at this guy, the Fire Lord.
Or you can just ignore that Sylvanas exists.
Yes, I was going to say, you can Frostbolt the Sylvanas and not kill it, right?
I guess.
Ignore it
I don't know if
and
that's
go
the play I
face.
like.
Or
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah, exactly.
This too.
Well, actually, you can't Starfall yourself, right? You have to use Starfall on an enemy.
You can Starfall your own minion. You can't do the second choice on your own minions. But yeah, he can deal
Yes.
5 damage to his own Sylvanas if you want.
I was thinking about what would happen if you would just Frostbolt the face and let Sylvanas attack wherever, and the problem with that is Mana Worm can, in theory, grow pretty big.
Yeah,
If Sylvanas still sticks and we don't want to lay Rag into the Sylvanas, then it might be like a spell out for burn damage. So yeah, I was thinking about that.
actually, I don't really mind too much sending a Frostbolt to the face there. Although, of course, when you're playing against this Druid deck, if you see red too much, then you're going to get punished by this spell right here, Healing Touch. So, in retrospect, maybe it's a good idea to Frostbolt the Sylvanas. But not dealing with the problem means that it's going to be hard to follow up with Rag on the next turn.
Not dealing with the Sylvanas problem and doing just about as much damage with the awkwardness of Mana Worm to kill, for sure.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how he plays it here. Starfall's a possibility, but it doesn't really line up with the board very well. Naturalize, likewise, just doesn't feel... It feels like we'd rather maybe save Naturalize. Dealing, 2 damage to our own Sylvanas isn't the best use of it.
I think that was a spot where even if you're giving your opponents cards, you probably wanted Cold Light there just to figure out how you're going to start dealing with this big board.
Yeah. Having already played the Pyromancer, and not having any draw in hand currently, means it's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with these 6 HP minions. Of course, Sylvanas is going to try, but...
Should have ran Deathwing. No.
we have seen a Golden Deathwing swinging face for lethal today.
Ooh, I'll have to catch back up on
Yeah.
that.
Great moments in Hearthstone history. Now, do you commit the missiles here and YOLO it, or...
Oh, wow.
Because, I mean, realistically, you're
What are
not...
the odds, right?
Right?
Surely Arceus won't get unlucky with missiles still, right?
Well, the thing about...
Surely.
The thing about doing it this way, okay, he's going to do it. The thing about doing it this way when you attack the Keeper first is less chance to hit. Oh, wow. And what a god. What an absolute god.
We said Shirley. It was
Yeah.
Shirley.
Alright, brilliant. So, Pyromancer now coming in, so it does give a few more options. Still got a Healing Touch in hand, not completely out of the game. This Sylvanas is hoping to snag one of maybe the 3/6 here. Maybe trade into the Mana Worm, grab the 3/6.
I feel like we're not going to see this Naturalize. So Naturalize will be saved for the Rag. Probably.
Yeah, I would think you save the Naturalize for the Rag, and also just, even though it's Mildruid, you don't have to give your opponent cards, right? So it's our choice whether to give them cards.
Interest. Oh, Counterspell, yeah, testing for Counterspell, yeah.
Yeah, I've got to play around the secret first.
Like Starfall, trade into the 3/6, take the 3/3? Well, it will be smaller, but...
But you can Starfall the 3/4, trade into the Mana Worm and get the 3/6.
Yes.
Or trade into the... You can get the Mana Worm too. Probably gonna do that. After
He
the...
wants to freeze.
What's he gonna freeze?
I don't know.
I guess there are a lot of minions in this deck. I don't know if any of them are big enough to get frozen. Alright, any chance we're going to see Ragnaros the Fire Lord?
Fire versus water here.
Yeah. Not exactly how you'd normally see it with a...
Rag knows the place today.
Yeah, it really does. We've seen Rag hit face way more. I don't even know if we've seen him hit a minion yet. I feel like he's hit face every single time.
Man, this is rough because you really want cards, but you have to deal with Rag, and then Might you either have to go for healing touch and button, and then cards next turn, or healing touch and cards and maybe die.
I think you gotta go with the healing touch naturally. It's like the number one
Yeah.
priority is you gotta kill Rag. And after you
True.
kill Rag, you know that you're dead to Fireball. So it feels really, really bad. Yeah, especially when you're giving them 2 more cards. It feels really bad not to
It's just gonna
cast
be
healing touch.
it's gonna be hard for people to answer the minions that come down since you don't get access to cards here.
Yeah,
Hard
exactly.
part.
How do
Exactly.
you feel about the healing touch over the Ancient of Lore there?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's possible just to put the lore down and heal face. Like, it's a 5/5. It's gonna help deal with the board really well. But Arcues now it feels like he's burned through all of the healing touches. Still got Ancient of Lore, but like we mentioned, you kind of want to use this for cards when it's your last card.
Yeah, I think Pickle wants to use it for cards, and that's why.
Yeah, yeah. But a
Every time I
while.
play against Mildred, I always feel like it would just be a better deck if it just ran combo, ran Force of Nature, Savage Roar.
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from there because it's still, Force of Nature and Savage Roar, or both of them together, they still do remove boards, right? It's still 12 damage that you get to deal to creatures.
Have we seen both healing touch already?
We have.
Yeah, we saw
Yep.
both.
Yep, this is the
So, and
last.
there's only one Ancient of Lore, right?
Yep. The
So
only.
That's all the healing.
This is it when it comes to healing options, yeah.
I got Bite, 1 copy of Bite left.
One copy of Bite left, yes.
Yeah, so there is 4 more armor sitting there in the deck.
Druid button does kind of negate Mage Ping Face.
It does.
Well, cancels it out
man.
negate.
Yeah, I mean, Mirror Entity into Swamp Ooze isn't the greatest thing, but
I'm starting to wonder if you just had to go cards for Pickle, but I mean, if you get Cold Light and you can find an answer, but I'll have to see.
oh wow, gonna hold on to
Cool,
the
like-
Arcane Mace.
Arceus is running low on cards.
Part of the cards.
Whatever that's worth.
Yeah,
Not much, because there's not gonna last that many more turns, I fear.
We gonna bounce the Cold Light here?
I guess just might want the Cold Light on the board to just be a 2/2 body. And 1 Fireball left in the deck. Could draw for it with Drake.
How many cards are we looking at towards the fatigue counters here?
Just 2 cards left in
Wow.
Arceus' deck, and he does find the Fireball.
Do you just throw
Yeah,
a face? Nah,
sure.
please It'd be funny.
Actually, I think we did want to throw a face because then we trade in with these 2. Oh, he's just going to go for straight up board control here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, why not maximize your chances of not losing?
I know where the Starfire should go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Alright, what a close match. So I guess I know how to beat this Druid deck now. I just have to be a god tier Tempo Mage player.
Just have to train Tempo Mage for a year in the lab.
Yeah, exactly. I'll emerge like Rocky and be ready for my big fight. That brings Arcues up 2-1 over StickyPickle in our 3rd place match here. So, what's the last deck we got here? Looks like Arcues has Druid left to play. We've seen his Rogue, we've seen his Mage. He's got Druid left. Pickle could still be picking up this Mill Druid, or he could decide to play his, I believe it's Handlock as well.
Did he win with the Burn Mage?
I believe he did, yeah.
Oh yeah,
That
he did.
first match in the mirror.
That's right.
The mirror entity, mirror image, mirror match. Okay. So let's see what Arcues has in his Druid deck. He's got some Yetis. No Senjin.
I think Arceus is a Yeti keeper. I am. I love keeping Yeti.
He's looking for that wild growth.
Yeah, but imagine what he could do if he had Yeti and Wild Growth.
Yeti, Yeti's always good on first dates, because he knows how to break the ice.
Yeah.
That's the part where you guys laugh and say, "Oh my God, opposition! You have the greatest sense of humor I've ever heard."
I'll consider it.
Yeah, keep it in the back of your mind there. You know. Well, looking at a nice hand here from Arcues, maybe deciding whether he wants to innervate out this golem or wild growth out the or coin the wild growth.
Honestly, I don't think I would have coined out Wild Growth. I think you turn 2 Wild Growth, turn 3 Golem, and then turn 4 you've got the Ragnaros.
Yeah,
And I don't actually think that's incorrect.
yeah, I don't mind it at all. Like, how do you deal with it? You know, Siphon Soul's going to be a couple turns away.
Well, actually, he can do it anyways because he drew the second Wild Growth.
Yeah.
Like, I think
Well,
that's what this hand is shaping up for.
Yeah, now he doesn't have the coin, so... Okay, just going to opt for a second wild growth here.
Well, that one I would have Harvest Golem and then Wild
Growth the next turn.
I
Yeah.
Can't help but feel like things were not ordered correctly.
Yeah, you know, another problem here is if the Mountain Giant comes down, we do see MG and Pickle's hand. Once that comes down...
Pickle running, what's the counter on Big Game Hunter and on Siphon Souls in Pickle's list?
He's
I'm
got
just wondering...
1 BGH and is holding on to his only Siphon Soul right now.
Okay, so there were 2 cards in the deck that could deal with Rag other than like Shadow Flame shenanigans.
Yeah. He's
Got
going
one
for it.
and Can't use it yet.
Well,
Ooh.
that's scary. One more turn until got access to Siphon Soul. Might drop some fodder here. Could consider something like Owl on the Harvest Golem or something like that.
Might taunt this. He's considering it.
Yeah, I suppose you could taunt. I think, you know, we're going to take some rough beats to the face early on here, so I might be a little bit more inclined to save the taunts for later.
Well, it prevents Arcues from killing the small Sunfury Protector cleanly.
Right.
So, in theory, that's what you want the Ragnaros to be hitting.
Yeah, although honestly in this situation, I don't know if we even mind having him hit face. Being down to 18 as handlock isn't like the worst situation.
Fine. You don't have any Molten Giants in hand, though, so you might be inclined to play a little bit more conservatively with your health.
Yeah.
I came up with the wrong line, but a funny line of silencing your own Rag so that it guarantees hit face.
Well, you know, had the option
He's
to...
thinking about it. Hold up.
Alright. Well, Arceus seems to generally pick the most pragmatic board control lines here. It goes with his... Goes with this. He's also got Black Knight in the deck, which can be pretty powerful.
Maybe a little bit unfortunate that killed the...
Yeah, on the other hand, you know, this is a 17-mana Molten Giant right now. And usually we don't want to front load our healing with Handlock. Now, I don't think we're going to see Black Knight here, even though it kind of lines up with the mana properly. Just too powerful at being able to clear some of those big taunts. Now keep in mind, Pickle is not running Twilight Drake in his list. He's running Senjin.
What if?
Alright, Harvest
It's an
Golem.
annoying board to deal with. Leave behind a lot of 1-health minions and
Yeah.
no Mortal Coils yet for Pickle.
Needs like Hellfire into Defile. So Senjin got the Molten Giant, but that's really not going to be anything important right now. Has Leroy, but no PO, no Faceless, and Arceus staying really healthy here up at 30 HP. Yeah, how do you deal with this board? I mean, you got Hellfire to deal with the first bodies on the Arcane Columns, but no Mortal Coils in hand to deal with the, you know, 2-1 Keeper of the Grove or 2-1 Harvest Columns. Just doesn't feel so clean. And I'm not sure Ooze helps with that too much.
I think He's just trying to play stuff on board. Oh,
Yeah,
no, he's
okay.
actually in a Shadow Flame.
Yeah, I don't mind this too much. Sets us up for Hellfire Ascension next turn, which isn't too bad. Now it's a little annoying with that Drake hitting the board. Looks like Arcues really unconcerned about Pickle getting some value from this Molten Giant.
Pickle might actually feel pressured to drop the Molten Giant.
Yeah, Molten Giant plus the
Combo
taunt.
range.
Yeah, either of these choices are tough. You know, one way we're going to see Senjin plus, we got Swipe and Harrison Jones.
Is this lethal? Yeah, this is lethal. Okay. Swipe face, Wrath the minion, Savage Roar. Everything goes face.
Oh, okay.
9 plus 4, 13.
You guys are good at math. Cool. Yep, Wrath for 4. You're right. Alright, so
Molten
Arcues.
Giant is free now.
Finally,
now.
I can play my Molten Giant. Wait, what?
It costs -11 right now.
Yeah.
I spend your mana.
What a deal. What a deal. Alright. That'll bring it to 3-1 for Arcues in our third place match. He's our third place winner, taking home $10. Buy himself some coffee or a new mouse, cheap keyboard. Alright, and our finals match should be all set to go here in just a moment. I'll bring up the brackets so everyone can review and take a peek. And I will message our players. I'm going to take a quick break. I've been sitting here for 5 hours straight, so I'm going to take a real quick break, use the bathroom, and I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
So, Derp,
Howdy.
we were just talking about Wild not too long ago, the Death Knight.
Yeah.
Anything else you have to say about the deck? I mean, I know a little bit about it because I get Legend and Wild every month and have for years and years, but I think it was definitely something I didn't see coming, for sure.
Yeah, I remember I don't remember where I saw it. I saw somebody theory crafting about it. Like, wait a minute. You can get a free corpse turn 2 and then just play your big corpse payoff turn 2 cards.
Yeah, it was actually on a Vicious Syndicate report, or like on an actual report. The deck came up pretty high, like tier 1, if not tier 2.
Yeah, but this was like pre-Death Knight release that I saw it, and I was like, dude, this seems so fun. I wanted to check it out. And so I decided to start playing it, and it wasn't super good until the Renathal nerf, because it really sucks into control decks. And Renathal decks were just too hard to punch through. And then that got nerfed, and it was like, all right, we were back to playing 10 different aggro decks at the top of Wild, and Knight is really good as an anti-aggro deck, which is why I climbed with it.
So how often do you play Wild then?
Not super often. I go back to it like once every expansion, basically. Just play a fun deck that looks interesting. Just pilot it to Legend.
So for
Like
me, it's a little weird because like I've been like a Wild main for a long time. For me, like now I've spent a lot more time in Classic than before, so like I've always been getting Legend and Wild for like months and months and just years, practically years, and I still get Legend and Wild every month. But yeah, just interesting spending a lot more time in Classic and enjoying that as well. So something that I tried pretty recently was Aggro Rogue, but in Wild. Some of the new cards. Yeah, some of the new cards they printed from the mini set, like Mistake and Jolly Rancher, I think is really, really sweet.
Jolly Roger, the other one.
Oh, sorry, Jolly Roger,
Jolly
not Jolly Rancher. Not Candy, but it's a pirate.
Jolly Rancher. Yeah, I can get down for some Jolly Ranchers. Don't get me wrong. Where would you place Jolly Rancher on your candy tier list? Like,
Ooh, so
S tier, A tier, B tier.
A if not S. Can't go lower than that.
Sort of depends on the flavor
Still
now,
lasts for
doesn't
such
it?
a long time too.
Yeah. I would probably put Jolly Ranchers in, like, normal Jolly Ranchers in S tier. I've had, like, Jolly Rancher gummies that were not very good.
What?
Yeah,
I
but
was
I mean,
literally the second you
I'd talk
asked that
gummies,
question,
so.
I was thinking down like any candy I could think of. As obviously Skittles, M&Ms, like meta, but quality, but meta. Like
I
deducting
feel
points
like
for it being
most
meta.
people are in agreement that Skittles are an S tier candy, though. Like, I don't
Exactly.
think there's a lot of people who just don't like
Starburst,
Skittles.
like
Starburst as
Skittles,
well.
Starburst, M&M. If you would be having a hard time arguing that any of those aren't S tier just because of their success, you know, and widespreadness.
Yeah, my dad used to get peanut M&Ms all the time. He'd just have a big jar
Ooh.
of peanut M&Ms, and I gained a lot of weight eating an unreasonable amount of peanut M&Ms through high school. Basically, is what I'm trying to say.
We all got to
It's like
make
I
our
went to
stand
college, I
somewhere.
didn't have access to the candy jar. Suddenly, I was actually losing weight. Like, what? How did this happen?
I was like the sour apple Jolly Ranchers when I was a kid.
I was thinking not Jolly Ranchers, but on continuing the list of other candies, like the cherry candies that just last a while, that they kind of melt in your mouth for a while as well. Kind of like Jolly Ranchers, but not as sugary per se. I forget what they're called though, but they have like it looks like a fruit on the outside, like it's red and
Oh
it has
yeah,
like
I know
little
what you're
dots on
talking
it.
about. I don't know what those are called though.
Yeah,
But I know what you're talking about. Those are really good. I like the lemon ones of those,
Mm.
which I think are just called lemon drops.
Okay, what about warheads? Those sour candies that you
oh shit, you're bringing me back to the 90s thinking about warheads.
I mean, the thing with warheads is like they're good. Like it's candy. It's obviously if you like candy, you're gonna like them for the most part. But it's like you don't really eat warheads because it's a good candy. You eat warheads because you're 7 years old and you want to friends that you can eat a warhead without
you want
sweating.
the feeling of yeah.
Yeah, it's all
So
about superiority.
so
This is a
interesting.
deck that I was actually interested to get your opinion on, Labore, because I know you've played a lot of it. This Control
Yes.
Paladin with the double redemption that we see
Even
Andy
more,
bringing.
what I think is really interesting is I wanted to know you guys' opinions on who's favored in this matchup because that's really interesting to me.
And the Freeze Mage against Paladin matchup.
Yes.
Yeah, I played a match with Phazure, and I think we played this matchup a little bit together. I
I
do
think
think
this version that Ambi is playing with the Guardian of Kings and the Lay on Hands has enough healing that it's favored in the matchup.
Yeah, to me it's really about the double Holy Light, being able to burst heal yourself for so little. Like double Holy Light, True Silver, I mean that's 14 healing in one turn.
Yeah, the reason that I like Control Paladin a lot as a deck is because it's really good in terms of like you bring it against in ladder. It's pretty good against Zoo and it's pretty good against Control Warrior.
Hmm.
So that's some decks where people are Zoo Warlock for botting, for example, but a few Warrior bots here and there. But just common brings that you'll find that it's good against. It's a pretty good shot against, and other aggros, for example, just getting a Consecrator, getting Pyro, clears or something. It's just has some decent matchup spreads. Just not into Miracle Rogue and not as much into Druid. Avoid those two, and if you do that, it's it's gaming.
Yeah, it feels like against Druid this deck can be a little bit weaker. But against Rogue, it doesn't have enough draw to consistently have all the tools it needs to deal with Rogue. But it has True Silver to deal with everything the Rogue plays that's not Gadgetzan, and it has Pyro Consecrate to deal with everything that is Gadgetzan or Pyro Equality. So I just think it's not consistently good always.
If I were to bring Control Paladin to a tournament, I would probably be rocking Avenging Wrath, not only for Gadgetzan from Miracle Rogue, but also just because it helps deal with tall threats, like Druid minions or Cairn, or just an AoE if you need it later. So I've been trying to rock at least one of those, if not two of those, in my decks. Just an idea for like a tournament bring, also to help hedge the bad matchups for Control Paladin and still be an okay card in other matchups.
Yeah, I think we
I would
saw. I
assume
think we
this
saw
deck
that a
has a
little bit.
better a better rogue matchup than a druid matchup. Just as somebody who's played a lot of both,
Yeah.
it does feel like druid in a control decks is maybe a little bit too good.
Well, Thunder are
Games
able
in which I
to.
avenging the games in which I avenging wrath a Gadatan, I've won 100% of the time. But
And I think what we saw it miss Gadgetzan by 1 HP earlier today. Led to a
oh man,
rather tragic end. Thunder looks like he's in pretty good condition here so far. He's got a nice cone of cold here to just freeze the board, stop things from happening for a little bit. Got Tony in hand, got Alex in hand, drew into all the things that he wants on the top end.
it's amazing with Freeze Mage how powerful the early Alex is. Because I was having positive win rates into like the worst matchups possible in the deck just because I was drawing Alex as early as possible. Like I actually had favored into Control Warriors the first day that I played Freeze Mage just because I was drawing it, and I beat more Druids than I lost to the first day. But literally just the early Alex and like the perfect storm of situations.
Yeah,
It's just
absolutely.
exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, well, like again, the thing about this Paladin deck is it doesn't always draw cards like Holy Light, Guardian of Kings, Lay on Hands in a timely fashion. Can't just guarantee that we draw through our deck. It's not like we have, options like Control Warrior does with a bunch of shield blocks and Acolyte Whirlwind. Paladin's going to do that a little bit more slowly, which means that if an early Alex comes down right here on curve on turn 9, then it's a little bit more difficult to heal all the way up as Paladin. You might just not have any burst heal in hand. But Amber's really putting on the pressure here.
I did not like that second Kodo play. I think you want to save it with the Outlaw to remove like a Tyrion, or not a Tyrion, and a Tony.
Doomsayer.
The other,
Yeah. Tony, Doomsayer, yeah.
the other one.
Yeah,
I think using it on a 1/1 is a little bit. You're not really getting enough value from it, and this is a matchup where you want to be getting value from your removals. I feel.
yeah.
Like if a Tyrion sticks, that's how you lose this matchup, really.
Yeah,
Is that the first Frost Nova that we've seen?
it is. Yep.
Okay,
Still
so
one
yeah,
left.
the opponent can play Tony into Frost Nova still then, yeah.
Yep. And Flame Strike a real clean clear on the board here. Even leaves this little 1 mana or 1 attack Novice Engineer up. So the board's been cleared for now, but
No, that's the Sorcerer's Apprentice attack sound.
alright, now a little tiny bit awkward here. Gonna actually go with the Consecration, try and keep the board small, not opting for that Tyrion play this turn.
Reporting for duty.
Alright, is this the turn that we're gonna see Alex try and create an awkward situation for some of that healing? We've seen Alder Peacekeeper come out, so fairly certain that it's not going to get reduced to 1. I guess we're going to see a full board clear first, and once Thunder's got a clean board, then he'll maybe deploy the Alex, or maybe not. Might even be opting for Antonidas.
I actually think that I like that. I was wondering about it at first, but I actually think that I like this line a lot.
Yeah,
Because now you can hit, for example, that Frost Nova. Yeah, you can hit that Frost Nova on the Antonidas if you want to go Antonidas the turn after the Alex.
yeah. That still has to find the Frost Nova and Thunder lacking any card draw in the hand. He's already drawn into a bunch of the stuff that he wants anyway. Amber had a choice there to play Tyrion. I don't think that it's the correct choice, but it was a possibility.
Next turn, we're probably going to be seeing like the Tyrion Frostbolt Ice Lance, and see kind of the problem with using that second Kodo and the set to 1 attack. I don't remember what it's called, but that was the best way to kill Tyrion here with no equality in hand, and now that's not an option anymore.
Yeah, double pyro doesn't quite do it.
Yeah,
Flame Strike.
I might have attacked here with the weapon. The thing is, if we draw another True Silver, that's more healing, and we're likely going to want that. And here it is, Tony Frostbolt Ice Lance.
Aha! The fireballs begin.
Yeah. Okay, well, We got
preparing.
6 times 4, we got 24 damage in hand. Amber, no way to heal right now.
You have a lot of time to catch those fireballs too.
Yeah. Now, we won't be frozen next turn, so we'll, double fireball ping leaves us at 1. We're up to 3. No real way to keep going there. So it doesn't. She hasn't drawn into Holy Light yet.
Pyro, Acolyte, Consecrate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
5 attack into
that's what I'm
Tyrion.
thinking.
Yeah.
So it's a weird one, but it's
No, I
you're
like
not
that.
killing the mage before they kill you at this point.
We do survive for one more turn. If we're gonna, if we're gonna win the game, I think we need to maximize the chances of getting Holy Light or. Actually, it has to be Holy Light, right?
You need a couple Holy Lights, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we needed to play the Acolyte on the last turn there. Pyromancer Acolyte.
The emote just in case you're dead here.
Not quite, not quite. But I don't see any way to deal with these 4 fireballs that are coming face. There are no spells left, so it'd have to be top deck Holy Light, Pyromancer Holy Light, and draw the second one.
Yeah, I think you need a top deck Flare. I'm gonna keep it real with you.
And Thunder opting for just a safe approach here. No need to jeopardize the block.
Oh,
Well, that's a really good draw.
Speaking of Alex.
Don't use it yet. Hold on.
Yeah, it wasn't. I don't think that was. It was completely necessary to use it there either. We do heal back up with our sword up to 15.
it's Tyrion
Yeah.
time here.
He needed to use that after the fireballs, the first round of fireballs come through. 'Cause
Yeah.
There's the second round, and now.
Right.
Guess Tyrion,
Painful.
Tyrion Wild Pyromancer, and then play Alexstrasza whenever Thunder starts going for the face.
Tyrion Doomsayer. I'm kidding.
Ragnaros Doomsayer.
Yeah. Yeah, because Ragnaros triggers on the end of the turn and Doomsayer at the beginning. But yeah, I think kind of a no-win situation here. We know there are 2 fireballs from Tony in hand. I don't think there's any
And
way to.
being at 15 right here with a Tyrion on board would
Yeah,
have been insane.
yeah. It would require Thunder to be drawing Frostbolt in the next couple of turns in order to win.
Aside from the taunts, but yeah.
And I like it. Well, we're in the finals here. Both players having fun.
Be fair, 30 damage was done, kind of.
Yeah.
And he did kind of do 30 damage.
All right. So
Thunder fireballs himself.
yeah,
He didn't do it.
yeah, just misses.
Aw.
We don't see too
We'll
much beyond
survive.
out
It'll
of
be
him.
fine.
So Thunder leading the series now 1-0 against Amber, managing to take home a win with that Freeze Mage. Amber's still got that Control Paladin left to play into a couple of decks. Let's see what the bans were here.
Speaking of Control Paladin and like hard choices, I've been running 2 of the Guardian of Kings in my lists primarily. I need to squeeze back in 2 Redemption just because it's so good. I know that's what a lot of lists have been doing, but I've been really liking the 2 Guardian of Kings.
Yeah.
I haven't really been running Lay on Hands in mine, but I could see it being a little bit better in tournament. But I've just been really liking 2 Guardian of Kings.
Yeah, honestly, I could see the value in both if you're playing the long game. Sometimes, depends on the deck that you're playing against. Putting a 5/6 body on the board always nice. Having consistency in the 7 slot is also pretty nice. Alright, Amber's going to bring her Face Hunter here, and she'll be fighting against Thunder's Rogue, so she's got to be a little happy about this, seeing Rogue. Face Hunter generally is one of the decks that does a little bit better against Rogue than most. She probably wouldn't mind facing his Hunter as well. Looks like Thunder had his Malagos Druid banned out, Amber had her Aggro Shaman, or I don't know what you'd call it. Yeah, she had her Shaman.
I called it a
deck.
hybrid shaman.
Yeah, the hybrid shaman. It's really the Winterborn
Malvern
shaman.
shaman.
Yeah. It's born in the dead of
Ambi
winter.
shaman.
Alright. Amber
Make
hoping
a
to keep the board small.
6/6 Edwin.
Could, yeah. Um, very vulnerable to misdirection. Misdirection, it's a card in Face Hunter you kind of wonder sometimes if you want to keep it in your opening hand against Rogue, just because you're almost positive that 100% of the time you're going to want to play misdirection at some point in the game. So it's not uncommon, I think, for strong Face Hunter players to keep it against Rogue. And only the best will top deck it at the very right time. I don't think this is the turn that we need to get value out of our bow, though. I think that we...
Yeah, I think you might want to get this misdirection down.
It's about the face damage that you get from Edwin here is better than the racing, I think. But we'll see how she does it.
I actually really like this play. I also play a lot of Trap Hunter, and this isn't Trap Hunter. Because I wouldn't swing there. I would use the bow to answer any other minion that they play, and then the opponent takes 6 next turn. The problem is you might take 12, but you would get an extra 3. Like, if your opponent really wants a dagger to check the misdirection, they take 12 for it. Now that the Deadly Poison is up, it's getting even better if they want to face tank, but...
It is a little bit better, but we're still taking 12 to the face from Edwin. Because Thunder's going to swing in with his weapon. He's not going to swing in with the Edwin.
Oh, Leroy. Well, true. If you wanted to misdirection last turn and then Leroy it down, I could see that, yeah.
I probably just misdirect it off the bat there. If they play a 3/3, then you weapon it down. They don't have Azure Drake for another turn. I definitely understand the desire to get another charge on the bow and to use the mana efficiently. That's certainly, a good consideration. But it's kind of scary here.
Yeah, I was definitely clearing that would be preferred to just getting an extra bow swing, yeah.
And in this position, I think Thunder's got a really strong play here by just dropping the SI and swinging face with the dagger. Has a chance to, clear the own SI, but then cold-blooding this Edwin afterward. That's going to be bringing Amber down to 14. That could be a 10-4 Edwin that's just, really tough to deal with.
Can be semi-uncommon to play your secrets before having your bow into play, so that might have been something where just the pattern of being able to save your secrets into once you have bow might have, yeah.
Oh, definitely. I mean, yeah, that, of course, with Eaglehorn Bow, and you got it on 3, and you got the secret hero power on 4, it's like you love making that play as a hunter player, but sometimes the circumstances demand that, we break some of those rules.
Got to play quick, by the way.
Yeah.
We're not out of time.
Oh, he doesn't trigger doesn't trigger misdirection.
He wants to trigger misdirect with the SI.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred swinging face there with the weapon and just racing. Bringing that, the Cold Blood out, then you got to eviscerate on the next turn. There's, unless there's a second misdirect in hand.
This turn, and how the circumstances have shaped up, I probably would have kill commanded the minion, then button. Yeah, I think that's what I would have done this turn instead of tracking, and then tracking next turn if you don't want to Leroy button and give them the whelps.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like kill commanding this SI for sure, and I feel like you do want to follow it up with your hero power for sure.
We're getting a little greedy on the bow now that we didn't go for the kill command, but I don't know.
Still go for the kill command. You would miss a hero power, which is pretty important, but
yeah, kill command button is what I would have done.
I think, yeah, she's gonna be set on playing the explosive trap now. And we'll see if she swings in with the bow to the 3/3. I think, yeah, she's gotta. The irony of this line, I suppose, is that we ended up wanting to play the bow so that we could get the charge from misdirection. We ended up playing the bow and not getting the charges from either of the secrets. Kind of awkward, but, at the same time, well navigated by Thunder. And potentially still not going to attack with the Edwin. Gets a little risky here.
You gotta do damage eventually.
It's true.
That's interesting.
It's very true. I think that's why I was in favor of attacking there in the first place. And the second misdirection is going to help. It's a little scary to play Unleash here because now we're not misdirecting damage that would go to our face. Well, we are misdirecting.
Button pass.
Might be the case. I think we want to kill command the face as well. Or kill command... No. Yeah, we gotta kill command the face. Because the secrets are played in the opposite order that we normally want them to. So if we kill command the Drake, it can attack and get explosive, and the misdirection is lost. She might choose...
Well, it would still get the attack through. It's got 4 health.
Not if we kill commanded the Drake. If we kill command face, sure.
Most of the plays we do here set up, in theory, a 3-turn lethal from the hunter's perspective, unless there's a really bad misdirection, is what I'm thinking. Well, 2 to 3 turn lethal here from the hunter. Unless there's a really bad misdirection.
There's a second misdirect in hand. I wonder if Amy just
True.
sends 7 face. Just unleash kill command, send it all face.
I think the problem with that, though, is that we have misdirect up, so we might be misdirecting a dagger into a 1-1, and then we're taking 10 to the face and we're dead next turn.
Yeah. That's true. That's a really big shadow step draw, I think.
Definitely having the Earthen Ring Shadow Step there, that really changes this matchup a lot.
But imagine you test now. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Oh my god, it hit the Edwin. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
huge.
I
Huge.
do think that a lot of times you want to swing with the least damage thing, so I think swinging with the dagger first might have been the proper choice there. Even though, yeah, you
Thunder
know,
was-
I'm gonna hit.
He was so scared of taking damage.
Hmm.
It feels like not swinging for so long before then.
Yeah, and this puts Amber in a strong position.
You say then, but then Thunder draws Leroy and just wins the game.
I didn't actually mind playing Leroy on Leash there. I think we can save the misdirection for Gadgetzan or whatever other minion pops up, and just use it at the end. Because we can use our doggies to clear off the board. We got a Leroy all by himself there. Looks like she's trying to value the Abusive Sergeant just a little bit more, play this all on turn 8 together. And that'll be 11 damage.
Curious to think what you do here. Do you shadow step it? Do you eviscerate face? What's the play here?
I think you just gadget and eviscerate face. I don't think
Yeah.
you shadow step.
True, because you want to get. Oh, you don't necessarily need.
You want
Leroy
the
Shadow Step
4/4 on
board.
board. You don't really
Yeah.
care about losing shadow step. You care about losing the
Yeah.
4/4.
Yeah.
I think seeing the kill command. Yeah, you're not dying. You're not dying. You're at 16. Good.
Apologize to our viewers. Did not have Thunder's deck up here. It looks like a hybrid Mage Rogue deck. There we go. So yeah, he's gonna opt for that play. I don't think he's Shadow Step here because you're gonna have to trigger Misdirection or something anyway, right? Right, and gets Leroy.
Got the
And,
Leroy, and that's
Yeah, but that's the problem
probably
is that
gonna
we
do it. Well,
needed to, but there's a misdirect up, so the Leroy's
yeah,
not
but
even.
you Leroy and you
Gadgetzan-
equip your dagger, and,
Gadgetzan- Leroy.
Yeah, you're right.
and then you can cold blood the Leroy
yeah,
after that,
yeah, you got it. You
or
got it.
even before that. You can take 10 damage.
Yeah, no, you're right. Leroy finishes it, doesn't it?
Wait a second.
It does.
Oh, but he doesn't know if it's. He doesn't know if it's No, it's not misdirect. Or yeah, exactly. Excuse me. So if it is explosive, then the
God.
Leroy does
Oh,
lose. So.
sheesh.
But can you
Well-
live another turn? Like
Yeah,
do you
exactly.
think you
Like
can
you know,
survive?
Amber's holding on to cards in her hand. I mean, it's Face Hunter, right? Like
I think
if
you
it was
just
Animal
have to
Companion,
go
you
for
would've
it
played it.
and just pray.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that.
So just
That's why I would have liked
Leroy
to
button here
not
and pray.
shadow step the gadget stand, just having that to test.
Oh
It's like
my.
we're not going for the prey. Oh,
Oh, might be digging for that second
Whoa.
Earthen Ring here.
Does he have a second Earthen Ring?
Mm-hmm. He's got an Earthen Ring left in the deck. It does not find it. Does find a way to kill the bow, but we know this is 8 plus 4. I got 12 damage coming in next turn. So this is a really tricky matchup. No matter what, it's a very tricky matchup for both players. And yeah, it can be nerve-wracking, especially in the finals here. So But well played by
Around
both.
traps and guessing can be very difficult.
Yeah, nobody wants to
Particularly
stake
with
their
the nerf,
tournament
like you
career
mentioned.
on this, right? Like it's really hard to say like, yeah, I'm just gonna all in and on it being not explosive trap or something. But there we go. We see Amber, both players with maybe experience in some nerves, but also experience in some nerves of steel as well. So yeah, really, really close match there between the Rogue and Face Hunter. But Amber's able to pull it out, tie the series up 1-1.
Yeah, big
Traps
win.
just walked out the rogue so well.
Yeah,
The Drake hitting the Edwin and then all of a sudden it's bad into what's there.
yeah. All right. So Thunder's going to bring this Rogue deck back, run it one more time, and Amber bringing Control Paladin here. And it'll maybe a little difficult matchup. I think I might have kept Equality here. Equality is one of the tools that we need to stop the Rogue from drawing a zillion cards.
How many saps are in Thunder's list?
He's got one sap in this list.
Well met.
One sap.
I think the Paladin wins this matchup by getting Redemption down on Sunwalker and dealing with enough threats at the time, and or a Gadgetzan that the opponent has and is killed and or doesn't have.
Yeah, I mean that's the hope. It's like there are all these different ways the Paladin can win, but we don't always, the deck has a lot of one-ofs and it has a lot of inconsistencies where some cards have synergy and some cards have zero synergy. If we do get Sunwalker Redemption, that's great. If we get Pyro Equality to deal with the Gadgetzan, that's great. If we get True Silver to deal with the board, that's also awesome. As well as some Holy Lights in there to heal, but we can't draw all 30 cards before the end of the game most of the times with this Paladin deck, so it can stumble as far as consistency is concerned and just not find its answers. And right now there's no answer to Gadgetzan. We got Gadgetzan Conceal in hand, so Amber's got, ticking clock here. She's got maybe 2-3 turns to find Pyro Equality before Thunder's able to pop off.
Seems pretty likely to be True Silver into Doomsayer.
I would think so. It hurts a little bit to lose some of the value on Acolyte. At the same time, probably more important to delay that Gadgetzan.
Well, I assume the Acolyte just dies here, right?
Yeah, if he chooses
Deadly
Deadly
Poison.
Poison it down, for sure.
I figured that was the play. What's really going to be sad is the ooze if Ambi decides to go with the True Silver. But
Yeah.
with 2 True Silvers in hand, I think you do, and I think you probably just go ahead and swing.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, the weapon has charge, so I would be more tempted to just develop the board first and use the True Silver when the Drake comes down on 5, or if Earthen Ring or some other 3/3 comes out. At least get some value out of killing a minion with it, because it's not like the 4 damage to face is really going to make a big difference, and not swinging with the weapon against somebody who's teched ooze into their lineup is a little scary. Alright, here we go. Playing the True Silver. Go ahead.
So gonna go for Doomsayer here on 6 and try to get a clear board Sunwalker, or what we're gonna do here in the Paladin shoes here, now that we're enjoying the board we've developed.
That's going to be a tough choice. I think that Thunder, yeah, it's just going to hero power here and wait for the next turn to play Gadgetzan. As the Paladin, well, second True Silver makes a lot of sense to me.
A lot better having another weapon when your one weapon was destroyed.
Yeah.
Not without the dopamine of having a weapon, so.
It puts Thunder in a little bit of an awkward spot. He's only got 8 cards in hand, though, so he doesn't really mind just hero power passing.
Wow, and
Oh?
a Shadow Step it, I imagine.
Interesting.
I don't know if this is a matchup you want to be using your Shadow Step on a Gadgetzan.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. I think that, like, if you're worried about Equality Consecrate or Equality Pyro kind of things, then you probably want to save your Gadgetzan for a later turn when you can just pop off. You got your preps already in hand, just like Gadgetzan, Coin, double backstab, double prep. You're going to draw through the rest of your deck.
And if
Bambi does have 5 AoEs, and any of them will kill this Gadgetin that comes down.
Bambi had a quality over that big game hunter, it would just be insane.
Yeah.
Quality to go with this Consecrate so that it kills everything and then develop a Tyrion when your opponent only has 1 sap.
Yep.
I mean,
Especially behind a Sunwalker already.
yeah, like I said, either Equality would clear this Gadgetin, second Consecrate would, the Pyros would because you have the Holy Light.
Ah.
So you
That's
have
nutty.
five cards that you can draw that kill this Auctioneer.
That seems like about a 25% chance.
Pretty good odds.
Yeah. And Thunder drawing into some good stuff here. He's got a coin, he's got prep. It feels a little scary here. I like this choice to play the coin first. Preppy Vis on the Sunwalker, make sure there's no shenanigans gonna happen. Well, he did not find a sap in there. And Amber finds the double Consecrate. Doesn't take her long to find that.
How many cards are in the Rogue hand? 9 or 10?
9.
9.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Making sure there was no mill here.
The perfect number for any Miracle Rogue going into turn 8. Still hasn't found Leroy. Has only 1 Shadow Step left. So chances of bursting the Paladin face down all the way is pretty low
Like
at this point.
Drake Farseer.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, Edwin's another possibility here. I suppose there's just the double 3-drop is fine
One
too.
lets you get a fresh dagger.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have mind if Amber wanted to hold on to this True Silver Charge on the last turn, just because
Actually,
we're
I
not trying
really like saving the Drake just because of using its spell damage. If you only have 1 sap and you don't even have that sap, you don't know what you need the spell damage for, so maybe you can use it.
Yeah. Cycling is
Can you
good.
tell me what the rogue hero power is actually called without looking it up?
Oh no. It's not Twin Blades, is it? Or like something Blade?
It does not have the word blade in it, no.
Oh, El Labore. I have like 9,800 Rogue wins and I can't tell you. I had to play tutorial to get 9 legends all over because I didn't have Asia or EU and I still can't tell you.
Oh my.
I blame tutorial.
Isn't it Dagger Mastery?
Yeah, it's Dagger Mastery.
Oh my
well,
gosh, look at this.
Blade, dagger, you know.
What's the Paladin hero power called?
Dude.
Isn't it to battle?
To battle. That's what the little dudes say when they're about to attack.
Well, I
Just
think
be
that's-
dude, exclamation mark.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that is. It's either that or like something cavalry or something.
Reinforce.
Reinforced. I was way off on both.
Wow. You convinced me.
Yeah. In a room full of 3 people who don't know what it is, I'm sure that dude exclamation point is as good an answer as any.
I mean,
A lot of
Yeah,
people can tell you the warrior hero power just because of the times they'd have to sit there and look at their opponent clicking the button.
Yeah, I mean, that one makes sense, right? Armor up.
yeah, look,
It's the... We don't
If
say
you're
Paladin
gonna be
cast
mad at it,
Reinforce.
You're probably gonna know the name of it, you know.
Yeah.
armor up, life tap, steady shot, all the really powerful ones people know. And then there's like lesser heal.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
how many people would
Yeah, lesser
Yeah,
heal.
definitely. I feel
immediately
like
have that come to mind.
Tap is probably the most known one, I would think.
Well, Thunder looks like he's got a pretty commanding advantage in this game. Definitely the way that we see Rogue beat this deck is just kind of by tempoing out of control in these later turns. Amber's got a little bit exhausted on resources here. And doesn't manage to find...
Just redemptions.
So you got 15, 18 on board already. There's nothing...
No equality shenanigans, Sag.
Unfortunately not. Okay. 2 games down. Excuse me, 3 games down. Thunder leads the finals 2-1 against Amber. That means that the last deck he's going to bring is Hunter.
Yeah,
A
it's the
Hunter.
Trap Hunter.
Yeah, a Hunter deck with which I think maybe a few of us are familiar. This one really makes the rounds in tournaments, this Trap Hunter deck.
Got the Gladiator's longbow cut to run a Swamp Ooze, it looks
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
What does Ambi have left? The Paladin and what else?
Paladin and Zoo, I believe.
Yep.
The Shaman is banned.
I definitely like queuing the Paladin here into the Hunter just because of the heal and the taunts.
Yeah. Yeah, I also like this. And Zoo just, it runs into some problems against Hunter.
Yeah, Explosive Unleash are both quite good against Zoo.
Yeah.
it turns out.
Yeah, and it's not guaranteed, that this Hunter deck can really falter in early turns if it doesn't find some of those resources like Explosive Trap or Pyromancer.
I don't think you need to Arcane Shot the dude. I don't know if that's what he's considering or not.
I'll have to check the list. Is Thunder running Jungle Panthers over Animal Companions?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Because that's what I've leaned towards as well, or going like one Animal Companion.
Yeah, I think just in general the consensus amongst the community has been that in most cases Jungle Panther is better. I think at Face Hunter that Animal Companion's still better just because we trickle in 1-drops. Leok can still be a threat. Misha not so bad when it's coined out. It's one of the only big minions we have. And but yeah, otherwise Jungle Panther pretty strong.
Thunder's hard-looking bow to go bow coin greenskin is why we saw the tracking and the flare here.
Yeah.
Of course, Jungle Panther is a really good backup if the bow was not found as such.
Yeah.
Do you think it doesn't draw it, but one of the reasons that Jungle Panther doesn't see a whole lot of play after Classic, it's a few different ways to deal with a 2-health stealth minion. One of them is Consecration, but no Consecration in hand for now.
Yeah.
The other thing that I really, really like about Jungle Panther, in terms of like matchup spreads, is it's really good against Control Warrior, where you can just deal with their Armorsmith and then weapon their Acolyte. Even just dealing with one of those threats that the opponent only has one, and then save bow for face, or have a guaranteed deadly shot instead of a figurative deadly shot or a perchance deadly shot. I just really like that, where it kills a card and then your opponent has to spend a card.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Like its ability to value trade into Armorsmith, I think, especially is good. In fact, when I play Face Hunter, I'll keep Arcane Golem in my opening hand with the intention to coin it out and attack the Armorsmith with it. It creates an awkward situation for a warrior.
There's the Consecration. A little bit late though. I do like that play, getting value from the Acolyte.
Yeah, absolutely, and an exact heal for 6 here with Holy Light, so getting the full value out of that. We are going to see a bit of a punish here with the Buzzard Unleash coin Arcane Shot. Thunder going to go up to 9 cards in hand. Going to be able to reduce that size just a little bit here.
Card advantage is really good on Trap Hunter because you can respond accordingly to the Sunwalker with a deadly shot, just answer kind of anything appropriately.
Yeah.
Now you have to kill this stuff so that the Hunter doesn't get more cards.
Right, and already puts us a little behind in tempo. Although, I think the Doomsayer is a good play here, if she chooses to make that play. Just saying,
Still
like,
no
let's
weapon.
slow it down.
Still no Eagle Horn bow. There it
Really?
is. I stand correct.
Skin's not going to be sad for too much longer.
Yeah. Yep, definitely one of the maybe the most core component here of the deck with Eagle Horn Bow.
Interesting.
Now, Ember does play Harrison in this deck, so she does have an answer to the out-of-control bow that can happen with Greenskin. And we see Thunder probably recognizing that and just saying it's okay to hit face here, it's okay to waste a charge of the bow. We still got Explosive Trap to generate more
I do really like that Explosive Trap wasn't played yet to get the damage on a taunt that might be played or any other minions that might be played.
Yep. Yep.
This is just more damage overall.
Definitely. When the Jungle Panther actually sets up for a nice turn here. Could play Jungle Panther, Explosive, Hero Power. I like that a lot.
A reason to go for misdirection shenanigans yet?
No, I don't think so. Especially if we're planning to play the Jungle Panther. We can't play Misdirection at the same time. That'd be a tragedy if our Jungle Panther died to this engine that got misdirected. So I think just the Explosive, Hero Power, Panther is good. There are other options, maybe like Panther Kill Command, but it doesn't feel quite as strong to be using a Kill Command on this one. We could just use our bow and Explosive Trap.
Looks like Thunder's going for the line we talked about. At least some of the line, if not all of it.
Yeah,
I'm going for the skin.
Yeah.
Nope.
Keys.
Not yet.
Yep.
I
Might
like
do the next turn.
I like this. It just evades everything the Paladin could do, right? Might not even play the Panther. Okay. So just gonna keep it with Explosive. He wants to play this really slowly.
Maybe in case very desperate and don't find the hounds and just uses it to draw one, like absolute nightmare scenario.
Yeah, I suppose it's a possibility. I mean, even as we get into later mana tournaments, then, Buzzard, Panther, and Hounds is a possibility too. That's just 8 mana.
If you had a much higher life total right now, well, yeah, if the Panther was in play.
Double
If the
kill
Panther was in
command.
play, the Greenskin would have been so much better too.
Yeah, Greenskin follow-up would be pretty strong here.
The Paladin doesn't have all the burn damage in the world without, Tyrion equipped or Rag.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. I mean, that's the thing
Yeah.
about Control Paladin is that really, I think some players are overvalue face damage in it, in the sense that they're okay swinging with True Silver into face and trying to end the game more quickly. But really, this deck is supposed to go to, ultimately say, let's go to fatigue and see who wins. The guy with the board full of 1/1s that keeps regenerating and all of these like heals, or the person that, doesn't have those heals.
Wow, the double KC button here.
Yeah. Gonna have to clear this, I think.
But this is really good, but there's also like... Oh, because, yeah, if you button Doomsayer, then Deadly Shot's a 50-50. You can take the Greenskin to buff it up just to get going on the big damage numbers, but you can just Greenskin button and let it die and Lepronome and save the Deadly Shot, and then you're in 50-50 territory? I don't know.
Yeah, actually,
Interesting.
interesting that she didn't play the button there, maybe thinking that Unleash, like Buzzard Unleash Hunter's Mark was a threat. But no,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, with Deadly Shot, like I can see playing around Unleash the Hounds for sure, but with 2 minions, I don't think it's too big of a threat. So I think it's okay in this situation to allow 1 extra Hound, just anticipating that Deadly Shot can swing the board back against this
Yeah.
tempo play.
I was really curious what Thunder would do if the button was pushed there. I would almost have dropped the Greenskin and then
Like,
just taken the damage and saved the Deadly Shot for big threats.
Yeah, or just, I mean, hell, you play Greenskin swing in with the 4/2 weapon into a 1/1 Deadly Shot. It seems like
Yeah.
seems like overkill, but like, losing a turn against an opponent that's playing Alex and Rag is also not super thrilling. And this puts us in a really tight spot here.
Yeah, the Sunwalker doesn't actually do enough because of the double kill command.
Yeah.
That's actually going to be it.
Yep, we got 9. Wait. Well, with the
I don't think Ambi got a heal card outside of weapon.
she got a single Holy Light. Here.
Single holy light. Okay.
Yeah, single Holy Light.
A little bit of heal, but not enough.
Yeah, it's kind of
Actually, the ooze that Thunder teched in was really big, denying the second weapon charge, which also could have
Ooh.
theoretically been lethal with the Ragnaros.
yeah, absolutely.
That
Wow.
Ambi really didn't have the options, didn't have anything to do.
Yeah, it's really difficult. playing this Paladin deck because it can be frustrating not drawing the cards that you need at the right times. It's got such a diverse pool of resources that it wants to pull from in order to answer all of the things, and it really does have an answer to like everything in classic Hearthstone. It's just you don't get 30 hands in your or 30 cards in your hand, right?
Turn 4 is where it starts really getting the best options.
Yeah.
Its deck starts popping off after turn 4.
All right, so we have our finals winner, Thunder, coming out victorious again. That makes him a two-time NA winner. He didn't win the last one; he won the one right before that. So, really impressive, very consistent player. Made a lot of difficult choices today. I'll see if I can get him on the line here for a little winners interview.
Gotta be sure to grill him about taking Mally out.
That's your job. But that was the top of my list. Yeah, it's like, what do you call that deck without Malagos in it? You know?
Under Druid. That's the only acceptable.
That's right.
That's it.
It has transform now. Yes.
It's not the backup name anymore.
Let me make sure I got him here on my friend list. Yeah, it's just Thunder Druid.
Thunder Druid. I like it.
All right, there we go. Get him added as a friend here. Well, folks, we just wrapped up our finals. Let's take a quick peek at the bracket while we get Thunder on the call. So, I'll get our little refresh here so we can take a look together. Final score here, Thunder picking up that last win, going 3-1 in the finals. He had a tough road here, had some tough opponents as well. Soba, Zen, StickyPickle, and Amber. So all really strong opponents, consistently difficult to beat. Amber, for her part, did a great job today as well. Full schedule, a lot of 3-2s here, a lot of really long matches. So big grind, hats off to her for all her hard work as well. In our third place, we had Arcues against StickyPickle. Arcues picking that series up. He'll come home with $10. Amber will come home with 15. And Thunder, of course, coming home with that lion's share of $75. So let's see if we can get our friend here on the call. Thunder, welcome, my friend. How you doing?
G'day, opposition.
Another day, another victory. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels good. I was a bit more relaxed than I think last time I was playing the finals. I had quite a lot of nerves, but a bit more relaxed today.
It's interesting. It's one of those experiences, that it's so seldom to even make the finals in an event, let alone win the finals. So few players have that experience. Do you feel like coming around this time, that kind of calmness helped you play better in the finals?
Yeah, I think so. I think I could have played the Rogue Hunter matchup a bit better, but that's so good. I'm kind of tired as well. I actually ran a half marathon this morning, so I'm feeling quite fatigued.
Oh my God. Jeez, you got Superman here. I've been sitting on my ass on my computer all day, so I just hats off to you for doing that on a Sunday. The one question I think that's on all of our minds is about this Malagos Druid. You took Malagos out of the deck. I feel personally let down by this, but we've decided the new moniker for this deck is Thunder Druid.
Our worst fears have happened, and the Malagos is no longer there.
My faith is shaken. But yeah, explain that choice to us. I know that in our deck spotlight you had said that this was maybe the weakest part of the deck. What made you pull the trigger on taking Malagos out of this list?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. So I've just been trialing it a bit on ladder, and I'm playing a Druid of the Claw instead, which is better defensively and often better against control anyway. Particularly against like handlock and that kind of thing. We're playing Malagos, is you just can't play it all game because they'll just faceless it and double softfire your face or something like that. It's happened to me a few times. I think that's about the only card I changed from the previous tournament's lineup, actually.
And how do you feel about double Doomsayer in this Malagos Druid deck?
I think double Doomsayer is good. that's normally what I play on ladder again, but I took out one for a Harrison just for the tournament meta
Hmm.
because you can ban non-weapon decks, and a lot more players play like Shaman and Paladin, that kind of thing,
Yeah.
which usually have weapons.
Speaking of Paladin, we've seen kind of an uptick in Paladin players over the last couple tournaments, both EU and NA, and it's been split pretty much 50-50 with aggro and control Paladin. I was wondering if we could get your thoughts on that. How do you feel about Paladin's place in the meta? Do you think it's becoming a more viable deck, or that people are just playing it because they're bored? How do you feel about that?
I think it's definitely viable. A lot of decks in Classic are viable. I don't want to talk too much about the Paladin because I've never really played control or aggro. I, I know there's a lot of players who are really good with it out there. But my particular lineup I thought was okay against Paladin, both control with the likes of Freeze Mage and aggro as well with my Rogue and Druid. I think they've performed reasonably well against aggro Paladin.
I'm noticing kind of a common thread here in your decks. Three of them included Acidic Swamp Ooze. Or no, two of them. I guess you didn't put it in the Druid deck, you put Harrison in there. How important was weapon destruction when you were thinking of the list to bring to this tournament?
Again, yeah, just trying to target a lot of those weapon classes. It worked really well for me in the past. I think last time I brought the same three with two oozes and a Harrison, and you always have opportunities to play them. Um, so yeah, pretty happy with that inclusion.
2 mana 3/2 isn't the worst against classes that don't play weapons either. So I suppose just a reasonable inclusion no matter what.
Yeah, even in like the Rogue, Miracle Rogue, I have it in place of a Shiv as 2 mana as well, and you kind of want something on the board against aggressive decks anyway. So
Hmm.
yeah,
Another kind of trend that we've witnessed in the last few tournaments is sort of this rise in the number of mage players. And in fact, I think now a majority of players who have won the NA tournament have brought mage as part of their lineup. Now you've consistently brought freeze mage. I think this same version with a single copy of Vaporize. Maybe you added the Cone of Cold for this tournament, but um, explain maybe your choice to bring Freeze Mage here, and maybe you could give us some of your thoughts on why Mage is a little bit more popular in tournaments than on the ladder.
uh, personally, I bring Mage because it's one of the decks I'm most comfortable with. So Mage and Druid are my two comfort decks. Um, and when you can ban out either Warrior or Druid, um, which are kind of the really weak matchups, and then it does reasonably well against the rest of the field. If they're playing Warrior and Druid, then you kind of want to dodge that matchup. But I did actually manage to beat a Control Warrior with the Freeze Mage in the first round,
Oh, hey, nice.
so I drew pretty well. Um,
Early
but I
Alex
think they
by any
also,
chance?
yeah, Alex and Tony. I think I had about 10 overkill damage, so perfect hand. But I think they weren't playing Shield Block in their deck.
Yeah.
Wow.
We also saw some kind of interesting mage mirrors today as a result of this. We haven't seen Tempo Mage versus Tempo Mage before. We saw that today. I have no idea what the hell's going on there. But what about Tempo Mage against Freeze Mage? I have no idea how that matchup is supposed to go. How do you feel that's supposed to shake out?
I think it's probably because I think I've never played that either, or at least not in the last like 6 months on ladder or anything. Um, so my guess is as good as yours, but it feels a bit like they have quite a bit of burn, same as like a shaman, like Ambi shaman list with the they got like the fireballs and the frostbolts. So I feel like the tempo mage is probably slightly favored because they can just play for board in the beginning and then burn you down from hand.
Right, right. Like,
Um,
yeah.
so just a gut feeling, it might be like 40-60. Freeze mage worse off.
Yeah, I would think like a lot of times the Tempo Mage, like you're saying, they can spend the first few turns getting their minions on the board and dealing damage. By the time you're getting around to turn 5, for Frost Nova Doomsayer, turn 6 for Blizzard, and 7 for Flame Strike. They don't have a board anymore that you even care about, right? Or that, they're just going to be fireballing your face. So I can see how Tempo Mage might be a little favored there.
Yeah, the other thing that depends. I think one of them was running Rag and the other one wasn't. So Rag's always good against Freeze Mage.
Yeah,
It
and
puts them on block.
yeah, absolutely. Ragnar's just, it's a lot of, 8 is a difficult number to deal with as the freeze mage. You really don't want to be expending like Fireball, Frostbolt to kill Ragnaros if that's, sort of the damage you're counting on to deal lethal. So Ragnaros always kind of a perennial problem for mage, or at least for freeze mage. Now, you
Yeah,
even oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, I definitely wouldn't recommend everyone to go out and play Freeze Mage. Not one of the strongest decks in the lineup, but I was quite fortunate with the draws with it today. It really was pulled through one of my stronger decks today.
Yeah, yeah.
Lucky draws. So you need a bit of that luck to win.
Well, for the NA tournaments, I think it makes a lot of sense to be bringing Freeze Mage. We see a lot of players bringing creature-based decks, aggro decks, and weapon decks. And just by virtue of having Frostbolt Ice Lance, you got ways to deal with weapons, and the rest of it, you're always going to be doing pretty well against Rogue or against aggro decks. So I think that was a really solid choice to bring to this tournament. It's been doing really well for you too.
Yeah, but by comparison, I think my Druid didn't drop a match and my Rogue didn't drop a match until the finals. So Druid and Rogue are still on top.
Yeah, well, that's sort of confirmed by our stats. I think every player now that has won the NA tournament has brought Druid as part of their lineup. Rogue, I believe, every lineup but one has included Rogue. So I think on the right track there. Probably bring Druid Rogue no matter what. Seems to make sense. I wanted to talk a little bit about your Trap Hunter deck here as well. You tucked in.
Crushes Trap Hunter deck.
That's right.
My deck.
That's right. That's right. It is. Firmly, he is the progenitor of this deck. Now you cut Gladiator's Longbow here. Labore and I were chatting about it, cutting Gladiator's Longbow for Swamp Ooze. Can you explain that decision to us?
Yeah, I think I've cut it in every tournament I've brought it to, which is all of them. It's the same thing. Like I generally try and ban Druid, and if they're not playing Druid, I ban Warrior. And Gladiator's Longbow, I think you only really need them versus those two classes. So yeah, that's the reasoning. Doesn't add anything against aggro decks or Rogue. It's kind of too expensive. 7 mana. So
And
yeah, I think I don't play the deck much on ladder, but I can see it being useful on ladder with the amount of warriors and druids.
yeah, that was going to be my next question: is when you play this deck on ladder, do you play it with the Longbow or not? But it seems like a deck that's a little bit stronger in tournaments, just because we're so much more guaranteed to see so many more rogues. We're not likely to see as many warriors in these tournaments, so Gladiator's Longbow seems like a pretty natural thing. Plus, you got the ability to ban Druid, right?
Yeah, I think it's a really strong deck because I still don't really know how to play it, but it seems to win a lot. There's so many different options each turn, and yeah, it
Call
feels
it a tower defense. Tower defense hunter is what I call it.
yeah, particularly with guys like tracking, it adds a lot of like extra thinking to the deck, like that you don't get in a lot of classic decks, where you've got to think about cards that you now don't have, or options, more chances to draw into the card you need. So I think there's quite a high skill cap.
Yeah, I would definitely agree on that, based off of my disastrous results playing the deck myself. And one of the things that's interesting about tracking in this deck compared to Face Hunter, in Face Hunter you play tracking, you're probably looking for the thing that deals the most damage this turn or next turn. But in this deck, you're looking for the tools that you'll need sometimes several turns down the road when you play tracking. So it requires a lot of that farsightedness, that ability to kind of look a few turns in the future and say, what am I going to need? Do I want to play tracking on turn 3 and pick up a snipe? Just anticipating an Azure Drake. So yeah, a lot of choices with that card.
Yeah, you really got to think ahead how you're going to win, what your win condition is, and also figure out or know the opponent's decks really well, so you can play around what they're going to likely to play.
Yeah, we had an interesting situation come up, and it's okay if you don't remember this, but Amber, in your last match there, when she was playing Control Paladin, she played a naked Doomsayer on the board and chose not to hero power. Do you remember that turn?
Yes, I remember.
So if she had hero powered there, it creates a situation in which you can't deadly shot that Doomsayer. Would you have played Greenskin, swung into the 1/1 with your 4/2 weapon, and then played deadly shot just to keep a board? Or would you let it just sit there and maybe just hero power pass?
I would have played Greenskin and gone face and just let the Doomsayer go off.
Sure.
Like, I don't expect Greenskin to connect anyway. So yeah, I was almost debating doing that anyway, but I thought he can't heal and deal with the Greenskin, so that's why I deadly shotted. But yeah, I would have hero powered Greenskin, weapon face.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah, we weren't, I mean, we were kind
Because
of
then I have
debating what to do there. It's like, do you really want to waste a 4 damage weapon charge on a 1/1 just to maintain a greenskin? I think you're right. Like the greenskin's only 1 more damage than the weapon charge that you're getting anyway, so it makes a lot of sense. You can also take the 50
yeah.
50. You could play greenskin and play deadly shot for a 50 50. It doesn't seem like you're usually that kind of player that likes to flip coins too much, though.
I'll leave my RNG to the rag shots.
I like that answer. All right, so you had a good lineup here. Now you're a two-time champion of NA. You've been doing fantastic in these tournaments. You going to come back for more?
Yeah, I mean, if it lines up with my schedule, I think I mentioned last time. I think it's awesome that the classic community is running these tournaments and keeping the interest in the mode alive. Like, there's a lot of depth in classic. Yeah, I've been playing it for I think over a year now. I'm not really that bored yet, so yeah, big props again to yourself solo casting for hours until the Labore and Derp joined you. Um, and Carolotto always in the background, doing an awesome job. I know a lot of time goes into setting up the tournaments and doing all the yay tiers and all that.
You sound like you know my job too well. Yeah, I always appreciate that. Absolutely, we love putting these tournaments on. Of course, it's our pleasure. And speaking of the community, I wanted to point out one thing that you do that I don't see a lot of other players doing. You use your emotes in game very politely, and you say well played a lot. Maybe tell us about the value. What value do you see in showing good sportsmanship like that?
I think there's a couple of reasons. Like, I mean, we've talked about it before on the Deck Spotlight, but I played StarCraft for many years, and the community feels kind of similar. It's not like a LOL community, League of Legends. It's more a bit more mature, and we're all adults, and we're here to have fun. And yeah, you're going to run into the same people over and over. So um,
Better to make friends than
yeah,
enemies, yeah?
yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, the
with
emoting is just
great power comes great responsibility. You don't want to get too lost in the sauce of emoting, you know.
Uh-huh.
Definitely it's hard sometimes to be too reserved or too composed, so it's cool that you
yeah.
can find the right middle ground.
Yeah, but I do like to emote when something really crazy happens, like winning on turn 5 with Rogue or something crazy.
You commemorate the moment, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that's just part of the fun, when really crazy stuff happens.
Yeah.
Great hands.
That's amazing. That's
Yeah,
astounding. Yeah, I do
The
actually.
major Savage Roar, Innervate Savage Roar. That's an emote right there.
Yeah, we did see
Double
that double.
combo.
We did see a double combo come off today from you. That was pretty cool. Kind of top decking into it. You had two innervates in hand. You could do whatever you wanted in that game. The
yeah,
Druid's been really strong for you.
yeah. I mean, taking them from 30 to 0, that's worth an emote.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Well, I have to say, I really appreciate you showing such good sportsmanship. And like you say, this is a community that's, relatively small, and you're going to face the same players a lot. Why not make friends with them if you show bad manners and you know, do things that make players feel unwelcome or, you know, feel hostile towards you. You have a lot of power as the two-time NA champion, and you could use that to be a jerk about it, and I appreciate that you do exactly the opposite. You're very welcoming to other players. You show really good sportsmanship. That's a really valuable thing, so thanks for doing that.
Even I'm still waiting for that friends invite from Sibs. Even he hasn't added me yet.
You know, I got a few from him. They usually come like one at a time, and they're followed by a quick unfriend. But I do get some very interesting messages from Sibs from time to time.
The professor of BM right there.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah. Sibs, if you're watching this, there's a friend request waiting from me. So go ahead, click that accept button, and you and I can have a little chat. It'll be fun. So, okay, Sibs aside, though, Thunder, again, congratulations. Really fantastic job today. Any shout-outs that you want to give before we take off today?
I think I mentioned already. Just to all the players that participated as well, and people organizing and casting.
Awesome. Really appreciate it. Oh, and I guess, you know, the last question, as always. You got $75 today you're taking home. Any plans for that?
Ooh, I think I have to buy myself something nice. Yeah,
Definitely. Yeah, that's like Rolex territory, pretty
probably
much.
probably a nice bottle of gin or something. That's pretty delicious.
Ooh.
You should have a little night here. You know, everybody. You know, Gaga is kind of the as a gin drinker as well. Sounds like he's had a couple tonight. You know, maybe we could get everybody together, have a drink of gin or something. That'd be fun. Okay, great. Well, again, thank you so much. That's going to conclude our tournament for tonight. Thunder, you are our second, our two-time NA champion. Probably going to be back for more, I assume, in the following months as well. So, I'd like to, on behalf of the Classic Hearthstone team, thank everybody for playing today. Had a lot of great games. And Thunder, thank you for coming on, doing an interview. Labore, thank you so much for casting. And Derp took off just a second ago, but he also integral part of the team. So thank you so much, gentlemen. It's a pleasure. Alrighty, and I've got some cold beer and Diablo 2 to play, so we're going to take off for the night. I'll see everybody later.
You're